Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome to the European Development Championship. We have got an incredible way to kick off Group C with K23 attempting to topple the Izako boars. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath of a match on a fairly unorthodox map, especially for K23, but we'll look into that in just a moment. Of course, I'm your caster, Crema3, and I'm joined by the wonderful M&J Casts. And tell you what, Josh, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling about today as a whole really good, and actually the next couple of days. Group C is quite an exciting one. Yesterday and actually the day before, I think we were kind of working our way through Group B. There was a lot of really good teams there. There was a lot of really good close matches, but now we almost jump up a bit of a tier, don't we? We're kind of jumping into a lot of top 30 teams. We didn't see that in Group B. Of course, up first, we've got K23 versus the Izako boars. That's going to be a really, really exciting matchup. And then after that, Movistar Riders and Sinners, who are two teams that have been on fire recently, and actually both recently breached into that top 25 world ranking as well. So that's going to be a really exciting one. But sticking up at this matchup for now, what's interesting about this is K23 have taken quite a, not necessarily an extended break, but quite a long break. They haven't played any CS since mid-December. So they've had the whole of January off. And yeah, they've kind of come back, and I suppose they're ready to play. I hope for their sake that they've been sort of practicing in that time. They've used that month to maybe rework some of their strats. And I think that perhaps, considering Vertigo is a map that they do not play, is typically speaking their permaban, maybe in that time they've learnt Vertigo, Crema, because I don't see any other reason why we'd be playing it.
I actually had the pleasure to speak to someone who's practiced against K23, not so much on Vertigo, but just practiced against them in general. And the only thing they had to say about it is that Norbert is a scary man. He is a fiend to play against on the server. And I tell you what, as that kind of star AWPer for K23, if he's able to get that established, especially on Vertigo, when you can have constant peaks towards ramp, you can have peaks towards pit, especially once you get that running, once you get that ball rolling, it's going to be very hard to stop. And I tell you what, I fear that if Izako Bulls don't establish some early momentum as a team that's historically played Vertigo quite a bit, 11 maps over the last 3 months, granted it's only a 45% win rate, but they have been playing against some pretty damn good teams. Unless they can get that ball rolling, K23 really are going to establish themselves early on and use that, well, early gain to really stomp throughout the match.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I don't suppose you saw Flames' analytical video of Virtus.pro the other day before Endpoint played them, did you?
No, I didn't.
No, he went through all of the Virtus.pro players and he said, this guy here, well, he is insane. And this one here, he when he does this, he is insane. And basically he just said they're all insane and that we're going to get wrecked. And they did. They got 2-0'd. So, but yeah, I mean, that the same could be said for probably the majority of these players here as well. K23, they've kind of been this core roster for quite a long time now. And it seemed like during kind of the middle portion of last year, they were absolutely tearing up the show. Of course, formerly sort of Simon, and then they came into the K23 round, and they were winning the 9-5 Cups. They were taking top placings in 9-5 Multi-Vibes Cups. They were doing incredibly well, and they were kind of tearing up the online scene a little bit. Of course, now, obviously, they've taken that break. Their world ranking has taken a tanking hit. I mean, they're currently ranked 53rd in the world, which you and I both know isn't correct. But yeah, they're looking to probably try and claw that one back up. As we see these map vetoes on the screen, you see how we ended up on Vertigo. And as I say, to be honest, considering this is typically K23's permaban map, there's not any data to go off of. There's not a lot to be said for it.
No, we saw yesterday as well, especially in the Hellraisers match where you play on a map the world doesn't know you play. It works very heavily in your favor. It also works substantially against you. Tell you what, though, our partners at Parry Match, they actually think it works in K23's favor. They're going to put those odds slightly askew in order to K23. But if you believe that Izako boars are going to go ahead and take the game, then of course you can go ahead and place a bet of your own down in that banner below. So, without a doubt, Josh, you're absolutely right. With no data, Izako boars can't anti-strat K23. More importantly, they can't. Well, they don't understand how K23 are going to play, and what that means is they need to have their adaptation game on the max, and they need to find a way to react to everything K23 do on the fly.
Absolutely, yeah. And on a map like Vertigo, that can be quite difficult. It all just comes down to sort of how almost play tested K23 strats are. Yeah, you can sit there all day long and write stuff in a book and say, oh yeah, this is great, but you actually have to play the map to work out whether it works or not, and to kind of iron out the creases. So we'll just have to wait and see on that one. That's assuming that they've actually been practicing Vertigo and that this isn't just like a bit of a random blasé one. I'm not sure, but theoretically they should have been practicing it. The Izako boars, they've been on fire recently. Of course, we talked about the fact that K23 have kind of taken a month off. In that month, the Izako boars have been playing tons and tons of Counter-Strike, pretty much playing in anything that they can get into, and they've been taking some awesome wins as well. If we look at the last few matches, they've taken 2-0 wins against Sprout, against Pact. They actually took a map off of Extremum and Godsent as well, which is like really good, yeah, for a team like this to be going into a series and going 3 maps, going the distance against a side like Extremum or a side like Godsent. That's pretty impressive. The way that I have always seen the Izako boars, and I still see them now though, and maybe this is me kind of categorizing a little bit too much, is they're a team that are good on a couple of maps, and when they're on those maps, they're like unstoppable. They can beat Godsent, they can beat Sprout, they can beat Extremum, but elsewhere they're just, I don't know, they're just kind of any other tier 3 team, and sometimes they'll win and sometimes they'll lose, but up against a higher caliber they'll almost always lose. And those 2 maps are Dust 2 and Train. You see, they've got an 88% win rate across 17 maps of Train over the last 3 months, and that's against some pretty fierce opponents. Yeah, so that is just absolutely insane. And the same goes for Dust 2. So obviously that's not going to apply in this best of 1, but throughout the rest of the group, obviously they will be playing best of 3s. They'll only be playing, well, actually no, because it depends if they lose it or not. So yeah, they'll be playing at least 1, possibly 2 best of 3s throughout this group C. So there's an opportunity for them to get onto those maps, and when they're on those maps, they're absolutely unstoppable. If you scroll through, I mean, on Train, they 16-3'd Extremum, they beat Sprout, they took ENCE to 16-14, they absolutely steamrolled Windstrike, Sinners, like they're just unstoppable when they get onto their home map picks. So yeah, that's something to really, really look out for later on in the groups. But for now, here on Vertigo, they don't have a great win rate. They're okay on it. They play it. But especially the last 3 times they've played it, they've not done too well at all, taking losses to Sinners, Extremum, and Esports Club Kiev. So hopefully they've sort of had a bit of time to not necessarily prepare, but kind of fix what's been going wrong on Vertigo. I'm not sure. It's been about a week since they played it last. So yeah, as we see these rosters coming up, who's the man to really look out for here on the Izako boars?
For me, it's Shane. Shane is just incredible when it comes to his entry potential. His rounds when he will just walk out and he will just click on heads. Absolutely phenomenal stuff by him. But let's see if he's able to get that ball rolling right now. As of course we get into this pistol round, it's going to be Izako boars to make their way forward. And of course, with this first round, they're going to be starting Group C of the EDC. Of course, EDC has been brought to you by Gaming Malta, the home of gaming excellence. So thanks to them, we can make this all possible. Of course, Drent going for the early peek towards ramp, trying to catch out anyone who dare come his way, but nothing just yet.
Yeah, really, really slow stuff here from the Izako boars, and you might have noticed a bit of an imposter on the server. Stomp, of course, replacing Exus. You see him with that old Izako boars jersey. Exus, the former AWPer, now got Stomp in, which I can't help but feel like it's a little bit of an upgrade. So as it goes into those later rounds, we see those snipers come out. Really do be keeping an eye on Stomp. He is a very, very talented sniper in the Polish region. For now, though, the Izako boars, they start to regroup, head over towards these B stairs. 40 seconds on this clock and quite a lot of utility to work with, especially considering it's a pistol round. So as they get ready to deploy these nades, they're going to burst right through and take all these gunfights. It's going to be a bloodbath, though. There's 3 CTs waiting.
Mollies go out. Flame looking to hold firm. He's going to be the first man to try and take a fight. He's not going to be able to do too much damage, though. So instead, both players kind of ignore that player towards corner. Eventually, still will be able to shut down Flame. Follow-up push comes through. She's able to follow up onto Moo and Neelam before Norba gets to extend the matter. And Norba, of course, the absolute animal for K23. He is the Grim Reaper, and his scythe is being wielded to perfection. Gets a 4K there. On for yet one more. Tagged down by Shane. Shane now in a 1 versus 1. He'll try to finish the job on Adren. Not quite able to hit the nail home, but may not matter. Adren with just a kit, limited HP, and as he goes to stick that bomb, he'll tap it once. Shane will make a bit of noise. He'll swing wide. He'll finish the job. Shane wins the 1 versus 2, and with that, Izako boars get this game underway.
A very, very messy pistol round, but all in all, the shots were connecting. There was a nice little burst, a trio of frags in unison from K23 that really did turn the tides and give them a really good opportunity to close out the round. But Shane on the flank was just unstoppable, hitting all the shots with the Glock. And, well, K23, they start off on the back foot, and Izako boars are able to buy right into this one. They've got some rifles to work with, and as they bombard towards A, they look to overwhelm this scout, and they absolutely do. Oh, no, Teo, that's... Oh, man. That's not a good start, is it?
With Teo falling, Norbert's able to get the next say in the matter, tying things up, and, well, off the back of that, we see Izako boars go down to a 4-on-4. Right now, it's going to be just a bit of a lull as Izako boars do congregate towards the top of ramp. They don't commit to the full fight just yet. Instead, they're going to wait for Adren to push straight into them. He's going to have to eat that nade as he goes for a bit of early aggression. Molly's going to force him forward into the waiting arms of Mo, who is actually only going for a Tech 9, but it won't matter. Tech 9 rings true as Shui goes to the high ground. Good for 1. Here's the second. He's able to get away in time as well. And with that, K23 maybe delegated down to a bit of a save.
Yeah, this probably should be a bit of a save call here from K23. They invested into this for Mass Norba with the best gun in the server here on the K23 side. So if he can fall away and hold on to that one, Neelam with the scout, they've definitely got a much better chance of doing something with it next round than they do here. For now, though, it is going to be 2 on the board here for the Izako boars. And yeah, a really, really good start from them.
Really good indeed. And more importantly, Vertigo is all about momentum. It's about confidence and it's about aggression. And for the most part, now that we see this, now that we see these teams fighting, now that we see them just trying to swarm anyone who dare comes their way, they're in a perfect position to just take down anyone. As for now, we're gonna have to see just a bit of a presence from K23 as they buy a little bit. You know, we see a deal come out on Fame, we see the odd pistol get dropped. It's nothing too substantial, and with that, Izako boars should look to play this with a bit of a bonus. Granted, K23 they do have that Famas which needs to be feared. Mo as well with the scout could do work for his team, but it's nothing substantial, and we have to be careful because for Izako boars, this could be a. They don't want to get too confident. If they get too cocky, they could be punished, and well, K23 is definitely a side that can do just that.
And remember, last round, the Izako boars only took 1 casualty, and that was actually Teo taking his own life. So Izako boars have now reinvested. They don't have these MAT 10s anymore. They're now just with the rifles to work with. Okay, there's a couple of Galils in play, but not too much of a contingency, especially up against what K23 have. And if the Izako boars can have another sort of near flawless round here where they keep 4 or 5 players alive, that is going to work wonders for their economy. They're going to have so much money to work with going into round number 4 that K23 will probably have to win 2 in a row to actually break it. As the nade comes over, does tons of damage onto Norba. They're fully expecting of a boost right here, and they know that it's there. As they swing, they go for the pre-fire. There's the first 2 opening frags. Make it 3 as Shane finds 1 more. Stomp firing through for another. And Norba all on his lonesome. A 1 versus 5. It's exactly what I was saying, Kramer. Izako boars, they blitz in and they take it in a flawless fashion.
It's all they needed. It's that economic injection that's going to keep them afloat for the majority of this first half, even. As for the time being, we'll have to see how they fare moving ahead and what's going to be a bit of a technical pause on K23 and a chance to rest and recuperate.
Well, you never want
Do
to
you
see
reckon it's
technical
TeamSpeak
problems.
issues? Do you reckon it's
Oh
TeamSpeak
man,
issues?
don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. You never want to see technical pauses this early on. I mean, hopefully it's just something
That's
minor.
something to be feary of, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. From their perspective, from our perspective, it's yeah, not something you want to see, especially considering we're like going through like all of Group C over the next 2 days. So if one of these players is just prone to technical issues, then
I hope you got your filler content ready, Josh, because
Yeah.
we may need it on hand.
might have to like I mean I've had games where there's been really really long technical pauses, like 20-30 minutes, and we've gone back to cams and we've played like Hangman and stuff.
I would love to play Hangman. Can our producer arrange that? That would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the
that
thing
would
is
be awesome.
you have to know that it's going to be like a really long pause. Like it was
Oh,
like
that's true. You can't do it mid. You can't end it mid game, can you? So
exactly. You can't just be like, oh, we'll jump into a game of Hangman now, and then oh, we have to go back and yeah, end Hangman mid game. That sucks. So
leave everyone hanging.
hey,
Hey.
but yeah, it was like nationwide internet outages or something, and it was like we could either just go to a break screen for 30 minutes or we could fill for 30 minutes, and we were like, do you know what?
Yeah,
We're gonna fill for 30 minutes.
Could do with some Hangman. We've got our producer telling us less than 90 seconds though, so awesome. At least we're able to get things underway. At least it's able to be resolved. Because you know what, Josh? There's nothing worse than a technical issue that you can't actually fix. Luckily, with this being fixed, we should be able to get back underway relatively soon. And more importantly, we move on to K23's first buy with some actual sustenance. That being Moo with that AWP. And I'll tell you what, once he has it, this is going to be his chance to really kind of be that scalpel to be used as at K23's really discretion here. As the Izako boars, they do still boast a 5-rifle setup.
Yeah, that AWP quite important here on Vertigo, especially over towards the A side of the map. I think Mo can have some serious impact with it. Obviously, a very, very talented AWPer with tons and tons of experience, especially on that sort of old Gambit roster. I mean, this guy's won a major, for God's sake. Up against the Izako boars, of course, he has to contend with Stomp. Not just yet. Stomp's still got a Galil in hand. No one from the Izako boars is going to be reinvesting just yet. They're going to happily sit with the rifles they have and be more than comfortable with the $5,000 that they have in the bank behind them. But later on in the rounds, maybe even in the next round, depending on how this one goes, we might see a sniper come out from Stomp, and that's where the real battle of the Titans is going to take place. So far, K23, they have not been able to find many frags whatsoever. Other than in the pistol, no one's really found any kills in the last couple of rounds. And let's try and change that with the rifles in hand. Early aggression towards ramp, and there we go. Mo, aggressive angle in alley. Takes a little step back as the Molotovs come in, wants to stay posted on this angle, wants to hold for the cross. I'm not going to find anything just yet. The Izako boars playing very passive for now.
Tell you what, this passive setup could be trying to bait K23 into a false sense of security. We're going to see Mo try and catch out an initial member. The peak goes wide. There's that first pick. There's that AWP being used to absolute perfection. Shui's going to try and trade. He's going to try and get closest. Tower will go up from ramp as well. But Fame, is there to help out. K23, they goes for 2-man advantage. They drop the AWP to the low HP player. And something I love with K23 is that all of them are comfortable to use an AWP. All of them have been seen with an AWP at some point, whether it be Norbert, whether it be Fame, whether it be Mo or Dren. All of them are going to be okay to use that AWP, and it means that the second one of them falls low on HP, they can switch it out and they can continue fighting. Shui going for early control towards side. He'll start shifting forward to try and make his way towards this B site. Again, early bit of damage done by Mo trying to catch out one of these members, but it's nothing too substantial just yet.
Oh, nice reface as well there, just to keep these numbers honest and get the information. That means all of his teammates can rotate, and there you go. You see all 4 CTs on the other side of their smoke. This is a serious task for Shane and Mono to try and pick this one back up. Secondary smoke goes down. That gives them safe passage to fall away, take some post-plant positions. And K23, with so much util, I mean, they've got 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes. They can go for a proper retake here. They deploy the smokes, the flashes pop over the top, and this is going to be near impossible for Izako boars to hold on to.
You're absolutely right. I don't know what good they're going to be able to do for this position. Ooh. And, well, Mono through the smoke's able to catch out Norbert. Shane suddenly rings through. Suddenly, this is scary. And shots ring out either way. Dren caught out. And for Izako boars, that is a perfect round. An absolute flawless after plant situation. And we look at the parry match odds. What does that do for it? Well, swings pretty much identical to how we saw at the start of the game, this time though in favour of Izako boars. Of course, if you believe that K23 can come ahead, if you believe that they can, well, win this, go place your bet over at Parry Match with the banner below. Of course, you get an extra special bonus deposit on your first deposit, so go check that out. But for now, it's going to be K23 down to Deagles once again, spread out round the map, looking to overthrow Izako boars.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting just off the back of the first few rounds how the odds shift in the Izako boars' favour. That was a really, really nice post-plant situation, though. They were getting wrecked in the round and bounced right back. Really incredible showcase of Counter-Strike. Now Stomp's got that big green sniper in his hands, and he's looking to tear apart some of these Deagles. The nade landed right next to him, but it was on the other side of the wall. It didn't connect for any damage whatsoever. And in the meantime, Shane finds one more. So Izako boars looking like they should quite comfortably be able to put a 5th down. This is really good. They're playing some really, really good CS right now.
Oh. That is a shot and a half by Mono. And I'll tell you what, Josh, with shots like that, it really shows that Izako boars, not only are they on their home turf, but they're doing so with absolute confidence. And for K23, we see Mo, Deagle in hand. He hasn't got armor. He's got a single flash to help him out. What good does he hope to do in this round? What can he do? As he'll back away, he'll just stay towards the top of the ladder, looking to catch out the odd member who will dare come his way. But again, Izako boars, as this bomb goes off, they're going to make it 5-0, and this is almost Hellraisers-esque from Group B, where we see one team just rocket off at the start, and then the opponents just having to play catch-up for the entire game.
Well, for K23's sake, let's hope that they can pull back a little bit earlier than that. Mo, nice headshot, isn't going to anticipate the second man there, and Shui's able to swing out and take him down. So this is, again, really the issue. Obviously, in the last round, they only kept 2 players alive, and arguably it was a round that they shouldn't have been able to win. But once again, it's a Deagle force. The Izako boars have almost had a flawless round. They've kept 4 players alive, and it means that by the time that K23 can actually pull out another buy, it's round number 6, and some of these Izako boars members have got $8,000-9,000 in the bank. They've got enough of a cushion to fall right back on if K23 do win this round. So they're not in the clear just yet, but a nice opening pick from Mo. Does have to run through the flames to a treat. And oh my, Shui, he's taking him out, brings it back into a 4-on-4 beautiful trade, and the AWP's unretrievable.
Famous location known as well, and Izako boars, they know there's 2 players to hunt towards this B site. And well, looks like the boars will be hunted as K23, they're going to rotate fairly heavy commitment towards this site. Molly's going to force Neelan away, as he'll try to just spam down through the smoke as he backs away. Can't catch anything, though. It's Norbert to strike first. And with Tau falling, this puts Izako boars in a man disadvantage. However, in an after-plant situation, we've seen time and time again, they are more than confident to fight in situations like these. Shui said is actually spotted by a dread, but it doesn't matter. As Fane comes out on top, Neelan finishes the job, and K23, they come ahead with their first round.
It was a very, very convincing round as well. And that's kind of the thing. It seems like in both of K23's gun rounds, they've been pretty confident. We saw the last gun round. They really, really should have taken it. It was a 4 versus 2. Once again, there we see just a really, really dominant round. They find all the opening picks, but this time they're actually able to close it. Of course, they are up against another 4-buy here from the Izako boars. Let's see what they can do with it. It's AWP on Mo this time round, not getting as aggressive. Stomp. Looking for some B aggression, but certainly not going to be merited it just yet, as Norba playing a really deep setup. And in the meantime, Shui is able to take out Fame.
Elan also carrying towards these sandbags. It's an ambitious spot to play because you do always have the risk. Molotov's the thrown here as a default, and he's going to have to hope to smoke it. But the issue is K23 don't have that much utility. They can't risk expending util just to smoke out mollies. And well, Neelan, luckily for him, those Izako boars haven't quite suspected the sandbag's position. And for the most part, this might play perfectly to his advantage. Izako boars, even though they've gone quiet, they are still awaiting the swing. Shui on the off angle might be able to catch out the odd member, but the timing isn't there. Instead, Izako boars, they turn their attention elsewhere towards this pit's position, where Norbert is going to be at the ready. And this will give Norbert a serious chance to test his mettle on his home site.
It's always awkward watching it through the X-ray. You know that if Neelan swings, he could get 1 or 2 kills, but he has absolutely no idea of knowing. And of course, the timing doesn't go his way. Mo posted on mid. The Jiggle Peak bakes out the shot. His position now known, has to fall away. And the Izako boars with 25 seconds left on this clock. They're going to hit this B site, but they need to be careful. The time pressure is mounting and the clock ticking away further and further. They've got the man advantage. They've done further damage, and it's all a big bamboozle. They're actually going back towards the A site. This is where Neelan can have some impact. He's been patiently waiting behind his sandbags the whole time. The trigger discipline, it's perfect. If he can deny the plant, he can stop the round in its tracks. Only good for one. They retrieved the C4. I think they've just about got it tapped in time. Final second, and it goes down. And this is now their round for the taking.
They cut it a bit damn fine, but it does not matter. Mo is forced away. The Orb Stomp rings true. It falls down to a Dren. He's caught off through the smoke. And with that, Izako boars, they continue to pull themselves ahead. 6-1 they now lead. And granted, K23 can just about scrape an investment, but it's not a comfortable one. And more importantly, if they risk being reset here, Izako boars not only cement a victory in this round, or a victory in this half even, they also cement an absolute momentum, which will be kind of nibbling at K23's mind from here for the rest of the game.
We do see another buy come out from K23. A little bit of a lack of utility. It's a nice nade. Does a lot of damage, actually. 50 points of it onto Shane and Shui. Mono, in the meantime, finds a headshot, though. And last round was so unfortunate. It really did just come down to the fact that Neelan took a little bit too long to kill the bomb planter. Wasn't able to get back behind the sandbags. If he was, there's no way Izako boars would have been able to plant default. And I don't think they would have had time to plant the bomb anywhere else. So he would have just been able to deny it a second time. But no, instant trade. Snappy calls and snappy reactions from the Poles. That's why they're in the lead right now. 6-1, man advantage here in the 8th, looking to make it 7. And if they do so, they'll be allowed a freebie in the 9th. K23, their loss bonus is really starting to rack up, but with no money behind them and no potential for some extra cash, perhaps from a bomb plant, they won't have anything to work with in the next. And remember, everything's more expensive on that CT side as well. So $3,400 doesn't quite cut it. Just about affords you some pistols and armor. Mo, much more passive angle with this AWP, hoping that someone will creep up alley. For now, that's not the case. Izako boars, they go back, they retrieve the bomb, and it's looking like they're starting to default into a B execute.
As usual, gets ready to go flying. There's contact made towards mid, forcing Adren away. He's actually damaged Shane quite a bit, but it does not matter. Shane, he deploys that smoke right now. His presence is enough to force Adren back, and it means that with 20 seconds left, this B site is going to be under complete siege, and there's no real way for it to be defended right now as Util goes flying. And with that, Izako boars not only do they get a bomb plant, but K23, they have to consider a save here, and save they do. 4 players backing away with their tails between their legs, looking to bring these guns into the next round.
It's a nice call. I actually like this from K23. If they don't save here, as I said before, then they do have to eat an eco in the next. But it's a dangerous game to be playing. Obviously, the bomb has only just been planted, and Izako boars are already starting to realize that their opponents have gone for a save. So potentially, they can fall away. They can try and take some of these rifles out the server. Kind of all comes down to whether they want to prioritize their own economy or damaging their opponent's economy. And it seems like the former. They actually want to hold on to these rifles, try and build up that bank as far as they can. And they don't really care if K23 can save their weapons because, do you know what? They're winning 7-1.
On topic of winning, of course, we do have that banner from Hellcase. Of course, go click on that banner down below. Go to Hellcase and, of course, use promo codes to grab what you deserve. For now, Izako boars, they take a tactical timeout, and I do like this timeout, Josh. It does mean that they are going to be just taking a breather, realizing that K23 have got a very strong buy because they have just saved 4 guns, and it means that K23, if there was ever a chance to turn the tables, to turn the tides, this would be it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, 7-1, and I like, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because they're winning. You don't normally see the winning team take a timeout. It's normally the team that are on the back foot that kind of take the timeout, use it as an opportunity to say, what the hell's going wrong? The Izako boars, they realize that they're doing really well right now, but a lot of these rounds are coming quite close. So what can we do to really throw a spanner in the works? What can we do to make sure that we continue to apply this pressure onto K23? And I'm interested to see what they go for here. They've got all the rifles to work with. The AWP in the hands of Stomp, but they're going for these early picks towards B. The flashes, they're absolutely perfect. But will they anticipate a Dren up close the other side of this smoke? No, they won't. Fires through for 1. That's the bomb dropped on the other side of the smoke too. He can call for some reinforcements and they can try and get this one locked and loaded.
Mollies go down, and more importantly, K23 get away. That is the absolute best case scenario for them. And as Norbert kind of holds towards this angle, we see that instead of Shui to try and catch out ahead and spots out to Dren, doesn't quite finish the job as Norbert lived for a second there. He wasn't able to convert. And with that, it means that Izako Boars still a man down and forced on forward. The flash is absolutely perfect. The aggression is timed perfection, or to perfection as well. Both function towards this position on long. And with that, it's all down to Shui. The last man left standing in a 1 versus 4. What good is he going to do here? He's good for 1, but the trade's there instantaneously. And K23, they make it a second as looks like Izako Boars' timeout may have worked against them.
Perhaps, yeah, sort of broke the pace a little bit. I'm not sure. Either way, the Izako Boars, they have really been challenged. In these buy rounds where K23 actually have weapons to work with, they've really been challenged. It seems that only when they're up against half buys or ecos that they're able to just blitz through and have flawless rounds, which is still something that's pretty admirable. A lot of teams do take several casualties in those kind of forced buy rounds. Yeah, Izako Boars, they don't seem to do so whatsoever. But now they try and change the pace. They don't want to go for this slow stuff anymore. Blitz right into round. Try and take the early gunfights. And Shui right up on the corner, looking to take a first engagement as they get closer and closer. They could just throw some flashes over the top here and just overwhelm this site.
Dren pushes on forward. He's good for 1. He hears the ult bring out as well as nades land around him. He tries to catch out an initial member as Stomp is able to ring true, and with that, it evens out the man counts, and it forces Fame to actually stay his hand and try and go a bit more aggressive towards side. He's got Mo as well towards headshot, shifting towards side to try and do a bit of damage as well. Orp in hand, but Stomp is ready for him, and this may be a battle of whose patience prevails. And oh, he's ready for the aggression of Stomp. He's wary of it, but instead, neither player shifts into one another as Stomp, he shows the inkling, he shows he wants to, but this Mexican standoff, instead is Fame forced forward by the Molotov, and right now, badly timed spam would finish the job on him. It's all down to timing. Shui and Mono, second they go through the smoke, Fame is going to have all to play for. He is going to be the catalyst to either make or break this round for Izako Boars. He's good for 1, he's good for 2, and K23 looks like they may hold off the back of that. Bo good for 1 more. It's all on Shane once again. 1 versus 4, finished off by Neelan, and with that, K23 pull ahead to make it 3.
Yeah, what a time for Fame to step up, and what a brilliant play as well. You see the Molotov around the corner of the box, and therefore, Izako Boars, they're not expecting anybody to be there, but Fame just sat on the edge of that Molotov as it's burning, and then just as the smoke starts to dissipate, he gets back in that corner. Perhaps a little bit foolish for Izako Boars to not even entertain the idea of someone being there, but it's definitely smart. The Izako Boars weren't expecting it, and now it's the final buy. They pull out the AKs, Stomp demoted down to the Desert Eagle, can't afford an AWP this time round. Instead, the Pocket Orb, only if he can hit the headshots though. A nice opening pick nonetheless. A Dren getting nice and aggressive. We've seen it a fair few times here on the B site. That's how he likes to play. This time, he falls and it's completely untradeable. So a really nice start from the Izako Boars, but now that rifle's unretrievable. So Stomp's still just with that pistol in hand.
Tell you what, I do feel somewhat wary of this Izako Boars position because, as you mentioned, Stomp with only a deagle kind of shows that economy definitely wasn't what it looked like a couple of rounds ago. And now that K23 is starting to get the ball rolling, now they're starting to do damage, we see that actually Izako Boars are in a perfect position, or K23 in a perfect position to make a comeback. Izako Boars are in a good one in the sense that 7 rounds on the T side of Vertigo, definitely nothing to turn your nose up at, but it's definitely something that could be a bit better for them should they find a way to topple K23 here. Neelan on the flank through mid is going to hard clear ramp, but with that, it's K23, they're going to have all the information in the world. 35 seconds left, and Izako Boars have to execute damn quickly. They want to keep Tau at bay. That they do. They realize that it's all a complete ruse, and with that, the execution comes down. Izako Boars, they get a bomb plant, but let's see how they fare in what will end up being a 4-on-4 after plant scenario.
K23 definitely overcommit to that A site. I like the flank, but they rotate the players off B too. It gives the Izako Boars a free site and an opportunity to deploy all of their util and keep it at bay. Over the top of the smokes, Mono can spot out the first man. That's Neelan dropping. Fame finds a refrag in the meantime, but it's only Stomp with the deagle. And Mono still jiggling around the boxes, taking heads. Mo finally trades it, but it comes into a 2-on-2. Time pressure still mounting, all down to Shui once again. The clutch man swings out, finds the first, but Fame, he can take his head clean off and just about get this defused in the nick of time.
It's close, but K23 prevail, and now that they make it 4, they can actually really get this ball rolling. We look at the parry match odds, and they look slightly more in favor of Izako boars, but for the most part, they may change the further on we get, especially if K23 can continue this comeback. So if they can, now will be the time to place that bet. Go to the banner down below, and of course, get that special extra bonus on your first deposit over at parry match. For now, though, it's going to be Izako boars to go into a bit of a default, fan out around the map, look for an entry, and try to topple K23 wherever possible.
Well, it's a half buy here from the polls, but it's a really interesting half buy. And the Tech 9, what on earth is that? He's found 2 entries, finally traded by a Dren, but his position now known. And they've already lost the site. This is unbelievable. A couple of trades do come through, so it comes back into a 3 versus 3. K23 are somewhat recovering this, but Shui, the spanner in the works, pounces, and it all comes down to Norba oh so quickly. The AWP can't finish him off. But a 2 versus 1, the C4 wrapping around towards the A site. This is where it gets very, very dangerous. And I just don't understand how Norba can clutch this one up. He's on the wrong side of the map. He's got a minute left. And surely he gets caught out in rotation. Ooh.
And tell you what, Izako boars may have handed this clutch to Norba. He was able to take 2 1v1s, and I was about to say that was my initial fear here, but as Norba finds the first, he goes into a 1 versus 1 with Shane, who is definitely kind of the clutch master for Izako boars. But against Norba with a smoke and a molly, he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him. Norba shifting forward is Shane. Where else could he be, really? Sandbags is the kind of obvious pick here, and as Norba taps it once, he's spammed down, he's forced away. And Molly should try and force Shane out of position. There's a few more shots ring out either way. As Norba swings wide, he loses the aim duel, and Shane comes out on top. Izako boars, they hit 8 as they look to not only cement this victory in the first half, but they look to extend it further to get a +1 as they force K23 down to an abhorrent bye.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but Norba's incendiary grenade went right off the map there. Didn't land in sandbags. He literally just threw it off the building, didn't apply any pressure to Shane there whatsoever. So Shane could comfortably...
He's just...
Yeah. Yeah, that's a real shame. But a good attempt, a really good attempt. And there's definitely some holes here in the Izako boars setup. I mean, you really did see them just hand that to K23 a little bit. As you say, give them 2 1v1 fights in a 3v1 situation. Shouldn't really be happening. A couple of major mistakes made there. But Shane, of course, nicely recovering it. As the smoke starts to dissipate, Fame takes a tickle of damage, takes a step back. Feels like he wants to re-aggress here. Maybe he calls for a flashbang, goes for a secondary swing. That's exactly what he does. But nobody's there. Nonetheless, K23 with a man advantage.
No, ready for Shane to just peek his head up from this ramp. They've got either way. Fame takes a substantial bit of damage. Neelan eats an aid stack as well, and the utility may have just single-handedly won this round for Izako boars. They keep K23 at bay. It forces them to stay their hand, and right now, Fame is going to peek wide from side. He's able to cancel out a plant. But what good will it do? The trade's there. One of the M4's cancelled out. Norba, it's his turn to aggress. This time there's no trade. Smoke comes out on top. Neelan onto Shane. And with that, K23 find a flawless retake.
Once again, Izako boars, they're not clearing alley. Therefore, Fame's able to deny the plant. And that extra few seconds that they're gifted from him denying the plant means that the smokes dissipate and K23 can go in for a bit of a quicker retake. Normally, they'd have to wait another few seconds and it would give Izako boars a little bit of time to take some post-plant positions. But no, instead, they're able to burst right through, not give the Izako boars any time to set up. And it's absolutely flawless. Izako boars now, they go for another half buy. They've got some deagles to work with. The rifle on Shane. And once again, the Tech 9 is what opens things up. Retrieves an AK, opens up this B bomb site, all on Neelan to try and hold on to it. And very, very quick rotations. Feels like they've sort of jumped the gun a little bit here, all stacked up towards this B site. And it's not even a committed B hit from the Izako boars. They're still feeling around the map for control. And, well, they've been gifted quite a bit of it.
Fame is able to find mono, and with that, it does even out the man count. But as Shui shifts his way around the corner, he's going to be able to retrieve that AK. He'll do a bit further damage as well, shifting forward from pit. He's got a Dren to worry about, spots him out. Perfect shot onto a Dren there. Once again, Izako boars find themselves at a man advantage, a situation which they found themselves in time and time again, with K23 for the most part, unable to worm themselves out of. Izako boars, they congregate towards this ramp position, bar Shui, who's going to sell the fake. And as they get ready for this initial attack, if Norbert falls, that's just going to ruin K23's position.
Absolutely. If Norma dies here, then you 100% know that they're going to start rotating these players off of the A site. Fame getting aggressive, though. He's going to have the information to work with, and even the headshot. Stomp gone. Instantly traded by Teo. Now a 3 versus 2 situation, and Mo on the site needs to hold the line. Head pokes over, and there we go. Oh, my goodness. Shane takes it straight off. A beautiful one-tap. Leaves it all down to Neelan. AUG in hand. He hasn't been able to do a whole lot with it this game, but now he's got a tall order. 3 versus 1 to pull off, and the timing doesn't work out for him. Shane just underneath this box. Oh, that's so messy. That is so messy. Neelan, get off the AUG. Get off the AUG. Get back on an M4.
That is such a tough position to be in for K23, because not only do they only kill 2 members, but they, for the most part, have been reset here. Yeah, we see them scrape a bye, but there's Deagles, there's Fabasses, there's only a handful of smokes. Even then, there's only just a sprinkling of flashbangs. It's not the buy you want going into the final round of the half. And for Izako boars, they may feel very damn confident as they look to make it 10 here. Going for early ramp control once more. Again, just holding this default, seeing where K23 choose to aggress, because they don't have the utility to fight this.
I'm glad we're no longer going to see K23 on this CT side. That's the second time Neelan hard whiffed an AUG spray. That's just the danger with it. At range, it's fantastic, but when you're up close and you need to take those sort of mid-range engagements with the spray control, it's quite difficult. Does spot out the head. Oh, it's absolutely perfect from Shuey. Takes a load of damage, down to 3 points of health, but wins the engagement, relays the information. Teo's able to swing out and find Fame, and this is so perfect from the Izako boars. They're going to take this.
It's an incredible half, and, well, Adren seems to have another thing going for them. No nice little 2 kills, and with that, they force some players back. Still in a 2-on-3 situation. It's not the best. It's definitely something that they can improve on.
With the drone coming in through mid, Shane. Oh, that should have been a free kill. 2v2.
Okay. Plant goes down. It's a bit of a late plant as well, so Mono fairly alone for the most part. He does have his teammate looking to catch out the flanking member, so there is a silver lining there. As Norbert, he's executed by Shuey despite being on 3 HP. All on a dread, and with that, I think this should just be a formality. That it is. Mono finishes the job. Izako boars, they finish the half 10-5 up, and they look to provide us what could be a fairly swift best of 1 here, Josh.
Absolutely, yeah. Izako boars, they are just looking like the significantly better side here on Vertigo, especially considering they started off on that T side. 10-5, absolutely fantastic. If they can follow it up with a pistol, then they've got a real good chance. And as we see these odds come up from our partners over at Parimatch, well, they're definitely favouring the Izako boars, 1.4 to 2.8. So still quite close. If you fancy K23's chances of pulling it right back, then make sure you click on that banner down below. Head over to Parimatch, get that first time deposit bonus. Don't miss out on that one. As we get into the second half, pistol round, aggressive stuff from K23. They assert their dominance early on towards B, but then regroup, head back towards the A site. That's where Izako boars are ready to try and hold this line.
Few shots ring out either way as the push comes through, and K23 looking to barrel their way down towards this site. Shuey looking to hold for the most part, and there is a player towards, well, there isn't a player towards Samuels to worry about nor, but it's false confidence. Smashes go out, Util goes down. It's a set piece towards this site, but there are nades in the hands of Izako boars to cancel out this plant. And the second it's tapped, the nades go down. It's a beautiful spout of damage to Adren there, but the plant goes down either way. And with that, he goes to a 5-on-5 retake situation, which Tau will look to deploy the smoke early on to just ease their pushing, or they're pushing here, as Mono looks to do the odd bit of damage, leading this charge from heaven.
It's unfortunate one of those nades actually misses. That could have stopped the plant, but instead it goes down, and K23, they're able to fall away. 3 versus 3, an absolute bloodbath through the smokes. Spamming away, Stomp. I think he was on someone's head for a second there. Does finally find himself a kill, taps the C4. 2 versus 1. Norma is in the smoke with them, spamming away with the Glock, but he gets knifed. Mono finishes off the job. I'm not sure if he's got time on this defuse. I think he might have it in the final second. He absolutely does. That round could not have been closer. But the Izako boars, they come out by a whisker.
My God, that was close. But with a knife kill and with a defuse, that's going to work wonders to the economy of Izako boars. And we see that all instantly brought up, instantly handed straight down to Stomp, who, for the most part, is going to look to go a bit aggressive. Mono jumping on up, looking for players to run straight into him. There's nothing for the time being, though, as instead K23 force up as best they can. Khalil's come out. There's Tech 9 on a Dren, but with the Tech 9, he does have a bit of utility. Mono catches out the first member, backs away untraded, and once again, we see Izako boars go up.
You know, normally I'd be a little bit against the second round AWP buy, but considering it's the CT side and considering K23 got the bomb plant, so they know that they're going to be up against a good buy here. They've got the Galils in hand. This AWP from Stomp can seriously do some damage, and that's a beautiful first shot. Very, very snappy reactions. Tries to go for a second, can't quite connect it. Fame down to 14 points of health, but they've still got a 2-man advantage, and they can afford to just fall away from this one, call for a rotation, and hold this from a distance.
That's exactly what they do. We see the old smoke go down here or there. Stomp holding the other side of it. He's going to wait for players to run straight into, because why not?
Ooh.
Fame on the side of his smoke, though, will be able to catch out Tao, but Stomp instantly there to trade. He goes 2-on-4 right now, and right now the best thing that K23 can pray for is a bomb plant. Neelan jumping up. He's going to look to try and get this plant as he'll cows towards the corner. Punchy in those numbers. At least it's undisputed. But we'll have to see if they can actually hold this site. Dren making a bit of noise as he falls towards back sight. Looking to jump up and maybe go for a bit of a timing play here. Stomp comes out on top. All on Neelan. Good for one. Good for... well, not even good for two. Trades there. Shen comes out on top. And it's Izako boars to pull ahead to make it 12.
Well, K23, they get a little bit of extra cash from that bomb plant, but I don't think they'll be going for a buy right here. I like the way the Izako boars are playing this. In fact, I actually really like the way they're playing this. Even in a scenario like that, it's a 4 versus 2. They've got the players in position to maybe try and deny the plant, but they don't want to jeopardize the round. They don't want to risk it just trying to deny the plant. So they say, do you know what? We can let them have the bomb plant. We've got plenty of rounds to play with. We're going to dart in and try and get it done in the retake. And here for K23, ooh, Adren on a hero AK? Okay, let's see what he can do with this one. I mean... if it works out, fantastic. If it doesn't, he doesn't have any money to work with moving forward. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Gone.
there you go.
See
There
ya.
goes the hero AK. As Shuri comes out on top, he's able to trade. There's a response either way, though, as he goes 4-on-3. And with the Izako boars once again in a man advantage, K23, they back away, and they look to just cower and hide, potentially just saving this AK, as I can't really see them with much equity here.
I've never been a big fan of the hero AK setup. I suppose it works if you've got a player like Simple on your team or something like that. You can sort of say, okay, let's just like put Simple on an AK and he can just like go and get 3 kills and maybe we'll win the round. But here, it's had 0 impact and it completely breaks Adren's money. Going into the next round, he will have to drop down to, well, something like a Galil, unless they can save it across. But it's looking like they are going for the execute. They do want to try and get this round done with a man disadvantage. 50 seconds on this clock. They go for the plant. And Teo is there with the MP9 to just deny this one. Gets the first, finds the second, lines up the third as well. And there's 3 snappy headshots and a free AK for him. He'll be more than happy with that one.
Look at his cash as well off the back of that. Again, sitting at 6k now. He can drop that AK. He can fully invest and still have money to spare. With that, Izako boars, they go 15 or 13 to 5 up. My apologies there. As they look to just dump the K23 into the ground. K23, they hit their first substantial buy of the half, though. It all comes out on a Mo. There's AKs to support it, and the single Tech 9 on a Dren. However, he does have a bit of utility to complement it.
Yeah, see, there we go. Adren on a Tech 9. We have seen these Tech 9s do some serious damage in this game. We saw a double entry from Teo. We saw one from Mono as well earlier on in those sort of half-buy rounds from the Izako boars. Let's see if K23 can give them a taste of their own medicine as they play an early passive setup. Mo with this AWP, trying to spam through the wall. Can't connect anything for now. The Izako boars, they're not actually aggressing up towards ramp at all. We've seen in previous rounds them try and take gunfights towards the ramp, towards the alley. This time around, they're playing very, very deep on the sides. They don't want to take any chances here. They want to try and close this one out as soon as they can. They don't want to make any mistakes. Minute left on this clock, and there's been absolutely no engagements.
Fame, he'll try and spam through this wall, he'll try and do the odd bit of damage. You still can't catch out anything, though, as K23 still establishing themselves elsewhere. It's going to be Neelan to make his way down these stairs, and with that, it's going to be Izako boars at the ready to try to hold. And with 40 seconds left, K23, they don't really have much map control. They shift forward towards Pit, but Mono, he's proven to be very, very strong with his hold here, and a well-timed flash could mean everything. as the nade will go down straight onto Norb as he's spotted pushing on up, as is Shane. Mono good for the first, Mono good for the second, on for a third he finds, and as Shane supports him, K23 once again have been shut down and refuted from this round. Fame, he'll try to make his way on forward. Granted he can find Mono, but granted he can find Shane actually, but with only 13 HP, what can he do here, Josh? What can he do?
He's got no time either, so has to retrieve that AWP and fall away. But to be honest, that's pretty incredible that he's found 2 kills and been able to grab that sniper. I think the rest of his team will be pretty happy with that outcome. They are going to have to force around it. They remember Fame's on double eco from getting no money in the last and saving that AWP. Their opponents are 1 away from that point. They do have to force into this. It means there's a lack of utility. It means the Galils come out. And yeah, Izako boards, it's just funny that they have a full investment. The only man that's got a bit of a contingency, that's Mono with the FAMAS, is the man that holds the B site and finds 3 kills. This time around, Neelan takes out the star man on the server. Shui drops. K23, they've now got a man advantage to work with, but it's snatched right away.
He goes 4-on-4, and as Neelan looks to re-establish control towards mid, the molly keeps him at bay, and he realizes it's good for now as he'll back on away. He'll join his teammates towards Pierce as they'll look to make their way forward towards this site, and I am still very scared for them, Josh, as smokes go down, Yutu goes flying as Norbert looks to besiege this B site. There's going to be Mono at the ready, but he's playing a way further back angle than what he's usually doing, and with that, it means the Zach and Balls look to play retake, and it means they look to try and shut down a K23 member as they encroach towards this site. Swings go out in unison, they're spotted out, Mono, he survives, and more importantly, this forces K23 to try and just give a spat of aggression.
Once again, the Izako boars, they have an option to try and take the fights, and Mono maybe could have come out on top in that engagement, but instead takes a step back and says, no, I'm going to play this retake with my team. We've got utility, we've got the firepower to work with, and we're just going to burst right through, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Single prong retake, they're all coming in from mid and CT, and Mo, he does open up with the first. Stomp trades one back, Neelan close to this smoke on the other side of it, trades for one, can't seem to find another. There we go, secondary headshot converts, and that Stomp's cue to get out of there.
It's the first round for K23, but I fear this may be a bit too little too late. Stompy's continuing to do damage. He knows there's more members to worry about as they try to pressure him down. He scopes in, ready for the aggression of Neelan. Eventually, Neelan opts out fighting him, and as he backs away, K23, they reinvest, as well as Zako Boars, in an attempt to topple this Russian side.
Well, at least K23 have actually got a proper buy to work with now. We see them reinvest into those AKs, only keeping a couple of players alive in the last. But luckily for them, that AWP is still floating. So Mo trying to go for an early pick towards ramp, and it's looking like it is going to be Pete, but accompanied by a flashbang, some nades to work with. Well, they don't deploy them. It's always interesting. They seem to know when they're up against an AWP. Stomp. Oh, that's a perfect pick from Mo. Nice little one-way smoke as well for K23 to work with. Is traded out, but he needs to fall away. Snappy headshot. There's a second from Fame. He has been an absolute monster with these entries.
That is the absolute best case scenario for a K23 right there, to get 2 early kills, to get that entry, and to force the Zaka Balls back. Because not only does it force them back, it also resets that economy. Adren, who's caught out by Mono off a spat of aggression, and the same's there, almost a spray down by Shane. Instead, Fame will eventually finish the job as Mono will look to aggress straight into him. Fame on the corner, swings wide, finishes the job. And what a round by Fame there. What an attempt at a retake by Zako Boars, but more importantly, this is K23's chance to build some rounds as they reset the Zako Boars.
They absolutely do. I mean, that was beautiful from Fame once again. We saw a couple of nice headshots earlier on, but right there, that is some pretty class Counter-Strike, to be honest. Those are the entries they needed in K23. They try and come back into this one. As you say, it might be too little too late. It's 14-7, remember. They've got to bring back 7 rounds in a row just to tie up this scoreline. 9 in a row to actually take this one over the top. No margin for error, no room for mistakes. But right now, K23, they are looking pretty fantastic. Just as I say it, Shane rips the head off of Mo. That's the AWP gone. And all to the hands of a Deagle. What a great opening.
Tell you what, it's scary for K23 because these Eagles, they show they need to be damn well respected, and even though there's only one of them in the hands of Shane, they can still have the power to shut down anything that comes into its crosshair. And if Izako Boars can actually catch some members off guard, they're going to be in such a perfect position. Norbert, they'll make his way forward from ramp. He's able to find Tao. He's got a few more players to worry about. Those Fame will push it from side. As the aggression comes through, Drain onto Stomp. Pretty much cements a victory for this round. They're going to get a plant nonetheless, but let's see how costly Izako Boars can make it.
Yeah, it's about trying to do some damage here. Norbert's low on health, and maybe this Deagle can fire through for a little bit more. Shane on the boxes, looking for these smokes to dissipate, see if he can get a sight line. Might be able to spot out Fame if he goes for the peak, but Fame is too quick to the trigger. Does take a body shot, but deals a headshot in return. And it all comes down to Mono. 1v4, and he's looking to do some further damage. Fame getting up close, but Mono's looking the wrong way, and he does find himself another headshot. He is stat padding right now, 20 to 14. I think he's the highest frag on the server. In fact, he absolutely is. So, yeah, Fame having a big, big game. Maybe a man to look out for. He's not really been on my radar too much. Of course, the most recent addition to this K23 roster. He seems to be just playing fantastic. Brings a lot of flair to the server.
Smokes go down, and with that, it's going to force the Izako Boars on forward. K23 look to hold firm in that sense. They are going to look to go for early ramp control, but Izako Boars, they don't really fight for it. Instead, they play fairly passive towards A in a bit of a retake setup. Instead, we're going to see elsewhere a bit of a presence shown towards ramp, towards pit, sorry, from K23. As they have this as established control, now they're going to want to further it with control around the map.
Minute 15 on this clock. Not a single point of damage been dealt to anybody. And Stomp and this AWP towards the B site. Previously, we've seen him actually playing fairly aggressive towards A. This time round on the other side of the map. It's not where the opponents lie. The opponents are all stacked up towards this A site. That's where the Izako Boars defense is going to be challenged. And that is where Shui and his teammate need to try and make this one happen. Stomp starts the rotation. But with 45 seconds left, this is where K23 need to pounce.
The pounce, they do. It's Fame to shut down Tao. With that, full push goes out. Shui caught out in the corner. He's able to trade for one, but he knows his player's pressuring him down. Norbert there able to respond as Needham saves his teammate's life by responding on to two more. Leaving all on Mono once more. He's caught out by Norbert, and it's a perfect round by K23 as they look to claw their way straight back into this.
It's actually starting to get quite close now, isn't it? It's starting to look more and more doable as K23 keeps stringing together rounds. Their T side just seems to be fantastic. And maybe that's why we've come into a Vertigo pick. Maybe they've been practicing their T side and yeah, it's just like really good now. Their defense, there's definitely some holes. They definitely kind of need to go back to the drawing board a little bit and improve their CT half. But right now they're looking fantastic. They're hitting all of the shots. They seem fired up. And just up against these pistols, they have a fantastic opportunity to get themselves onto 10. And all of a sudden, a 14-10 scoreline. It's not so one-sided. Definitely recoverable.
Izako Boars pistols in hand, and you know, you mentioned how it's recoverable. Absolutely is. I think when Izako Boars was 14-6, 14-7 up, it looked impossible for them, but now they're really coming to shine, and as Stomp shuts down Fame. Once again, though, this shows that Izako Boars do bare teeth, but Neelan, he's ready for any further aggression as the nades finish the job. Slowly, K23 looks to reaffirm their grip on this round.
It's so smart from Neelan as well, just to check the ladder. Often that would go overlooked and probably cost K23 1 or 2 casualties, but instead, Neelan is just more than expecting of it. Norbert, snappy headshot onto Stomp, who's trying to reaggress, and Shui and Mono left all on their lonesome. A P250 and a Deagle to try and shut this one down. And again, they're just looking for damage. What a headshot from Shui, though. Brings things back into a 3-on-2. And with 30 seconds left on this clock, K23 have a decision to make. And that decision is going to be go back to the B site, try and get the bomb planted there. But they second guess it. They start walking back up towards ramp. That's where Shui's still posted with this Desert Eagle looking to do further damage. Pokes his head up, body shot onto a Dren, but needs to do more than that.
The Eagle shot rings out. Okay. Shui rings true, and with that, his teammate, his rotation is going to be all the more effective. He swings wide. Mo will shut him down, and Mo will look to finish the job here as he gets the remaining 2 members. But I tell you what, that is damage by Izako boars, but I feel it's too little too late because the K23, they've had the rounds to build their economy. We look at the parry match odds, and they still favor Izako boars, and they still actually go 4-1 essentially in favor of Izako boars. So if you do think the K23 can come back and win, go click on that banner down below, go deposit, get that little special bonus on your first deposit, and place that bet as well as bets on any other game in the EDC. Of course, Parry Match made this whole thing possible, so massive thanks to them. But elsewhere, it's going to be down to K23 once again in their default, once again with a man advantage as Fame trades onto Shui.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely bizarre. You would expect the Izako boars to be able to take this, especially with the 14-10 scoreline, but K23, they've got some momentum behind them, and you see Izako boars, they go for a full investment here. They take that early casualty, and if K23 win this round, it goes 14-12. It becomes very, very winnable. Izako boars, this is an important one for them to pick up, just to take some weight off their shoulders. As soon as they get to match point, then they can take a sort of sigh of relief. Minute still to tick, and K23, they're starting to regroup and head towards ramp once again.
Izako boars with a man down. They have to try and make up for that man disparity somehow, and they look to do so by playing retake on A. The hope being that they get that initial kill at the hands of Stomp. They back away, play the 4v4 after plant, and use their utility to kind of excel them forward. But my worry with this is that we've seen how strong K23 can be once they actually have a grip on this A site. And for now, as more util goes down, as a full push goes through, it's going to be Norbert straight onto one, and it looks like this round may just be an absolute collapse. Mono with an attempt to push on forward, he's actually going to go through this volley, changes his mind halfway through, takes needless damage, and as they back on away, K23 looks to make it 11.
Yeah, they're going to fall back, hold on to these rifles. I'm not sure what their plan is going into the next. I mean, they've got a loss bonus, so maybe they even drop. We'd see like a major lack of utility if they did this, but they could probably drop a couple of weapons here if they can hold on to what they have. And oh my, K23, they are hunting. They've got money and they've got confidence, and they want to get rid of these M4s. And Mono all on his lonesome, and he is going to be challenged in just a few seconds' time. Does find the first, but they continue to swing into him. Norba will follow up. 11 rounds on the board here for K23. They should be able to take a 12th here too, as the Izako boars will only have the pistols to work with. However, we have seen how dangerous they can be with the Deagles, especially Shui.
Especially Shui. Indeed, he is absolutely a man to fear, but I don't know if that fear has much of an extent. We need to bear in mind that K23, they are more than happy just to collapse onto anyone who comes their way. So we might see a bit of a round reset now, as Izako boars go for a technical pause. And, well, with that, we're going to see a reset come through, and it'll be just K23's chance to take a breather, and Izako boars' chance to just hold firm.
Oh, it's a technical pause. I was thinking it's attack pause. It would be the right time for attack pause, wouldn't it? But
it would be.
But no, it's a technical pause. And do you know what? I'm still trying to work out who Stap Chan, or no, sorry, 9 Tap Chan is. I think that's Shane. No, Shane's over there. That's Shui. Stomp.
Mono.
Is it Mono or is it Teo? Oh, it's Teo. Okay, right. Okay. That confused me. Earlier on, I was like, in the heat of the moment, reading the names, and I was like, who the hell is 9 Tap Chan?
That's a great name, to be honest. I really like it.
9 Tap Chan with a Glock, I suppose.
9 Tap Chan, the man he's after your knees. But now, Izako boars hold this technical pause. Let's see how K23 kind of operate once they hit their next buy. Because the reality is, Izako boars, they don't have too much of a buy ahead. It's going to be a bit of an eco. I think they were obviously to eco anyway. So for K23, I think this round's formality. They make it 14-12. Then from there, the next serious kind of point of contention will be at 14-13, or 14-12, sorry, to fight for the 13th, which is really where if K23 win that, then they are in an avenue to try and take the game.
Absolutely, yeah. This has taken a pretty scary turn here. The Izako boars have come onto their defensive side. They've actually got off to a really good start as well. They won the second half pistol. Admittedly, it was very messy, but they got onto 14 very early on. It was 14-6 at one stage, remember. Realistically, you should just be able to close out there. But, okay, they've only lost 5 in a row. But this scoreline really starting to close up now. And K23, as you say, if they win the next buy round, we will be looking at a 14-14 scoreline. And that's where it becomes all to play for and very, very scary. Remember these opening best of ones, even though they're only best of ones, and best of ones we know in Counter-Strike can always be quite temperamental, they actually count towards quite a lot. If you lose it, you have to fall down to that lower bracket. You have no more chances, and you have to fight your way through 2 best of 3s. And if you win it, then you get a really nice sort of cushion, don't you? You can kind of play a best of 3, and if you lose it, it's not even the end of the world. And if you win it, then you get a playoff spot. So both teams really, really do want to win this opening match. And so far, it couldn't be closer.
Absolutely right. It could not be closer. And for Tao, he's going to try and shift his way on forward. Flash goes out, swing goes wide, in K23, having realised that Izako Boars have gone for the aggression, are going to re-encroach towards Ramp to take that control back. Izako Boars, having spotted no one, are instead just going for a mass exodus towards this B site to bolster the defences as a hold in time, but little do they know, K23, they're not choosing to execute anywhere. Instead, they're in a default, they're waiting for aggression, and seeing as how they've spotted that first spout of it, they've looked to punish, actually, with re-aggression.
Well, that seems to be the plan right now. Heading back towards this A site, and the Izako Boars have kind of guessed wrong here. They've gone for a bit of a stack towards B. Only Teo here to hold the line on A. But as soon as he hears some information, he probably will relay it and get those rotations in. The issue that he faces is K23 haven't made any noise. They've got really advanced positions right now, and no one's deployed a nade, no one's made a stem. Stomp has absolutely no idea what's going on. Finally, he has some information to work with, but it's too late.
Going to go for one more. Shui, the Deagle spam. It comes through, you know, as you mentioned, that man is a fiend with a Deagle, but it does not matter. Alas, the bomb plant goes down. It's all on mono. 1 versus 4. Granted, he can catch out 1. It's silver linings, though. The reality of it is, he'll pick up that Deagle, look for a bit more, but I doubt he'll be able to get this, both all 3 kills and a defuse in time. It's a tall damn order. And with Mo hitting shots like he is, I think this should be a swift round. And that it is. K23, they hit 12 and they force the Izako Boars back.
Well, the Izako Boars are going to pull out a buy here, and this is such an important round. This is probably the most important round for now. If they lose it, then it will go 14-14. Then that will probably become the new most important round. But this is definitely the most important round of the game so far. And as we get right into it, we see the AWP on Mo. We see 1 on Stomp, but no helmet, no utility. Definitely a lack of money here on this Izako Boars side, but they've got just enough to pull out what would be considered as a full investment. And a nice little bit of early nade damage. In fact, that was self-inflicted. Unlucky.
That is actually quite a large chunk of damage as well to be self-inflicted. Izako Boars on their next buy. If they do not topple K23 here, then they may not have another chance for the rest of the game. Swing goes out. Shui, he's good for 1. He's able to back away in time as well as Izako Boars looks to ascend onto this site like ravenous vultures. As Stomp, he's able to get yet 1 more. Push comes out. The bomb plant does go down, but the trade's there. Shui go for 1 more. Norbert's in the smoke. Will he be able to swing wide in time? We'll have to see that. He is good for 1 more. Aggressive further, able to double up, making it 2. Looking to treble up as well as the swing to the other side of the smoke. Looking to catch anyone swinging from CT. Not quite able to come out on top though, as he goes 2 on 3. A absolutely losable situation for Izako Boars as the Drenny's spotted out, but he's still alive with no utilities to get him off the corner. Instead, they're going to have to see the Angels. The Dren comes out on top with the first man. Norbert as well towards Ramp, trying to feed these players off the bomb. And right now, that bomb is sticking the whole damn time. Tao good for a Dren though. They're able to get the defuse, but my God, it's messy, Josh.
It was very, very messy. But again, there's that sigh of relief, that weight off their shoulders. They can say, okay, all right, we're not going to lose it just yet, okay? We're not in the clear. There's still a very good opportunity that K23 pull this one back to overtime, and they've still got plenty of money to actually buy throughout the next couple of rounds. So the Izako Boars have still got a task on their hands, especially considering that last round wasn't convincing at all. But, as I say, sigh of relief.
Izako Boars, they take a moment to just embrace the lull. They don't go anywhere just yet, as Mo, he'll be ready to just hold the angle of aggression towards Pit. And now K23 have lost that cushion. Izako Boars are in a perfect position to close out the map, but bear in mind, there's no map after this. K23, they lose this, they go to the elimination round, and fortunately for them, we are going to see flashes go out, and as the execution gets kind of faked towards the site, Izako Boars, the counter util is perfect to delay a push, and with that, K23 maintain their default.
Well, it's do or die time for K23 now. The backs are against the wall, and they need to come out swinging as they come up towards ramp. Shui up close. This is a nice advanced position that we haven't seen in play so far, so it might catch K23 off guard. Off the back of the flash, he's not able to spot anything. There were 3 players there. They were just tucked behind the wall. And he even goes for a secondary swing. Doesn't spot anything. This might give them a little bit of false information. But in the meantime, K23 are actually backing towards this B site. And off the back of Shui's 2 swings and no information, Izako boars, they have actually held 2 players towards this side of the map. So they should be able to deal with this one.
The man advantage, though, it's going to be down to Shaden. Oh, Shaden, perfect position. The flash is perfect, but it does not matter. Good for 2. Towel good for 1. Mo to trade, putting it down to a 2-on-2. And Neil in his position towards the mid is pivotal to the success of K23 right now. He's trying to go as stealthily as possible. He's trying to go silently as possible. And if Mo falls quickly, he may be in a very tough position. That he is. Tao gets down the first. Trade there. Good for 1. Good for 2. Neelan comes out on top. And with that, K23 propel themselves to head to a 13, while at the same time shattering that Izako boars economy.
That is absolutely superb from Neelan. I kind of bashed him a little bit earlier on as someone that had just kind of been whiffing some shots. He's not been too great here for K23, but a man like this, he steps up when needed. When he's called upon, he can pull off absolute masterclasses like that. Brilliant clutch, keeps K23 alive in this one. And as you say, breaks that Izako boars economy. They will have a buy in the 30th, but here in the 29th, it's just the pistols. A good opportunity for K23 to make this one happen. And then it all falls down to 1 single round, doesn't it? So it does a fair amount of damage at the start, half of it onto Fame, but oh, they're just having a rough time here in the 29th.
Tell you what, Izako boars, it's a good thing they invest here because they have just been every callus they leave open, and K23 just ram an attack in. And then for Mono and Stomp, the last 2 members left standing is, well, they're split up there for the most part alone, without armor on half the players and without util on both. I think it's just going to be a swift round now.
Should be. Stomp's position's gone incognito. Maybe he could swing and make something happen, but to be honest, I can't imagine that no one's ready for this. And there we go. They do actually anticipate it. No one's going to peek without checking, and Fame and Adren, they get it done with the final 2 finishing headshots. And K23, they're on to 14.
It's a perfect position to be in if you are K23, because they could absolutely force overtime right now, and frankly, Izako boars, they wouldn't really have a way to stop it. The reality is their buy is shaky. They do actually go for a double up setup, but for the most part, there's no utility for a retake. They are going to have to solely rely on straight executions and just, well, standard aim duels.
Double AWP setup here for the Izako boars. They haven't pulled this one out at all. In fact, neither team have pulled out a double AWP setup this entire game. Now we see it come out in the 30th. It's something that K23 surely won't expect. But will it work out for them? Mono, I haven't got to see his sniper ability just yet. Nice flashbang from Shui, but as he swings off of it, Fame's turned it, swing back around in the meantime and taken him out. Nice man advantage here for K23. Not the start that the Izako boars would have wanted. They start to regroup. Still undecisive of what site they're going to hit, though. Feels like they're starting to lean towards B, but with still plenty of time to work with, they might go for some kind of split.
That split is looking to come on in now as, well, in just a moment, it's going to be Neelan to make his way on forward, try and get this initial pick. And, well, Shane good for 1 of Fame there to trade. K23 still boasting a man advantage. Mono right now, he is going to be the sole defender of this site. Fame sends him to an early grave, and with that, I suspect we're going to be seeing those inklings of overtime. Tao and Stomp, both on the rotation, both of which being fairly slow with it as well, which is all going to play to their detriment when we see this is Izako boars side push into K23. Mono make his way forward. He'll try and wallbang actually cancel the plant, and to his detriment, it's actually going to be Fame to trade. Shane to cancel the plant with a kill on a Dren. It's all on Fame, 7 HP left. Shane to send to an early grave, and with that 3k from Shane, he forces the boars on forward as K23, their Seaside, now they're up against Dorp, suddenly looks a little bit shaky.
It certainly does. The Izako boars, I mean, you got to remember their T side was significantly better than their CT side. So if they can take 2-3 rounds here in this first half of OT, as soon as they move over to that switch, that's where they are going to be most deadly. We see this double AWP setup still in play. And actually, in the third round of OT, Mo has to drop down to a Deagle. He can't afford an AWP. He's bought 1-2 rounds in a row. Shui getting aggressive, but oh, it doesn't work out for him.
Crazy either way, and I think that second boss may have bitten off more than they can chew. Stop up and Had will try and trade that. He does. Mal falls, and right now, him staying alive is absolutely everything. He'll continue to push on towards side. He's got Shane to address on headshot. He spots out Adren. He's able to finish the job, and in a 2 versus 3, it's going to be down to K23 to propel themselves back down towards his B site. Stop, he's going to see that the whole thing's clear, and with that, his teammates are going to race out as quick as humanly possible, but they do still have 2 members of K23 to worry about. Mono comes out on top. Neelan falls. It's all on Norbert. 1 versus 3. Nades land at their feet. Shane taken down. Mono waiting for his teammate to come up from pit, and with that, Norbert surrounded on all sides. How will he fare? Not down well as Stomp comes out on top. Izako boars. They propel themselves forwards to make a flawless CT half to kickstart their overtime.
I mean, what a response. It is bizarre. It's very, very bizarre considering sometimes you see scenarios like this where a team's economy management's been terrible and they allow their opponents to bring it back, and then it goes into overtime, and with that extra money they can pull it off. But the Izako boars have had tons of cash throughout like the entirety of the second half. They've just been unable to close, and it seems like once they've taken it to overtime, and I don't know, it's kind of given them a second wind, and they've just come in with a flawless fashion. K23 need 3 rounds in a row here consecutively to try and take this one to double OT. If they lose a single one of them, then it gets the Izako boars onto that magic number 19 here, and they finish off this one. Finish off what they started, and there we go. Opening pick from Shui. It's been a valiant attempt from K23, but it could all be over in a matter of seconds.
It's K23 right now. They need an almost Herculean comeback if they want to topple the Izako boars right now, and even then, I don't know if it's possible. Adren shifting forward. He's got this Orba Stomp to worry about, and that's definitely a reason to worry. Dren on the close angle, though. He's not quite fully clear, and that should force them away. As smokes continues to go out either way, it's going to be Izako boars in for the standard execution. That's Fame. And trying to catch out a member. Center side, eventually he's forced back, but on the angle, he'll attempt to swing wide. Nothing just yet, though. As the Izako boars continue this presence, they swing wide. It's early good from Tao. Trade there by Adren. Follow-up push comes through. Mono to come out on top, and with Stop finding Neelan, it's all on Norbert. 1 versus 3. And as I mentioned, a Herculean attempt at a comeback. It might be just that.
Well, it seems to be impossible here for Norba. We've seen him pull off a couple of really nice plays this game, but can he pull off a 1-on-3? Goes for the pre-fire onto the man on site after he takes out Stomp. This becomes doable. The whiffed smoke doesn't land where he wants it to, makes this one 10 times harder, and as he goes for the secondary peek, does a lot of damage onto Mono, but cannot finish him. Izako boars, they have a flawless overtime. I mean, it's such a bizarre game, but we got the outcome we were expecting, and well, the Izako boars, they move on to the next stage of the upper bracket, which we'll be covering a little bit later after we determine the winner of the Movistar Riders Sinners game. So, and of course, K23, they'll be dropping down to that lower bracket, and we won't be seeing them again until tomorrow.
Couldn't have said it better. Again, they did so well to take it to overtime as K23 go to that lower bracket. However, they do still have a chance of redemption. They're going to be playing as a loser, of course, that Movistar Riders and Sinners game, so we'll have to see how they fare in what will be a matchup against the loser of this game in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick little break, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so with this next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. We have got an incredible matchup ahead, in which we see two sub-25 teams in the world try to topple one another. Rank 25 Sinners versus rank 22 Movistar Riders. Movistar Riders having recently added Smooya to their lineup. He'd been standing in for a while for a bit of a stint, but now he's fully with them. This will be his first official match with them, and it'll be Movistar Riders' first chance to try and topple a very well-established team. Sinners right now with incredible form, but of course I can't talk you through this alone. I'm your caster Kramer3, and I'm joined by the wonderful M&J Casts.
You absolutely are. I don't know about wonderful, but I'll take it. As we go into this next matchup, of course, it is going to be a really exciting one. But actually, the two highest ranking teams that we've seen over the last couple of days, and they're playing against each other at best of one. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, does it? Both of these teams have been incredibly on form recently as well. And to be fair, their world ranking does reflect that. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy the way that Sinners have been able to claw their way into the top 30, then into the top 25. They've been on an absolute tear recently. And of course, Movistar Riders picking up Smooya. That brings loads of flair, loads of firepower into the server. And you kind of accompany that by the experience and the firepower that Steel brings in. And Alex. And yeah, you've got yourself like a really, really strong roster. And yeah, Movistar Riders have been doing fantastically recently too. So I'm interested to see how Smooya's integrated his way into this team. And I'm interested to see how they do here up against Sinners. This is kind of a matchup that I haven't seen, to be honest, in quite a while. And it should be a really exciting one. And it looks like we're going to Vertigo again, Kremer. We're not leaving the skyscraper. We've got the lift all the way down, and now we've got to go all the way back up again.
What's interesting as well is the last time these teams played against each other was back in 2019. So this really is going to be a first-time battle for these two teams to try and match it up against one another and see who comes out on top. Of course, our partners over at Parry Match, they seem to favour Movistar Riders fairly substantially, 1.5 to 2.48 against Sinners there. So we'll have to see if they can, we'll have to see if their odds are right. Of course, if you want to go and place a bet on this match, of course, click on that banner down below to go to Parry Match and get that ultra bonus deposit on your first deposit.
So I was about to say, of course, the last time these two teams matched up was in 2019, but I was going to say, of course, the rosters would have changed loads by then. Since
They haven't
then,
really,
yeah?
have they?
They actually haven't. No, they just haven't. For Sinners, obviously, other than the recent addition of Oscar, which literally came in like 2 months ago, their roster hasn't changed at all. They've been a core 4 since 2019. And Movistar Riders, it's changed a fair bit, but they've actually still got that core 3. So still Alex and Mopos have been playing together for 2 years now, which is pretty incredible. So yeah, this is kind of the same team. But what makes it interesting is Sinners have brought in that firepower of Oscar, like an incredible AWPer, tons of experience, really, really talented. And obviously, Movistar Riders, they've brought in Smooya, who, again, kind of brings that same kind of experience and talent to the server. So I think it's going to be exciting, especially considering, like, yeah, you say we haven't seen this matchup in nearly 2 years, and we see it again, but this time both teams have got like a super stand-in. They've got like a fresh face that is got more experience than anyone else on the server.
You're absolutely right, and to be honest, Josh, with Vertigo coming out as a map that both teams play, we got 67% win rate over 12 maps for Movistar Riders. Over at Sinners, it's 62 over 16. Sinners playing a little bit more with only a little bit less of a win rate, so it really is actually pretty much neck and neck going forward. So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Josh. Who do you think's taking this one?
I think Movistar Riders, okay? I haven't looked at the odds, I haven't looked at anything, but I think Movistar Riders, just on the basis that they do have a better roster. I haven't seen Sinners play recently. I've just been looking at their numbers and I've been seeing their matches, and I like follow them on Instagram and stuff, and like on a daily basis on my Instagram feed, it's like Sinners are now top 30, now we're top 25, and look, we're beating all of these teams, and like I'm constantly bombarded with Sinners propaganda. So in my head, I'm thinking Sinners are doing insane recently. And yeah, if you look on HLTV, the stats do definitely back that one up. But I think Movistar Riders should be able to come out on top of it. And with Smooya's not just a talented player that's sort of coming in and like helping out. He is someone that I love watching play Counter-Strike. any match with Smooya in it is an exciting match, not just because he's from the UK and like we
National
sort of know
pride
him
and
in
all
real
that, yeah.
life and national pride and stuff, but also just the way he plays. He plays with this crazy play style that you just don't see from anybody else, and you constantly see him hitting these ridiculous shots, going for these ridiculous aggressive plays where he'll call for a flash and he'll say, right, I want a flashbang, I'm going to go peek this, and he'll do it and it will work and he'll get 2-3 kills, and it's just always exciting. Any match with Smooya in it is always one where you're expecting some of those big play-by-play moments.
Absolutely right. And to be honest, you've seen Sinner's propaganda. For some reason, Sinner seems to follow me wherever I go. I think I've cast them about 20 times this year. And so I think I may have actually gone in about 60% of their matches, and they have just improved. It's not that they're on form right now and they're just having a spike. It's they've got gradually better. They've got better and better and better, and we haven't seen them topple at all. We literally have just seen them improve and nothing else. So it's going to be so interesting to see how they play on Vertigo, a map where they've got a fairly high win rate, but they haven't played it that much recently. They've been leaning more towards Inferno, towards a nuke, towards Dust 2. Now that, of course, we see them on a map that they're happy to play, but they don't have as their forte, this is going to be a very interesting turn of events.
It absolutely will be, and it's interesting that Sinners, they brought in that addition of Oscar, and they kind of didn't take a hit. Normally when a team bring in a new player, especially when they've been playing with the same 5 for such a long time, there's normally this little kind of period where they go down and then they go back up again, but that just wasn't the case. As soon as they brought in Oscar, it was an instant upgrade, and they've been playing better since. And well, as we see this roster come up, Shock, Beastick, Zydko, Neofrag, and Oscar. My man to watch out here for this Sinner side is Beastick. I've seen some ridiculous plays from this man. I've got some of my best casting clips from events and from online casting have been, well, 2 of them, in fact, are ridiculous Beastick plays from quite a while ago, but he is a very, very, very talented player and brings just so much flair to the server.
Absolutely right. And for now, we'll have to see in just a moment, once we get into this pistol round, who's able to come out on top. Of course, we've got Sinners on our CT side, over towards Movistar Riders on that T side. And of course, getting into this pistol round, it's going to be Movistar Riders, fairly limited utility, that being a smoke and flash on Steel. Elsewhere to Sinners, it's going to be arm around the board, bar the single smoke and kit over on Zydko. Shock's ready for the aggression towards mid. Good for one to Oscar. Shock instantly there to trade. I tell you what, Josh, this looks like a whole other caliber to what we've seen today.
Yeah, these 2 teams seem pretty drilled on Vertigo, and we're like literally 30 seconds into the round. You can already tell these setups and configurations, they're all calculated. They've all been practiced time and time again. Both of these teams do actually play quite a lot of Vertigo. We've seen it in the last few months. Beastick, he's fallen back to sandbags. This is something that Movistar Riders should anticipate, but with Shock reaggressing, maybe they don't. Not quite able to connect the headshot. Instead, it's Steel to come out on top. Man advantage now for Movistar Riders as they press onto the site, but there's still this banner in the works. It's Beastick behind the sandbags. Does reaggress, finds another headshot, levels out these numbers, and now can try and deny this plant, but no, Smooya's there to stop him.
Almost laughable, just instant bullet to the head to stop him from moving ahead. Now Zydko will shift on forward. He's got a kit in hand, so he can play this retake a little bit more methodically. He spots Smooya drop down, but Alex is there for the aggression. He's catches out the first, catches out the second, and Movistar Riders, their aim looks like it's on a whole other level. They take the pistol round, they lead 1-0. They force K, not quite K23 according to the HUD, but they force Sinners down to a bad bye.
Well, it's a great pistol round from Movistar Riders. Yeah, it's fixed now. It's fixed now. But I mean, it feels like we've not really left Vertigo, have we? We're back onto Vertigo, and Movistar Riders, they get on to a really, really good start. And off the back of it as well, they actually go for the AKs. It's interesting. You often see teams go for the Galils and some utility instead. They're really, really prioritizing the firepower. Going for the AKs, real lack of utility on a couple of these guys. Mopod's the only man that's dropped down with that Mac 10. And let's try and find these opening picks. Look at that from Oscar, though. Takes a dink, but deals a headshot. And the nade flies in and finishes off Smooya. Man advantage here for Sinners, but none of those dropped rifles are retrievable. So they're still just down to these pistols as Beastick tries to reaggress, wants to try and grab one.
Tell you what, Alex, he's almost scared of aggressing too heavily because he knows he's after to go straight into Oscar. And as his teammate joins him in the form of Shox, we're going to see them attempt to topple a member. Also, though, we do see a disconnect, so we are going to have a technical timeout after this round. But now, Oscar, can he catch out one of these members? Few bits of utility ready to rein into his position to just keep him at bay. But as he backs away, Mobstar Riders, they'll hear all of this. They may not have heard it as he goes quiet. Now 45
I'm not sure
left.
if Steel's coming back, Kramer.
He-
I think he might have rage quit after he got headshot by.
It looks like he was
the
taking a
scout
moment to
shot
the
by
side.
Oscar.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, he's back in. He's back in. All right. I think that was all right. All right, fine.
We're okay, Josh.
We're okay. We're okay.
Beast to keep ready for the players to push up towards the side. It's going to be the former shox, and well, shox straight out the server, and shox does the same. All on Alex, 1 versus 3, and well, that's definitely isn't what he was expecting. He'll shift forward into Beast to keep. He spots him out with the USP, but with the USP in hand, what good's he going to do against an AK? Oscar swings wide, he'll finish the job, and Sinners, they tie things up 1-1.
What a beautiful response. Oscar finding himself a couple of kills. Beastic finding himself a couple of kills. And they're just able to fly through. Shock with a nice 1 dig as well in the middle there. And Sinners bounce right back. They put that second round on the board. They're going to be super happy with it. They can start to invest now. And Movistar Riders, they go for a force buy of their own. They're not going to roll over just yet. Of course, they don't stop until one of these teams has won at least 2 in a row. You don't want to just be bouncing back and forth rounds forever. And they go for a faster play towards mid. The MP9 from Shock here to deny Alex from getting onto this B site. And they seem to have this one at bay for now. This is fantastic from Sinners.
Absolutely right, this is perfect. And elsewhere, we're going to see Czgo clean up the last 2 members pushing into him, and it's just a formality at that point. Sinners, they look like they seem to have an iron grip on these last couple of rounds as they force Movistar Riders down to an eco. They look to play bonus, and more importantly, this means that a Shock with this MP9 in hand can look to really farm a lot of money here. This MP9 wielding Checkman ready to just dive at these Movistar players, and for now it looks like Movistar Riders are just going to opt to spread out into a default, maybe look to get the odd kill with these P250s.
Well, that seems to be the plan, but gives Sinners a good opportunity to get themselves onto 3 here. Been quite an eventful start, and the boost, it's spotted, and there we go. Spray away, Neo frag, 1 with the nade, 1 with the bullets. Steel and Smooth, yeah, can't get anything done. Nice bit of initiative to try and go for the boost, but they just don't anticipate the man up close, especially not in an eco round like this. Alex with the PT50 over towards the B site, hoping he can land a lucky tap, but for now, doesn't seem like Movistar Riders have done a single point of damage, and it doesn't look like they will.
Absolutely perfect. As soon as they're forced back, well, they force Movistar back, making it 3, and as they come out on top, they force Movistar. Now Movistar go for their next full buy. This is their chance to... We saw it last game as well on Vertigo, where if a team can really get their cogs turning, if they can really get an early bit of momentum, then it's going to be very hard for their opposition to try and close it out. And we saw that it had to go to overtime last map. We might see the exact same thing here if Sinners can really delve ahead and look to shut down Movistar.
Spams through the smoke. Nade coming over the top as well. Connects for a little bit of damage, but Neofrag takes a little bit more than that in retort. Neofrag falls away. Czgo drops on the B site, and all of a sudden, Movistar Riders have actually got an opening. They could fall away. They could regress onto B. And it seems like that's the game plan. As they start to rotate around, Sinners have expended a couple of men themselves, and as Shock trades out the frag, upgrades to an AK, and can take a few steps back. Sinners, this is a bit of a bonus round for them. I would have liked to see them reinvest a little bit, but no, they don't need it. Oscar with the scout, just as deadly as any other weapon.
It goes a man advantage for Sinners, and as you mentioned, that scout can be just as deadly as any other weapon, and I'm surprised that the Oscar actually opts to go for the MP9 instead. As Beastie on sandbags right now, he's not checked, and right now he could be the single catalyst to bring the round for Sinners. Catches that Swooya, he knows there's another man there, he'll drop that smoke preemptively. Alex, he can kill Neofrag elsewhere, but the reality is, Sinners can't, well, Movistar can't get to this bomb site, but Sinners still has sandbags control. Eventually Beastie shut down, but there's still the rotation in place. Alex, the 1 HP, is going to have to try and cover. The supply goes down by Steel. It's tapped, actually, and as Shock progresses upwards, he spots out first. He knows the seconds there. Steel to trade, low 1 HP. Oscar ready for him. And with that, we'll see the round for Sinners. Force of 1, it's made damn close, but it does not matter, as Sinners come out on top, and they lead Force of 1.
Yeah, this is fantastic from them. We see a couple of players going over that 10k mark as well with the little bonus round that they went for. And as we see the odds from our partners over at Paramatch come up, they've shifted quite substantially in these opening rounds. Sinners taking it 4-1. And the odds, well, it's reflecting that. If you do fancy their chances, you want to place a bet on this game, maybe you expect Movistar Riders to come back, make sure you click on that banner down below. Get that special first-time deposit bonus. You don't want to miss out on it. You don't want to miss out on the rest of the EDC action as we come into round number 6. It's just an absolute bloodbath. Of course, it's only really an eco here from Movistar Riders. A couple of pistols and Kevlar come out, but it's a near flawless round from Sinners. They take a lot of damage, but they only lose 1 casualty.
And only losing 1 is all they need to still grow an economy. They lead 5-1. They force Movistar Riders back as the Riders, they go to another buy. This time, though, they don't bring out that orb. Instead, they go AKs around the board, utility to support it, and with armor on everyone, at least it's a buy, but it's not as good as it could be.
Yeah, no AWP here. Smooger is deadly when he's got that sniper in his hands. Beestick in the meantime getting aggressive. I like this. On the other side of the smoke, he's got a little bit of a gap. Shock timing doesn't quite work out for him, but it depends what way you look at it. They've got this boost in mid. He's fallen away, no longer a threat. And Beestick, nice and aggressive on ramp, is able to find the kill. Could upgrade to an AK as well when he starts to fall back, and that's exactly what he does. So man advantage, what the hell is that? Oh my goodness. I want to see that from Zco's POV. That was insane.
That was absolutely incredible. What a shot to kick things off, and as well as Sinners pull ahead, Movistar Riders, how do you recover from that? They attempt to do so by going towards ramp. There's a nade ready for them there. When we look how low their HP is from the utility damage that's kind of accumulated over the last couple of rounds, it forces this side into such a tough position.
But 2-man advantage. This has gone horribly, horribly wrong for the Movistar Riders. They've got no HP to work with either. Shox and Mopars pretty much 1 or 2 bullets away from death. Still the only man with HP trying to make something work on the entry. The Sinners, they are all stacked up on this A site, ready to shut it down as soon as Movistar Riders try to push through. 20 seconds on this clock as they press further and further. Flash over the top, and they can trade evenly. Shock, Beestick, Neofrag finish off the job, and once again, they only lose 1 man. So Sinners, they're just racking up this bank account. We see players above that 10k mark, and in the meantime, Movistar Riders, very, very little cash to work with.
I like the fact they're going for a technical or tactical timeout right now. It means that they are just taking their time. They're taking a breather, and they know that they're not out of it yet, but they have a lot of momentum stacked up against them. And if they can just tease a couple rounds in their favor, at least they can make the side, say 10-5, for instance. At least they can just, go to that CT side with a basis to work off of. 1 round isn't enough. They know that. Everyone knows that. This is their chance. Maybe not this round here, but the round after when they go for their full buy, that'll be their chance to nullify that and rectify that.
Well, this needs to be a time where Movistar Riders bounce back. Maybe not in this round. We see that last second force buy just as they leave the spawn. Everybody instantly, in the space of a second, buys everything they want. And it's only the pistols and Kevlar. So in the next round, they'll have the guns. That will be where they want to try and turn this one around. Once again, aggression towards ramp, though. Beestick, he's been deadly every time he's done it. This time, are they going to anticipate it? He walks straight in, and yes, they do. Crossfire in place. Beestick eliminated. That's an AK that they can retrieve, and it's in the hands of Smooya. It's absolutely dangerous. With 1:20 on the clock. Let's see if Movistar Riders reaggress towards ramp, or if they actually fall away and try and take some control elsewhere.
Great shot from Neofrag there. Smooya gets the next shot into it as well, and with that, it's going to be a very close round now. Scrolls aggresses on mid. Zco to trade, puts it down to a 3-on-3, and with that, it definitely gives Sinners a glimmer of hope as Shock brings it back in favor. However, Movistar Riders, Smooth's been able to retrieve an AK. Mop still has a Mac 10 to his name, and that'll be the opening that Movistar need.
Absolutely. Still a man advantage here for Sinners, but considering the investment that Movistar Riders had to work with, this has been a successful round so far already. And if they can top this one off, or maybe even do further damage, then it will. I think they'll be relatively happy with it. Smooya with the AK in hand has spotted out Shock, doesn't want to take the gunfight without a little bit of an advantage. And there we go. Incendiary goes down. He starts to fall away. They know that they need to retrieve this C4 and actually hit towards the site. There's only 25 seconds left to tick on this clock, and they have very little control. So depending on where they do want to hit, they need to speed this one up. Keep an eye on that clock because it ticks further and further, and it all comes down to Smooya in this clutch.
1-on-3, and as he pushes on forward, he's got his work cut out for him. He's got Zco backside to worry about. Bomb in hand, and be caught with his pants down. And with that, Zco will finish the job. Sinners make it 7. And bear in mind that they actually went 2 men down to kickstart the round. They did a great job to even out the man count and then cement a victory. A technical pause comes out as we see one of the Movistar riders disconnects, and hopefully they'll be back momentarily to continue this game.
Like good old gamer who's missing. Oh, it's Mopos. Okay. Was Mopos the other man in that clutch? I think
no,
it was him.
It was Steel, I think it was the other one.
Was it? Okay. So
Oh, wait, no, it could have been. It could have been.
I think it was Mopos. So I think that was actually a 2-on-3, and then Mopos disconnected, and it left it down to Smooya. I don't understand what's going on with these disconnections from Movistar riders. Hopefully, it's not something that persists. That's got to be something that's quite tilting.
Are they at boot camp?
I'm not 100% sure if they're at a boot camp, but Steel's definitely in Europe. Like, he's not playing from Brazil, so maybe they're at a boot camp.
We'll have to see, but it's going to be an early kill in favour of Movistar. Shox to trade. Mopos get the next set in the matter. And as it goes 3-on-4, this re-aggression from BCK needs to ring true, but it doesn't. Mopos, he doubles down. Oscar to trade. Now in a 3-on-2. Zydko, this duel with Shox is going to be everything. Shox wings it. That he does. The round looks in favour of Movistar. As we see some true heroics from Oscar. He misses his shot there. That actually looked like it hit for a second. And with that, Movistar, they turn their attention towards the safe side. Let's push on forward. Shox takes Oscar's head clean off. And with that, Movistar make it a second as they look to potentially ease their way back into this.
They absolutely do. This Movistar Riders roster has kind of been quite a bizarre one. Of course, historically, it's a Spanish team. They've always just had Spanish rosters. And the core of this is obviously a Spanish roster, but they've picked up a Brazilian, a British player, and then the addition of Mopos adds an Estonian. Oh, sorry, not Mopos. Shox adds an Estonian into the mix. And they've now got this mixed European roster that looks to do some serious damage and tear up the international scene. Couple of early engagements here in the 10th, but feels like Sinners came out on top in that one. They lose one man, but they find one kill of their own and do tons and tons of damage. Nade comes over the top, doesn't do all too much, but remember, Alex and Shox, so low on health.
That nade looked absolutely perfect, but it hits the other side of that tarpaulin, and it's amazing to think a thin sheen of plastic can actually prevent you from being damaged at all by a high explosive grenade.
That's why when I go to war, I'm going to wrap myself in my shower curtain, Grummer.
You just be a morsel.
Exactly.
It's wall-bangable though, isn't it? So.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
It would just be explosive-proof. Oscar ready for Shox to push straight into him towards side, and with that, Movistar riders are actually ready for a full take, but they are just waiting for Sinners to try and potentially re-aggress. However, Oscar, he's holding firm. Shox ready for this little aim duel. Movistar, that time is ticking down. 40 seconds left. They need to throw this execution soon. That they do. Oscar, that molly will buy himself a bit of space, but the nades land right on top of him. He's ready for the aggression. Still none comes. Mopos being very slow, very methodical with it, as he'll look to push ahead.
But so smart from Oscar. He knows exactly when to peek and where. And there we go. 2 kills come through. He's still alive and there's no threat. No one's going to face him on alley any longer. And he knows he can divert his attention and allow Zdko to finish off the job. Sinners on to 8, and it all comes off the back of Oscar there. That's absolutely fantastic. As we see this banner come up from our partners over at Hellcase, make sure you head over there. They've got tons to offer, and they're even giving you a nice little discount code to get a 15% bonus when you refill. They've got tons of cases and new content every month, so make sure you don't miss out on it. As we come into round number 11 then, 8-2, and it's a real bottom of the barrel buy here from Movistar Riders. They've pulled out everything they can, and it's a full buy. There's AKs, there's an AWP, but there's a major lack of utility, and there's no cash left afterwards. So if they lose this round, they will allow Sinners to get a freebie, and Sinners could be looking at a 10-2 scoreline just off the back of this.
Absolutely right, and I fear so much for Movistar right now. It's not the worst scoreline, and tell you what, as Shox opens things up towards mid, it definitely gives them a glimmer of hope, but it's the potential that comes with it, right? If you're 8-2 down, then 10-2 is... The difference between 8-2 and 10-2 is just so detrimental. 10-2 is thoroughly one half, 8-2 there's room to come back. But now, Zdko shuts down Mopos, and right now his presence towards A is just going to be harrowing. He doubles up as well, he looks to triple up, misses the no-scope as Shox and Alex exchange blows as well to bring Movistar out on top, leaving Beastie in a 1 versus 3. He's got the first spot of Shox. The timing isn't in his favour, though.
Beastie could make this happen. Oh, no! Oh, that's a little bit of a whip. That's nice, unfortunate. Shot. Very Shox nice response from
nice
Shox.
Shots.
Yeah. Yes,
3K that round.
Snappy man. Round number 12, then. 8-3, and as you say, even though it's only a case of 2 rounds, it makes a major difference. As you say, if Sinners take it 10-2, then even worst case scenario, it's a 10-5 half, and it's a fantastic half for them regardless. Whereas, yeah, if it's 8-2, then Movistar Riders, there's not only room for a comeback, but there's an opportunity to kind of pull it all the way back and just have a decent half there. So very important round for Movistar Riders to pick up, and it means that they can keep some money floating. They kept quite a few players alive that round too, so no need for any major reinvestments. That AWP still alive. It's on Smooya. He hasn't had that major impact that I was expecting him to have just yet, but wait, now he's got that sniper in his hands. Let's see if he pulls off some magic.
Absolutely right, and magic is going to be what brings Movistar Riders back into this. They've still got a harrowing half ahead should they lose it here, and the fact they've been able to find a bit of momentum in these last couple of rounds does play to their advantage. The flash is absolutely perfect. NeoFlag completely blind will try and get away, but still comes out on top. Elsewhere, though, it's Alex to find one before he's taken down. Mopos able to annihilate Beastiki. That'll kickstart the full push towards this site, and well, as Abe is besieged by Movistar, there's no real response from Sinners, and well, how could there be? Shock with only a deagle will show that Sinners are about to be reset, whilst Movistar Riders simultaneously make it 4.
That's a nice nade, does a bit of damage, but Zydko swings, the AWP takes him out, and yeah, they don't go for the save there at all. They try and burst in, try and do some damage, and it doesn't work out for them. So as you say, Sinners, they now reset, Movistar onto 4, and it will actually be 5. Sinners can't afford to buy anything here, so we are going to see a full eco. At best, maybe we see a couple of P250s, but I don't think we will. There won't be money for an AWP necessarily in the next round either, unless somebody goes glass cannon. We'll have to wait and see for that one. Kind of depends if they find a couple of kills here. But either way, Movistar Riders, they get themselves onto 5, and that's a pretty good scoreline and a pretty nice recovery, all things considered.
Well, still, he's got other thoughts for these players. He just wipes the floor with them. Zydko, you might look to just try and cancel the plant right now, but it won't matter. Alex finishes the job. Movistar Riders, they hit 5, and now they've hit themselves with a, not the greatest, but a comfortable half. So it means that when they go to the CT side, they get the pistol round, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from putting themselves back into this. Sinners at this point are going to try to make it at least a 10-5. We enter the penultimate round of this first half. Both teams with a substantial buy. However, Sinners can't quite bring that AWP out on Oscar.
Yeah, as aforementioned, that M4 coming out on Oscar. Realistically, he wants an AWP in this scenario, but not enough money to invest into one. And Smooya, this is interesting. Gonna go for this early pick towards Ali, ducking under the smoke, and there we go. Does exactly that. Oscar swings out, Smooya takes the shot, and it's completely untradeable. No one can do anything about it, and they have to fall away. As you say, that tarpaulin, it's grenade-proof. Movistar Riders, they regroup, they head back towards this B site, and it's only Zydko to defend.
They do have the rotation of Shock to try and help out, as Scos will try to peek his way forward, but with him also unable to able to catch out any member, it's going to be Shock dropping that smoke. Mollies go out, Movistar go for the set piece. Through the smoke, he's able to damage members, but he's caught down. Smooya actually team kills Alex. Zydko now on the comfortable side of the smoke. It's so messy, but he's good for 2 nonetheless before Mopos will trade, putting NeoFlag in a very winnable situation of a 1 versus 2, but winnable to an extent. He does still have very low HP, and these AKs still have the nasty tendency to bite.
Oh, very snappy headshot from Mopos. I'm incredibly impressed with Zydko's hold there. Not only does he buy loads of time for the rotations, but actually somehow gets away with 2 kills. He's sitting 14-7 right now, leading the charge on the server for his, well, in fact, for the entire server. He's got the highest kills. And as we see these odds pop up from our partners over at Parimatch, they have evened out. Sinners, they're still the favourites, but only very narrowly. So it means the odds are completely deadlocked, pretty much 2-1 for either side. And if you fancy taking a bet on either of these teams or any other team in any of the other matches in the European Development Championship, make sure you head over to Parimatch, click that banner down below, and get that special first-time deposit bonus. Round number 15 then, final round of the half. Sinners look to try and make this 9-6. To be honest, considering they were 8-2 up, it's the least that they expected. But Movistar Riders, they've got all the weapons, all the tools to make it 7.
Hey, well, Josh, we might have another OT on our hands.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I hope you're ready for a long day of casting, because right now, Shox is able to find one. Shock fighting Shock as NeoFrag will respond onto Mopos, bringing it down to a 4-on-4. as Movistar look to progress out towards this site. Steal on top for one, shox to trade. Alex get the next set in the matter as it falls down to Beastikey to try and finish. Only good for one. Movistar, they hit 7, and they do just that. They pull it back all the way, and suddenly that early momentum from Sinners looks almost negligible.
Absolutely does. You know that we're at a higher caliber of CS here as well. When you see 3 of those major trophies on the scoreboard, that's when you know that you're playing with the big boys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And well, to be honest, you know, you predicted that Movistar would win this. Do you want to change that prediction, or are you still kind of feeling
No, I'm
the
sticking
Riders?
with them. I'm sticking with them.
Feeling the
Sinners have
Riders?
impressed me a lot, but looking at how the last 6 rounds have played out, it's shown that they've kind of like peaked a little bit. Now they're starting to drop off. You can see them running out of steam. Maybe their T side's different. Maybe they're super drilled on their T side. We see quite a set strat coming into play here. I like this position. The way that they're playing this one as a whole. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out though. I'm not sure what they're actually going for here. I think it's just an A take with someone watching the back side in case anyone tries to get a flank going. But Movistar Riders, they've got plenty of utility. Sinners with 2 Molotovs, 4 flashes. What's the plan here?
I tell you what, that planet is going to be so important. Oscar, he takes a bit of early damage from a nade, I believe. And Sinners, because they have the util to go for an execution, this is their chance to try and pull ahead. But I tell you what, Movistar Riders, yeah, you spoke about util on the Sinners side. Movistar Riders, they've got everything to try and defend. And, well, flash goes out, that'll buy a bit of space. And every flash, every smoke that's in the hands of Steel and Mopos is going to buy a bit of ground. It's going to buy a bit of time. With only 45 seconds left, Sinners don't actually have that much to spare. First one, will go down. That'll force Mopos away. His smoke will extinguish it, and it will allow him to continue to show presence and continue to be a threat to Sinners as they realize they back away. That's the effectiveness of that smoke. Sinners, they've got to head back towards B now. They've only got a couple of flashes and a molly to get them onto this site, and shox, he's ready to just farmhouse with these USP.
Well, he absolutely needs to, but as he's flashed, he has to fall away. Sinners pressing on. Look at the time. There's only 15 seconds on this clock, and as the bomb's been dropped, Still finds another. And they're just delaying further and further right now. Not only do Sinners need to find the kills, they need to retrieve that C4, and they need to get it planted. Beastik and Czgo find all the headshots, but Mopos from behind, he can deny the pop, but Czgo, no! Spidey senses kick in. He spins around, deals the headshot. Beastik with another, and Sinners, what a pistol round, and what a recovery after taking a 2-man disadvantage.
Oh my lord. That is absolutely incredible. As wow, Movistar Riders, how do you respond to that? That was their round to take.
Yeah, that is a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? If you're Movistar Riders right there, you found the 2 opening kills. There's like literally 9 seconds on the clock. And you've got a flank in place. Mopos is literally sitting there saying, okay, don't fight. I'm flanking. I'll deny the plant. And Czgo just spins 90 degrees. Bam, headshot. Long range with the Glock. Absolutely unreal. And that's the sort of talent that Sinners have. That's what they can do.
Absolutely right. And for Movistar now, as they go a man down, they turn their attention elsewhere. And the most smart, they look to just save. Understandably so. They've lost the site. They don't have enough utility to retake. And they've just been absolutely shut down. Sinners, they hit the double digits, they hit 10, and Movistar Riders now suddenly in a little bit of trouble here as Sinners. They look like they could very well run away with this entire game.
Absolutely. Off the back of that, I mean, had Movistar Riders won the pistol, that's it. They tie things up 8-8. They have a really good opportunity to take the lead. But no, it really feels like Sinners have at the early game, it's like at the very start, okay, they lost the pistol, but then they followed up in the second round, and they completely steamrolled after that. Took it 8-2, and then second half, again, win the pistol round, come into the second, heads held high. They keep everybody alive, and it's interesting. They don't go hunting whatsoever. All 5 players grouped up like they're on a little picnic trip or something, and all stay alive in the stairs. They don't want any opportunity for the Movistar Riders to snatch away another Galil. And even though they'll be up against what is essentially another force buy here from Movistar Riders, because they kept 4 players alive, they're not too bothered. They've got the firepower advantage.
Absolutely right. And tell you what, this firepower advantage slightly makes me fear a little bit. As Leo Frag can ring out a few shots wherever possible, just trying to catch out the older member who dare encroach on his position. And Well, Movistar Riders, because they are on just pistols, and because they do have the armor from the saved force by round, they genuinely could still win this round, and that means that Sinners, they still need to be very aware of that. They still need to be vigilant as they look to go for early pit control before making their way forward to try and besiege this B site.
As you say, Deagle's still in hand, but there's only Kevlar on 3 of them. mousesports didn't actually have any armor in the last round, and shox was the man that died. So definitely not as strong as the investment in the last, as Neofrag bursts right through, looks to try and tear apart these unarmored opponents with the Mach 10. Tons of damage. Delp finally follows up with the kill, and the smokes will prevent any trade. Smooya, a sight line onto Czgo, but Czgo's too quick, spins around with another headshot. Oscar with one of his own. Czgo is just absolutely on fire this game.
This is horrific because, you know, we saw that Movistar Riders, they made a bit of a comeback, they made the path look close, but now Sinners have hit their T side, they have just erupted in what has just been an unrelenting wave of damage. As with that, it falls straight down to Movistar, who, again, they hit their next buy, that AWP comes out of the Smooya, there's Zenfalls on everyone, they've got util to back it up. But if they fall here, what can they hope to do?
Yeah, that's where it starts to get really dangerous, isn't it? If Movistar Riders win this round, then there's still a good chance, and I still fancy their chances of bringing it back, to be honest. But if they lose it, then Sinners take it to 12. They'll have no money to work with, so Sinners would probably be able to make it 13. And at that point, their bank's just been established. They go for a bonus round here. This is a bit of a dangerous game, and this gives Movistar Riders a good opportunity to actually put one on the board here. Of course, they'll be up against a full investment in the next, but we see this early trade come through. Steal and shox. Shock with another, though. And all of a sudden, it's tipped in Sinners' favor, and they've got the B-bomb site.
Once again, this is another perfect round by Sinners. They get the trade, they keep the man advantage, they get the bomb plant, and they force Movistar to just consider saving within what feels like the first 40 seconds of the round. Again, Smooya, he hasn't even seen anyone. He's still got to back away, as is the rest of Movistar Riders. As soon as they hit 12, they build that economy even more so, and they gain that momentum.
An absolute disaster from Movistar Riders as well. Sinners were on a bonus round here, yeah? I mean, B-Stick, there were Mach 10s in play, and B-Stick's the one that's dropped. Oscar with a Mach 10 has upgraded to an M4, and all of a sudden, not only have they won their bonus round, but they've kept 4 players alive, and they've managed to upgrade those Mach 10s. So we now see rifles in play on everybody except Czgo. I don't think he'll carry that Mach 10 across into the next. Surely he upgrades to an AK. In fact, no. Maybe he does just stick with his Mach 10.
I mean, why not? They know that the 2 players who are fallen are going to have low money, and they know they're going to be against what is likely going to be FAMASs with the odd bit of util. As, for the time being, every single kill that Sinners get on that Mach 10, every single kill they get without losing a round is just phenomenal for them. We look at the parry match odds, and that reflects it, you know, 1.2 to 4 in favor of Sinners. And of course, if you do want to go place a bet on this match, go to that banner down below, go sign up, and of course you get that extra special bonus on your first deposit. So go ahead, go click on parry match, go check them out, and if you want to put any bets for the rest of the EDC, that is the place to do it.
Well, quick little timeout, quickly resolved. As I think Movistar, they need something new. They need to cook up something a little bit funky here, because their default setup is not holding up whatsoever. And here we go, still getting aggressive towards the B ramp. Bit of an off angle, but it's also a one and done position. If he can fire through for 2, then that's fantastic. If he can't, then unless he has the support from a teammate, maybe a flash to go over the top, then surely he just drops here. As he starts to fall away, there we go, flashed off the angle, the aggression, it's in the bin. And still, back to old ways, back to his normal position, all because Sinners have just pushed him back just that little bit, applied that pressure with the flashbang.
That single flashbang was all that was required to keep Sinners at bay, and while Steel will take a bit of early util damage, that's a beautiful nade at that, but nonetheless, as he's forced down, Sinners, they turn their attention elsewhere, and they turn it towards the ramp. Alex shoulder peeking the angle, he's going to be put under a lot of strain right now to try and hold, and well, he's not caught out just yet, but he's definitely going to be in trouble if he's not careful.
He absolutely will be. With the flashbang going over the top, mousesports starts to panic. He's calling in for the rotations. Alex needs to hold up this line. Only good for 1. mousesports does the same. And as they trade evenly, Sinners now have an open A bomb site. It's only the AWP from Smooya to try and hold it up. And as the Molotov goes down, he's forced right out of position. Only takes a tick of damage from it. and he's able to take this new angle, probably regress to the boxes as soon as it's faded away, but the secondary Molotov comes in. That keeps him out of position. And Sinners now know exactly where he should be holding. It means that they can deploy that smoke. The nade stack denies Zydko from falling away, and Smooya follows up with another.
So what, Neo Frag, he's had a fairly quiet game comparative to his teammate Zydko, but this will be his chance to shine. Smoke goes down and looks to kind of tease a peek to the other side of it, waiting for the player to jump on up to the high ground. Spots out the first. The flashes go down either way, though. And for now, he's forced away from that bomb. Again, continue with spam. Will just make him back away. With that, Movistar Riders, they hit their first round of the CT side. Is it too little too late? Or is it their avenue back in? We'll have to see.
I think at this stage, it's definitely doable. Like, if Sinners had won that one and then Movistar Riders win the next buy-up, then maybe it's too little too late. But at this stage, there's only 4 rounds in it. The issue that they face is that Sinners have still got tons of cash they can afford to invest into this one, and probably 1 or 2 more after this. When you look at shox and Zydko's money, you really do start to realize, oh my, they've actually got so much money to work with that Movistar Riders have to win back-to-back buy rounds just to try and break this Sinners economy. And Sinners have got so many chances at just trying to close this one out.
You're absolutely right. And honestly, for Movistar Riders, they move on ahead and tell you what, Josh. If they lose here, do you think this is them out of the game? Because their economy, there isn't much of one, and I think this round has as much of a emphasis on it as the previous round, where they were able to just pull themselves into it.
I feel like it definitely could be if they lose this one, to be honest, but I feel like I also jinx it all the time. Neofrag, he does find that opener, so it does give them quite a big advantage, and with Oscar following through, yeah, okay, I think Movistar might be out of this one, and if they lose this round, what is their ticket back in? They have to drop down to a half buy in the next. That will allow Sinners on to 14, and right now they are just blitzing through this defense. A nice shot from Smooya to deny the plant, but he can't do any more than that. The Molotovs force him right away. He takes so much damage, lucky to still be alive, with only 15 points of health, desperately wants to hold on to this sniper.
Not even able to hold on to it. He's summarily executed, and as Sinners make it 13, they look like they might want to close out the map damn fast. This isn't going to be a repeat of last map. We're not going to see an overtime here. This is pure, unrelented, and unfiltered carnage. And Sinners look to just topple and quell this Movistar Riders CT side, in which they've only really been able to find one round.
Well, remember, we did see a similar scoreline last game, where Izako Bulls were, 14-6 up? It came all the way back. Then they were just about able to close. That was up against K23, remember. So definitely doable here for the Movistar Riders. They only actually trail by 5. But I think what's the real issue is whenever Sinners are on these buy rounds, like last round, they're just unstoppable. Movistar Riders aren't really putting up too much of a defense. And with Smooya now demoted down to that AUG, he's no longer got the punch that the sniper packs on that AWP. And again, if Movistar Riders lose this round, they really don't have a whole lot to work with. And at the moment, they're already lacking with the util and the lack of the AWP.
Still chooses to go aggressive towards Pit right now. Flash goes out, swing goes wide, good for 1. Neofrag elsewhere, his molly will finish off Mopars, and still tries to get away. Looks like the Beast Key may try and swarm him. As he goes for the angle, still fiddling with his nades, and with that, he's shut down. With that, it goes, well, goes 3 on 3, and as the execution goes out, shox is going to try and hold that. He does good for 1. No Beast Key's there, but Smoke will force him out of position. He spammed down and cures out. Goes 2 on 2 now, and there's a flank coming from Alex, but is it quick enough?
That's such a huge mistake from Steel. When his position's known and he's holding somewhere like that, you should not have anything in your hands except for your gun. And the fact that B-Stick's anticipated the flank is perfect. Oscar getting a little bit too aggressive over the top of the smoke, not expecting Smooya. Now a 1v1, very, very winnable for him. And the British man picks it up and gets his nice little prize of the sniper rifle. So a big clutch for him to find, puts Movistar Riders onto 9. But they still need 4 in a row to actually close out this scoreline. And remember, Sinners, not only do they have tons of cash, but off the back of the bomb plant, they have even more of it.
Look at their economy right now. It just is not a position to be in if you're on the Movistar Riders. This round, granted they won the last year, granted they can buy, but that might not be enough, to be honest. Yeah, we see Famous has come out on Mopos. Steel, he's got 0 utility with him. And the only man with a substantial buy is Smooya, who was a victor in the last round, but his economy isn't there because he's had to drop for Alex. So Sinners, if they win this round, they're still on the cusp of resetting this Movistar side.
Yeah, they actually will just be able to reset this Movistar side. And oh, look at that boost. Neofrag right on the edge of the smoke, able to find the headshot onto Mopars. A refrag comes in the meantime. Shox takes down Shock. That's always a little bit confusing, isn't it? Not something you see all too often in Counter-Strike, but everybody's got those similar names, haven't they? Shock. Like one of those bland words. Either way, minute 15 on the clock. 4 versus 4, and Movistar Riders, well, they've got Alex tucked behind these sandbags, a very dangerous position, and no one's checking it, Kramer. This could go horribly wrong. The trigger discipline is there. He could be good for 2 right now.
I see it's really just grazed by timing. We're actually going to see Sinners just back away. He's going to get the bomb. So as this one goes down, this position actually may be negligible by Alex. As
oh no.
Sinners, they get that bomb still right now in a key position, but he will make sure the rotation doesn't come through. And the issue is, though, with these players playing passive, preventing a push and a flank, it means that for Alex, he's actually in an awful position because he cannot be traded.
Oh no, but they're going to volley it this time. Oh man.
That is just harrowing.
He's got me
Poor Alex, man. Poor Alex.
That is rough. That is rough. A mistake for Sinners not to check it last time, but there we go. Trigger discipline comes back into a 3-on-2, and oh my. They know that Alex is behind the sandbags as well. This should be Sinners' round for the taking. The only issue is the time pressure.
He's got out by Neofrag and still the last one left standing in a 1 versus 3. Noska finishes, and that's just heartbreaking, isn't it, Josh? That right there is why Alex is going to go through another keyboard between now and next game.
Man, it actually makes me sad. Like, thinking about it, right? They pushed up. He had the trigger discipline. He certainly could have killed 1 for free. He had his crosshair on their head. Probably could have killed 2 in that scenario. But yeah, the timing, it's impeccable. Sinners fall right back. And then the second time round, they actually hard clear it. I mean, oh, it costs them the round, and it's such an important round too. They completely reset. They only have the pistols to work with, and this is a full buy, and they've only got pistols in Kevlar, and this is to prevent their opponents from getting to map point. So this is, yeah, this is looking pretty dire here for Movistar Riders. And unless someone can pull off something crazy with the Deagles or Alex can make a play with the FAMAS, then it's looking like Sinners should be able to take this map of Vertigo, which is pretty incredible considering the caliber that they're up against.
Absolutely right. And as they're forced on away, Movistar Riders, they shift back. They loosen their hold on ramp just as Sinners make their way on forward. Mopars, right now, badly timed peak could be the difference between Sinners and match points as the Eagle in hand, he'll just give a bit of space and Sinners are going to look to abuse that to its absolute best as they make their way forward. Elsewhere, Zedco finds Steel on the aggression towards Pit. The execution goes out, the set piece goes down, and now Movistar find themselves in what may end up being a bit of a retake situation here.
It's shaping up that way, 2 versus 3, and how do Movistar Riders get back into this? They don't even have any utility. They've got a flash and a smoke to make something happen here. No nades to deny the plant, and they're just going to have to burst right through. It doesn't work out whatsoever. Beestick and Neofrag find 2. Shox on his lonesome, spams away, but can't get anything done. Shock finishes off the job, and Sinners on to map point here on Vertigo. And they've got 6 chances to close it out. And remember, if you want to place a bet on this match, if you fancy maybe Movistar Riders' chances of pulling this one back, or any other game here in the EDC, make sure you click that banner down below from our partners over at Paramatch. And yeah, head over there, sign up, get that special first-time deposit bonus, and place some bets. Round number 25 could certainly be the last one, as Movistar Riders have very little money to work with, and they're starting to get aggressive here.
Didn't really work though. Mopol's good for Oscar, Beastie there to trade, and they're going to be more than wary of Alex's position right now. They know that with aggression, it's never solo. And as Beastie, they'll slowly back away, realizing that he might just have to avoid anyone who picks straight into him, as Alex will be the one to tease this. So he's got Smooya there to assist him from the sandbags, but nonetheless, it's a bit of a tough ask as any second now, we're going to see Sinners look to collapse towards this position. And as Alex is good for 1 trade there, Smooya tries to respond, unable to do so though. Instead, he'll drop that bomb or that smoke. He'll back away and allow it to go 3v3.
Slow stuff. Minute on this clock as Sinners start to regroup, head towards this B site. And shox. He's got the deagle. Needs to try and deny this. As the boost comes over, surely they don't check this hard corner. Zedko not actually poking his head out. Spots him. What a snappy headshot. Spams away for the second. Can't quite convert it, but still alive. And Steel, bit of a whiff. Of course, long range with the UMP. Can't get anything done. It all comes down to Zywoo. You're a 1-on-3 clutch needed with this for Mass to keep Movistar Riders alive in this one. And at this point, it's very much looking like Sinners should be able to close.
Last man left standing, and tell you what, Josh, I don't know if Zywoo is able to fulfill this position right now. Any second now, he'll try to make his way on forward, but nonetheless, they also stacked against him. Sinners, they're not even giving him anything. They know if they give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and he attempts to do just that by spotting out Csgo, but he's forced on back. Shock finishes the job, and with that, Sinners, they look to topple the Movistar Riders as they pull ahead and take the map 16-9.
It felt like a little bit of a disappointing performance there from the Movistar Riders, but to be honest, credit where credit's due, that was insane from Sinners. We saw some incredible setups, we saw some ridiculous shots. I mean, Zedko was on fire. It seemed like he was just a robot hitting some of these snappy flicks, and I mean, you just can't fault anything that they did. They had a little bit of a hiccup towards the tail end of that first half, but other than that, they were pretty sublime. It was absolutely perfect.
Absolutely right, and we'll have to see if Movistar Riders are able to pull ahead, because they're going to go down to this elimination match where they'll play against the Izako Boars in a deciding best of 3 to try and stay alive in Group C. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so with this next match to continue the action.
There are only a few seconds to close this round, and what we will see, that shot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear you go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. I wanna know your action, Lord. Power up your wiener mode. I wanna see you rolling fast.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome back to the European Development Championship, brought to you by Gaming Malta, the home of gaming excellence. And tell you what, we've seen two incredible games today. Well, unfortunately, one of these two teams coming up will have to go home, whether it be Sinners or Izako Boars, both of which really looking to, well, pull ahead, and both of which in strong contention to potentially top the group. It's a shame that we did actually see Sinners topple to the, or having a victor, sorry, against the Movistar Riders. So let's see how they fare moving ahead and what might be an absolute bloodbath. Of course, I'm your caster Crammer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Josh, or M&J Casts. How you feeling about this one?
The ones, obviously, the first one going to overtime. That second one, a little bit more convincing, I should say, for Sinners. And this group so far has kind of shaped up to be the opposite of what I think we were expecting. K23 at one time were like at the top of the world, yeah? And you do kind of expect them to be able to beat teams of like Izako Boar's caliber. So realistically, I would really expect them to be in this winners matchup. And then again, Movistar Riders, that should have been their game. You expect them to beat a team like Sinners, even though Sinners are on fire at the moment. So this really should have been a Movistar Riders K23 matchup, in my opinion, and that would have been pretty insane. Instead, we've got Sinners and Izako Boars, and then we'll have Movistar Riders K23 playing in the lower bracket tomorrow, which is like insane that one of those two teams will be knocked out this early. But as we see these map vetoes come up, something that I was saying to you earlier on when you said, oh, like, I wonder if we'll get 2-1 on the best of 3, is that Izako Boars love Train, and they can beat anybody on it. We've seen them take convincing wins against Extremum, against Sprout, against Godsend on map like Train. So overall, I anticipate that Sinners will take this series. They were looking fantastic on Vertigo, and they are just a better team, yeah? But Sinners go on to Vertigo first. I think that's probably their map for the taking. Train, I just can't see Sinners winning it. Izako Boars, they're just too strong on it. And then we go down to that third and final decider of Nuke. So I think Sinners will take it, but I think it will be a very close game that will go to that third and final map.
I tell you what, I actually don't underestimate Sinners' Train. Like, don't get me wrong, Izako Boars are damn good at Train. They're damn good, but they're still beatable. Whether or not Sinners are the ones to do just that, we will have to see. But I've seen just Sinners play Train. They are still strong. I know their win rate doesn't quite reflect it, but I still believe they have a chance to take this 2-0. I think they're going to be winning this opening map of Vertigo by default. I think they just look damn strong versus Movistar Riders there. And I don't quite think we saw that same caliber from Izako Boars. So I think as a default, they take Vertigo. We move on to Train. That's where they can try and run for the 2-0. Izako Boars, if they come out, yeah, they go out and win. But on third map, of course, Nuke. That is Sinners' home ground. That's one of their best maps, and that is really one where I expect them to pull ahead and, well, potentially take the series 2-0 or 2-1.
Absolutely, yeah. If it does come down to that third and final Nuke, I think it's probably Sinners for the taking. But yeah, it's kind of interesting when you dive into the numbers and you look at Sinners on Train. They have a pretty horrific win rate, and not only do they have a horrific win rate, but they've played it like 13 times. They've won it 5 of them, and all 5 of those are against either like these regional matchups or pretty low tier teams. You see, the only maps they've taken are Honoris, Vexed, Grond. I think that was in the EDC wildcard, so one of those sort of lower tier Russian teams. Vexed again, and then Lil Mix a couple of months back now, actually. So you kind of see, like, anytime they play against a decent team, they do just seem to get completely wrecked. They lost 16-3 to Sangle the other day on Train. They lost 16-6 to Pact only a few days ago on Train as well. They don't like it. As soon as they play up against a good team, they don't like it. But interestingly, 2 weeks ago, they played up against the Izako Boars in Snow Sweet Snow in the regional matchups, and they lost 16-14. So they still lost, okay, but it was a much, much closer game.
Close.
And yeah, considering how strong Izako Boars are on Train, I wouldn't expect a scoreline as close as that. So as we come into this one, as I say, we definitely anticipate Sinners to take Vertigo. What we haven't touched upon is, what if Izako Boars take Vertigo? What if Izako Boars cause a little bit of an upset and they take Vertigo?
If they do, fully expect it to be a 2-0 in their favour. They are so strong on Train. I think that is definitely the most one-sided map out of the 3 we have. As for Vertigo, I can't see them finding the form that they didn't really have versus K23 there, comparative to how we saw it for Sinners. We had where's that pistol round with Sinners versus Movistar Riders. Within the first round, we said, okay, this is a whole other caliber, and I just can't see Izako Boars taking it.
Neither can I. As I say, I think we definitely expect Sinners to take Vertigo. But just if they do, if Izako Boars cause a bit of an upset, of course, both teams have played it this morning, and that shows that both teams are fairly comfortable on it. We obviously saw Sinners put up a much better performance against the Movistar Riders. Izako Boars really did have to go the distance. They choked a little bit at the end, allowed K23 to pull a comeback. Then they had to get it done in overtime. It was a little bit sloppy. It was a bit messy. But if they can pull off a masterclass here on Vertigo, I actually think they could get this series done at 2-0 in their favor, which would be absolutely nuts.
Absolutely right. And if they can, perfect position for them to be in. However, they're going to have to start with pistol round, and of course they go to this pistol round on that T side. Let's see how they fare moving forward, and what's going to be a way to kickstart this playoff match. It's going to be Izako Boars with a limited amount of utility, just a single smoke and molly to their name. Sinners elsewhere are going to be going for armor pretty much around the board. They're for one thing only, that being aim duels. Shock with a kit and smoke those to try and ease their well, what would potentially be easing their passing is Izako boars, they go for early control towards mid. Zed able to find the first as he aggressive towards pits. Able to shut down Tao, he's got Shui, and that follow-up of Stomp to worry about, but he backs away. He's able to catch out yet one more. Mono as well, the last one up standing towards that lower area. He's going to be swarmed and caught out by Zedko. An incredible few shots by Zedko there. And for Shane, it's down to him to try and follow up, but now just follow up from that.
I honestly don't know. This has been such a dominant pistol round from Sinners. Maybe I take back what I said a few seconds ago about Izako boars actually maybe even having a chance here. They have been absolutely wrecked in the pistol. Sinners pulling off an absolute masterclass, and Zedko with 3 beautiful headshots. And what worried me a little bit was Zedko was firing on all cylinders in that last game. He had an incredible performance. He was hitting some ridiculous headshots. And okay, that momentum carries across, especially when you're playing the same map as before. But when you have like a 15-20 minute break between the matches, it gives time for the adrenaline to kind of deplete and for you to cool off a little bit. And I was worried that he'd come into this one not having that same kind of flair. But he's bounced right back. He's playing insane.
Now, he's able to get that nade kill onto near frag to kick things off, and that's an opening to say the least, but with that, Izako boars for the most part out of utility. They've got a single flash to push it forward. It means that Beastie Key's position towards sandbags is going to be so strong because Izako boars have got no way to get him out. And for now, they realise that. They back away. They take a moment to embrace the lull as we'll have to see how they fare moving forward.
Oh, we absolutely will. Man advantage here for the Izako boars then in a round that they've only got the pistols to work with as they start to group up towards B. Zedko once again. Surely they don't want to be facing into his M4, especially at long range. He's ready to tap some heads at a firing range, but he can't connect for now. Flash comes over the top, and he's looking to try and do some damage. Calls in for the reinforcements from his teammate. Zedko's there to help out, and shock with 2. Zedko drops, but the man advantage swinging back in Sinner's favour as it comes into a 2 versus 2 situation with 40 seconds on this clock, and Izako boars. So they want to commit to this B site. There's a flank in place here from B-Stick, and he has all the information.
He's keep pushing forward. He's going to hear Shane rotate. Absolutely perfect position to catch him out. And the stomp on only 7 HP. What good can he do here? He doesn't have armor. He doesn't have much weapon other than the scout. And frankly, he doesn't have hope. He's able to get the bomb plant, which is a silver lining, but only a silver lining at that. The Sinners look to congregate together and take this 2v1.
Well, he's got the lucky numbers. 7 HP. He's number 7 in terms of the server count. It could happen. It could happen, Kremer. The player count, yeah, the numbers next to the players, the scout in hand. He's got the right angle, but no, not going to be able to find anything.
Doesn't matter.
I got excited. He had all the 7s.
Yeah, he did have all the 7s, but unfortunately, Sinners are able to take that follow-up round. They make it 2-0. Izako boars now. They move down to their full eco, and it's going to be Sinners' chance to potentially just build a bit of economy and just get a bit of comfort moving here.
I don't think I'd be a very good bingo caller. I think that's
lucky number 777. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I even know some of them be like 88, 2 fat ladies. That's the only one I know.
Is that 88?
I think so. Isn't it?
I've never been to Big I wouldn't know.
Neither have I, but
I
think my nan taught them to me when I was a baby. That's how I was nurtured. Didn't listen to Mozart. Listen to bingo calls. Nonetheless, Sinners, they're on to 2. No clutch from Stomp in the last. Despite the fact that Izako boars, they actually did a lot of damage. They kept that last round quite close. Now, they've got some rifles to work with, but it's really not the best of buys. It's actually interesting that they're forced into this. Realistically, you'd be expecting them to drop down to an eco here, and oh my goodness, look at that opener.
And well, opener that is. It goes 3-on-2 or 3-on-5 now, and as Sinners they go down, it's going to be onto Oscar to try and re-aggress it. Nate does a substantial amount of damage to Shui. Is he caught out by the flash? With that, he is. Holding utility, he's got with his trousers down, and for Zedko and Shock, they'll push ahead, they'll look to trade. Shock gets a nice little shot there, and with the accompaniment of a flash, he might actually try to go a bit more aggressive. However, you'll hear the players rotating away, he'll hear it's going to be a full exodus towards this other site, and for the time being, it's actually just a big, elaborate fake.
It's a bit of a ruse as The Izako boars looking like they might actually get this one done, especially considering they only had a bit of a lackluster buy. It's quite surprising, but with 25 seconds on this clock, as they start to press onto the A site, Shock, you might have something to say about it. AK in hand, long-range engagements, needs to hit the headshots, and he just can't do so. No potential to deny that plant from going down. It all comes down to Czgo. No way he's going to save here. He wants to try and do some damage with this MP9. Maybe if somebody over-aggresses and he finds himself a rifle, then he might fall back, but for now, well, maybe he does just save this MP9. Fair enough. Fair enough. He's the only man that hasn't really got any money, so maybe he wants to try and carry something across into the next round. The rest of his teammates will be able to reinvest, and they can pull out something in round number 4. But a nice bounce back from the Izako boars, and it's all off the back of a couple of beautiful openers.
What's interesting as well is they actually forced up twice there when the merits of that bomb plant. As they look to make this their first round, they actually will, while building their economy with keeping 4 players alive, they also ruined the Sinners economy, who for the most part is going to have to go down to pistols, maybe the odd MP9, maybe even just an eco around this MP9 to try to just take a moment to rest, recuperate, and get that AWP out on Oscar.
It wouldn't be the worst idea. That's always the issue with going for those bonuses, though. You kind of win the second round, go for a bit of a bonus in the third, and if you don't keep several players alive in the last, then you actually don't have enough to kind of go for another investment if you lose that bonus round. So the Izako boars, they're in a prime position to not only level out this scoreline, but potentially take the lead if they can take the follow-up as well. Round number 4. This is where we'll probably see this scoreline tie up. And this has started out a lot closer than I was really expecting. Sinners, they absolutely steamrolled the pistol round. And off the back of it, I thought that they'd take a really nice early lead. And instead, that's just not really been the case. As soon as the guns have come out, Izako boars, they've shown us what they're made of.
You need to bear in mind as well that Izako boars, they are winning this. They're going to be winning trade no matter what. So the fact that they're making this kind of vertigo map close should be a bit of a scary prospect for Sinners right now, as it looks to congregate towards the side. Well, Tao's ready for it. Shuey and Tao will simultaneously clear house. It's all on Zedka, or all on Neofrag, my apologies. 1 versus 4, and what good can he do here?
Oh, not a whole lot. Might try and retrieve that MP9. He absolutely will. I think he's expecting someone to be holding on to it, but Izako boars don't care at all. They'll let him have that MP9 all day long. And if they do try and reaggress, Mono sitting in the spawns, try and take care of him. Here we go. Walking up to the AK. Mono actually posted on it. Knows that Neofrag's going to be trying to retrieve it. Neofrag is aware that there will be a player here. Deals some damage, but can't find the kill. Mono comes out on top. Izako boars take 2. They keep 4 players alive. That's a fantastic round and a fantastic response. And as you say, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely imperative that Sinners win this match. And as we see the parry match odds from our partners pop up on the screen, they are still favoring Sinners, but it's very, very close. So if you fancy either of these teams' chances of taking this map or any other matches in the EDC, make sure you click on that banner down below, sign up to Parry Match, and get that first time deposit special bonus. You don't want to miss out on it, folks. And yeah, if you want to bet on any of these matches, Parry Match is the place to be. As we go into round number 5, then this is where the Izako boars, I suppose, will be tested again. We see the rifles come out here for Sinners. It's not the best of buys. B-Stick has to drop down to a FAMAS just to pull out some utility because nobody else has got the money for it. We do see an AWP on Oscar, though, so he will be able to try and contend with Stomp here. And it's very important that Sinners win this round. If they lose it, Izako boars could be on to 4 early on.
You're absolutely right. And I'll tell you what, I am seriously scared for this side. Genuinely, because Izako boars, they've actually refuted Sinners pretty heavily once they've got rifles out. Oscar, open hand, is going to try to shift on forward to try and catch out a player close to this smoke. Doesn't spot anything for the time being, and well, eventually he'll find one Stomp. Not quite there for the re-aggression, and with that, Sinners got a man up, and Izako boars look a bit scared for re-aggression here.
Yeah, Stomp doesn't want to re-peek. He knows that if he loses that AWP, then his team's chances decrease massively. So he wants to regroup with the rest of his teammates, head over towards this B site. Of course, Czgo is still posted, but he hasn't been able to do a whole lot in the last buy round. And in the round prior, where they just had the pistols, he has got support from Shock on the site. He's ready to poke his head up as soon as he's needed. And Czgo, there we go, first engagement, needs to swing, and instead he gets spammed away through the wood by Shuey. Now it all comes down to Shock to hold this site. As this AWP starts to rotate, Shock finds another headshot, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's absolutely exactly what Sinner's needed. And Shane, he's going to look to try and make it a bit closer. And Shane, he's been the clutch master for Izako boars. Well, as I say that, NeoFrag will take him down. I suppose that's one way to deal with the clutch master, to just straight kill him. As now stomping a 1 versus 3, will make his way on forward. He's got to find a way to encroach onto Oscar, and I think he knows how difficult that's going to be. NeoFrag will finish the job. Sinners, they keep their lead as they make it 3. They force Izako boars down to a reinvestment. It's not a bad buy. Stomp can be dropped, but we might not see an AWP come out, which is, I suppose, the only real chink they're going to do to this economy.
Sinners really don't have a lot of money as well. Having to reinvest there actually puts a couple of players down to like no cash. They do have this double AWP in play though. Czgo with that second sniper, he's going to head over towards B with it again. Play that B anchor role, and well, last time around we saw him hitting some fantastic flicks. In the meantime, Izako boards back to old ways towards the ramp, and NeoFrag with the flash accompanying him is able to find the 2 openers. But B-Stick's nade actually kills him, which is a bit of a shame. But NeoFrag, either way, he trades 2 for 1, I suppose.
They're forced to wait. Beastic is able to shut down Shane, and with that, Sinners look like they might build a bit of momentum. Mono and Stomp, though, might have another thing about it. With that, it falls down to a 2 on 3. With that, Stomp, that smoke goes out. It forces some players away. Sinners take a moment to just breathe and look to play retake here.
I like this from the Izako boars. A lot of early engagements, and then they just reset. Of course, that bomb's been left behind, so no commitment. It's not like they have to push right up ramp to try and retrieve the C4. They can go back and get it. They've made no noise in the last 20-30 seconds, and it keeps Sinners guessing. Even though they do have 2 players stacked up over towards this A site, they actually have no information anymore. And Izako boars, they're creeping up, shift walking. Do have to face up against this AWP of Oscar. Need to be wary that he could be on the site. Maybe go for a wide swing. Instead, they walk right into it, but Oscar misses the shot, flicks too wide. And the Izako boars, they've taken the site. It's a 2v2. Shox does find it back. But as the C4 goes down, this is doable from Mono.
It's absolutely doable, and it's around that Sinners really should have had on lock. They were 4 on 2 up. They had the positioning. They had these players on, well, with the knowledge, they were in a perfect position to shut them down. The fact it's now come this close is definitely a mistake on their part. Follow-up push goes through. There's a bit of momentum shown, but Czgo to finish the job. Granted, they get the defuse, but as I said, shouldn't have been that close.
Well, in that scenario, Sinners had full control, and I think Mono knew it. By the fact that Shock had come in from behind in ramp and Czgo had come in from CT, they absolutely knew that there was no way that Mono could be anywhere except for Ali. So they just had all eyes on that position. They can hold the defuse, the AWP can hold the angle, and there's no opportunity for Mono to get anything done there. But they do still keep it very close, and they make it costly for Sinners. We see another investment come out, Czgo and B-Stick with no money in the bank, despite the fact that they've got this full buy. We've got double AWPs in play, Shock down to that MP9, and if they lose, maybe not this round, but like the next round, they're not going to have a lot of money to fall back on. So the Izako boars are doing a really good job of just making sure that they output a certain amount of damage every single round, so that the Sinners economy doesn't get out of control. We do see the pistols come out here. Let's see if they can do any damage with them.
B-Sticky, he's got another thing planned though. 3 quick kills, and with that, Izako boars will pull themselves ahead towards this site. However, it's all part of this elaborate ruse. Mono, he turns his attention elsewhere. He makes his way up from pit towards this B site, and this will be his avenue into the round, really, if he can get into position and shut down any of the CTs looking to get back to the site in time.
I'm not sure why Shui's taken such a long time here. Mono has all of this area cleared. Okay, there's an opportunity that they could be a flank in through mid, but the amount of time that Shui's taking to get across means that they no longer have control of this B site. Czgo has rotated. He's got the angle. They do have a smoke for the cross, I suppose, so definitely an opportunity to get this bomb plant, and realistically, considering the investment they had, that's kind of what they're hoping for here. Smoke goes over the top. Mono, he will be able to get across here. Czgo's sightline eliminated, but they now know it's a B hit. The rotations start to come through, and Shui, again, just looking to try and get this bomb plant.
Bomb plant goes down, and with that, Izako boars find themselves in another winnable round, which really they shouldn't be in a winnable round. We saw last round 4v2, they shouldn't have got a bomb plant, and in this round with pistols and armor, they shouldn't have been left to sight. And Well, they've done just that. Mono at the close angle as well will be more than ready for this retake as util goes down either way. The Tech 9 ready to ring true. Can it do just that? The shot ready to go around the corner. Doesn't have the timing. A shot fires the first. Zedco now aggressing in his own. Oscar to finish the job instead of the defuse, but the damage has been done. 3 kills in the bomb plant with pistols and armor. I think Izako boss will settle for that any day.
Absolutely, yeah. As I say, getting that extra $400 for getting that C4 down is really what they're looking for. And Sinners, they just give them a little bit too much to work with. Remember that Hellcase banner popping up on your screen. Use that code right there to get 15% bonus on your refill Hellcase. They've got loads of cases, new content every single month. So make sure you head over there and don't miss out on that bonus code. Round number 8 then is where Izako boars have actually got all the money to work with. Of course, off of the back of the Tech 9 buying the last and the bomb plant going down. They have an AWP, they have the AKs, they have full utility. And this is where Sinners are really going to be tested.
Absolutely right. And as they look to push on ahead, you know how we've been talking about how we have Izako boars have been able to pull ahead, they've been able to get silver linings left, right, and center. The issue is they're still losing rounds, so this is still 5-2 ahead. If they can find this buy round, then Izako boars might actually be in a fair bit of trouble right now.
Yeah, they absolutely will be. 6-2 is quite a dominant scoreline, and as we see Oscar flashed off the angle, Izako boars, they're making their presence known, and NeoFrag getting aggressive round the side of this smoke as it starts to dissipate. You expect him to maybe find one there, but instead, Stomp's posted on the angle, takes care of him. Oscar wants to re-aggress, but all on his lonesome. He no longer has a supporting player. He needs to be very, very careful here. In the meantime, shox getting aggressive towards mid, and if he goes down the ladder, he could maybe get a flank going, but to be honest, Sinners have absolutely no idea what's going on right now, and Zedco gone for an early rotation, and that is the wrong call. He's made a huge mistake and completely given up the B site.
Zedco looking to catch out the first, he does just that. He knows that there's smokes, there's avenues of attack, and as the molly forces him forward, we go for the no scope, it's a bit shots, tower will shut him down. But nonetheless, as trades left to right, Zendu as Shui will cement an advantage, and now Oscar finds himself painfully alone. There's a player of Beast the Key towards the corner here, but instead of he'll back away, he'll look to hold on to that M4, and Izako boars wants to make it 3. What's important about this, though, is that as they make it 3, that silver linings are doing damage on these pistol rounds slowly coming to fruition. Because Beast the Key, if he dies, he can't afford to reinvest. Same for Oscar. Shock is on a bad buy, and that's all off the back of this damage they've been doing.
It absolutely is. Yeah, it's actually very important that Sinners have saved these 2 rifles, because if they hadn't, they wouldn't have a whole lot of money to reinvest into the next. Remember, they have no loss bonus. So yeah, Oscar holding on to this AWP. Had he not have done so, he wouldn't have had enough to buy another one here, and B-Stick wouldn't be able to afford to buy an M4 either. So important that they've held on to those 2 rifles. One of these 2 guys can drop over to Shock, NeoFrag and Zedco can afford to buy, and they can actually pull out a full investment here. So that's what we'll be seeing. But if Izako boars win one more, Sinners will be down to an eco, and they have a really, really good opportunity of closing this gap and keeping this scoreline tight. Remember, there's potential for Sinners to make this 6-2, and now very much shaping up to potentially be a 5-5 scoreline.
Absolutely right, and for now, Izako boars, if they can find this opening, then Sinners are going to be in a lot of trouble. However, with Sinners knowing that they're going to be opening themselves up to be hit onto for 5-5, there'll be a lot more passes. They wait for the players to push into them. Oscar good for one. Mono there to trade, and that is going to push straight to the side. Mono with the entries. Hello, Mono. Welcome to the server. Beast to keep the lone man to try to defend. Completely blind. Mono triples up, and with that, looks like Izako boars may have found themselves around out of, well, off the merits of Mono just being a one-man army.
Well, that seems to be the way. NeoFrag, Oscar, only 2 players alive, and they've fallen right back. They don't want anything to do with this one. Try and save these weapons into the next. But remember, next round, they actually won't have enough money to invest around them. So maybe Oscar can drop and they can pull something out of this, but I'm not sure. I don't think they'll actually go for a proper investment around it. I think we'll probably just see some pistols accompany this AWP and the M4, and that gives the Izako boars a really good opportunity to actually close this gap. And in the meantime, they've been building up their bank accounts too. You see, they've kept 4 players alive in this round. 3 of those 4 players are at that $3,500 mark. And on top of this round's loss bonus, they're going to have about 7K in the bank, so they'll be pretty happy.
You're absolutely right. And what's to highlight as well is that to add to this, to problems that Sinners are going to face, Izako boars, their credibility, their strength from that last match against K23 was all off the back of that CT half. The fact that they're getting rounds on their T-half now, the fact they're able to kind of gather up that T-half and just fight together puts them in such a strong position.
Well, I'm interested to see how these odds have shifted since Izako boars have been able to close this one up. Of course, we actually see a full eco. I was thinking we'd maybe see a little bit of an investment around these two AWPs, but no, a full eco. So realistically right now, Oscar and Neofrag either want to try and hold on to these two snipers, make sure they don't lose them, save them into the next, or they want to do all of the damage, try and single-handedly win the rounds and maybe drop some weapons for their teammates to pick up. Izako boars, though, realistically, this should be a comfortable round for them to take.
But now they take their way. And because they're being quite methodical with this thing, it's allowed Sinners to really stack this site. And as a full fight towards A, this could go very badly for this Sinners side if they're, or this Izako boars side if they're not careful. If they don't give enough respect to these AWPers who, well, a double AWP setup could genuinely do a serious chunk of damage right now. Flashes go out, swing goes wide. And with that, we may just end up in a 5-on-5 retake here.
Yeah, especially considering both of these AWPs are actually on the right site. Shox does find himself a headshot. Oscar with an AWP right through the smoke. He's looking for more, hungry for it. You see the boost go over the top. Neofrag with another. And all of a sudden, this becomes very doable for Sinners. Neither of those rifles are actually retrievable, but as these smoke starts to dissipate, Izako boars need to be really careful. They want to try and bring the gunfights to their opponents. Teo walking straight through the smoke. This is so dangerous as his teammate drops. The trigger discipline, it's there. He's standing right behind Neofrag. This is absolutely perfect. They have no idea. Jumps up on top, finds all three. Teo, that is an absolutely 200 IQ, big brain play. I love it.
That's just harrowing if you're on the side of Sinners. As Izako boars, they pull ahead, and what a round by Teo there. Look at this here. I'm sure he would have been spotted by Neofrag, but he gets up there, drops out Beast Key, 2 laser-like kills, flicks to the third, already on low HP, and he'll cement the job. Job well done for Izako boars now as they tie it up 5-5.
Well, we see the buy come out once again from Sinners, but they don't have tons of cash, do they? B-stick down to a FAMAS, not a whole lot of util to work with, and majorly lacking on the offensive utility. We don't see, well, in fact, we see 1 HE, we see 1 incendiary grenade. Going to be difficult to keep Izako boars at an arm's length and actually have any potential of like denying a plant or anything like that. As soon as that wall of smokes goes up on the A site, Sinners got a tricky task on their hands. That's if the Izako boars opt towards A. For now, they're actually stacked up over towards this B area of the map as they start to rotate round. And Czgo towards the back of the site. This time hasn't got that second sniper though. Instead, just with the M4.
It's while they have this M4, Neofrag is able to shut down Tau. And with that, Izako boars, they go a man down. However, this aggression will be heard by Shane. He realizes that players are going to come his way, and they actually have a sight. Oscar shuts down Stomp. It's called a mass rotation, though, and Izako boars, they're comfortable. They've got a B site. Czgo, as he tries to aggress, he's going to be caught out by Mono, who will push on further. Eventually traded by Oscar there as he hits a very messy spray. But for the most part, Shui in the best position he could possibly be in right now, ready to delay any push that comes his way. He's got 3 players to worry about. Those Neofrag finds a gap in the smoke, leaving all on Shane, 1 versus 4.
That's the danger. We're putting your back to a smoke. There's a small hole in it. Catches him out. Shane, beautiful headshot. Still 3 more to find. And as they all burst in, he tries to line them up, deals some more damage, but no kill found. Sinners, it's 6. But we're going back and forth, Kremer. And off the back of the bomb plant, the Izako boars are going to have plenty of cash to reinvest into this next one. We will see another full buy round and potential for them to level out this scoreline once again.
Tell you what as well, Sinners, even though they're pulling ahead, now we can see his bang match odds. And look at that. They're still in favor of Sinners, but only just. Izako boars, if you think they can come ahead and take this game, go ahead and click on that deposit. Well, click on that banner down below. Go to Bang Match, get your little bonus on your first deposits, and with that, you'll be able to pull ahead and maybe even put some more bets on future games in the EDC. For now, though, it's going to be Sinners to try and aggress down ramp. Early swing goes through as they look to catch out Izako boars, and they don't quite do so for the time being. As the Neofrag going through the smoke, the flash wasn't good enough. Tau finds the kill, and with that, it's a man advantage for Izako boars.
Yeah, not a great start for the Sinners, and it just seems so bizarre that they're being tested harder right now against the Izako boars than they were versus Movistar. Oscar, foolish mistake, has his knife in his hand and basically loses an AWP in a bait setup. Beastic's able to trade it out. That AWP for now unretrievable, and they'll only be able to go and grab it if they actually end up winning the round. In the meantime, the Izako boars start to head around towards this B site. But with a minute still on the clock, they don't have to make a decision. They're just waiting for a little bit more aggression. They've got plenty of time to work with, a man advantage. They're feeling quite comfortable here in the 12th.
And now, as the Izako boars makes their way on forward, again, with a man advantage, it's great and all that, but they are burning this time quite a lot, and they haven't really committed to a site yet. They look to slowly congregate up mid towards this B site, but Shane, he's made a bit of noise. This will be heard. Tao ready for, not quite ready for the aggression of Beastiki, actually. As that molly goes down, Sinners, not only do they nullify the fake of his Echo Balls, but they're cued into the fact this will be a full push towards B. The only thing Shane can hope for right now is to catch out a player in rotation, and it's actually Mono to do just that. Zedko trying to get center sight, will try and trade as Shock and Stomp exchange blows. Zedko jumping around the corner, or the parkour bears fruition, but Stomp finishes the job, and it's all tied up.
Always gets me excited. It's a dangerous game to jump around that corner, but he pulls it off. Can't quite connect the shots, though. And there we go. We trade rounds once again. The Izako boars take it to 6. But this time, they've actually broken the Sinners economy. When you trade rounds back and forth, it just depletes the money. We're taking so many casualties in all of these rounds as well. So just no one has anything to work with. And Sinners have to drop down to this eco. We see a couple of pistols, a little bit of Kevlar come out. But ultimately, nothing to work with on Neofrag. Nothing on Shock. Zedko just with that Deagle, no Kevlar. It's all just about damage here, and damage not found as Shui finds the first headshot.
It's a perfect opening, and, well, Oscar, Deagle in hand, will try to make his own way forward, but he's not going to be able to catch out much. Instead, Izako boars, they're going to continue working their way into this default, just trying to get kills wherever possible, and because they have such a loose default, it means they can go for kills left, right, and center without any issue whatsoever. Zedko continuing to just try and push his way on forward. Shui finds Shock. Yeah, moves on ahead for Izako boars to potentially take the lead here.
Well, 5 on 3. Only the pistols to try and hold up this site, and it's Neofrag on the box, calling for the rotation. Oscar here to try and help him out with that Deagle in hand. And Shui with the AK, takes a USB shot to the head. Is instantly traded, and Zedko's here to join the party with the Deagle. Maybe wants to try and snatch away one more. But this round, pretty much all said and done. I can't imagine that the Izako boars lose out here. And there we go. One more kill coming in for Shane. Zedko all on his lonesome. No Kevlar to work with. Nothing really to save here. Might as well try and deal a little bit of damage. Hit a cheeky headshot or two. And I think he's not even going to be given the opportunity. Oh.
That's no shot, to be honest, Josh. I won't lie. That's an opening, to be honest. As Izako boars pull ahead, they make it 7. And the issue is for Sinners is that if they get reset once more, the Sinners, the reason Movistar were able to pull on ahead, the reason they were able to get such a large amount of momentum when they were playing against Sinners was because Sinners couldn't get that AWP out on Oscar. Once he could, they were in a prime position just to close out the map. But Izako boars, they're forcing Sinners on such a low economy, they're not allowing Oscar to get that early momentum, and it's working perfectly for them.
Yeah, they seem to be catching out Oscar in a lot of these rounds in really tricky situations. Either they'll flash him and take care of him, or, I mean, a couple of rounds prior when he had that AWP, they caught him out on the re-aggression with his knife out. This time around, the boost over the top, they do spot the tip of his head. They can't quite connect with it. Oscar re-aggressing, though. Surely they're posted on this angle. They're ready for him. They're making a lot of noise. Flash comes over the top. They look to take the engagements. Neofrag gets aggressive. They do take care of him, and Stomp and Shane deal further damage. Man advantage. Oscar has to fall away. Gets tagged up in the back of the ankles as he steps right back. But the man advantage here for the Izako boars, and they can get onto 8 right now. And if they do so, Sinners actually won't have any money to work with. So we could even see a 9-6 half here from the polls.
9-6 half would be absolutely perfect for them. That would be just their golden ticket to try and close out the map. Both teams actually, I just looked at the statistics, both teams actually favor their T side, and Sinners actually have a stronger CT side than Izako boars. So the fact that 9-6 is still an advantage, it's not that big in the grand scheme of things. Sinners still have a glimmer of hope that they can hold on to. As Oscar on the close angle right now, if he loses the same goal, it's pretty much over. And, well, he's spotted off the corner, he's forced away, he's taken down, and with that, I think we are going to see a collapse of Sinners. Shane does just that. It's all on Czgo, 1 versus 4. What good can he hope to do here?
Czgo, probably not a whole lot. Spots out the first, spamming away for more, but yeah, I mean, information means nothing at this point because he's got a bullet straight in the head from Shane. Absolutely flawless there from the Izako boars. They keep loads of players alive. They bash down the economy of Sinners, so they'll have nothing to work with here in the 15th. And I don't want to hate on Oscar too much. Obviously, he's an incredibly talented AWPer, but it feels like he's definitely been whiffing his shots this game. That's the second time we've seen him on that position miss a routine shot. He should be hitting those all day long, and as soon as you don't connect on something like that, there's a massive hole in the defense. You're putting up a wall like Swiss cheese.
You're absolutely right, and to be honest, he has been trying to take some pretty difficult shots as well, and that might really be throwing him off in terms of confidence. Stomp, his second neo frag, just uncrouches. He's going to lose that head. But for now, he continues to just wait for the early presence. They'll wait for the momentum. Nades go down. It actually does a bit of damage to Stomp there. And with that, Izako boars, they open it up. That is just incredible. Shane is on a whole other damn level right now, Josh. As he shuts down 2 members. Oscar down the lone man for the defense. And what can he hope to do here?
Well, Shane right now is sitting on 14 frags. He has been tagged down quite low, but finding those 2 openers gives them a huge opportunity to just swarm onto this A site. Shuey with another, and as he pushes further forward, does get flashed, has to fall off the boxes. Czgo's good for 2, but not a whole lot more than that. And to be honest, there's no chance. Shot coming in from behind. Mono finishes off the job on Izako boars. It's 9-6. Who'd have expected a half like this? Certainly not me. However, as you say, Sinners, they favor their T side. Maybe if they can pull a pistol, they can make this one work. We'll just have to wait and see, because for now, Izako boars, they're looking like your favorites, and our partners over at Parimatch certainly agree. It's only marginal, but they are 1.9 to 2.2. And if you fancy those odds, you fancy Sinners' chances of pulling this one back, make sure you click on that banner down below in the Twitch panels to sign up to Parimatch and get that first-time special deposit bonus. Don't miss out on it, folks. Second half pistol round, quite an important one, especially for Sinners.
Absolutely right, and as they move on forward, he goes this pistol round fairly armor heavy. Stomp, he's digged down instantly as Sinners to make their way on forward. There is going to be Shuey carrying towards this sandbag position, but Beastie and Czgo, both of the mollies, 2 flashes to ease a push as well. The first molly will go down, that should force him out of position. As well, I should know, it's just a flash to try and force him out of position. Mollies go down. Shuey now looks to do a bit of early damage. He spots Beastie. Czgo actually shuts him down. He goes for the trigger, discipline and punish for it now. Sound ready for the aggression. CT spots out the first Oscar there to get trade, and now it's on to Mono. Try and get the next extended matter with Shane and connected to try and help out. Elsewhere, Oscar finds Mono, all on Shane, 1 versus 4. What good can he have to do here?
Well, maybe some damage, but to be honest, in a pistol round, damage is fairly unimpactful. No point in saving, of course. Does have some Kevlar on his back, so I suppose you could somewhat justify it, but instead now he wants to try and find some more kills. He's been playing out of his mind so far in a 1 versus 3 with only 43 points of health. I don't think it's really in contention. He does actually have a kit though, so maybe he tries to swarm in for a last second defuse. It's not going to happen. Shock takes him out. Nice swift headshot. Sinners, they do what was needed. The win condition has been fulfilled. They take the pistol. They take themselves to 7 rounds. The Izako boars, well, they are going to force up into this one. Round number 17, the Scouts and Deagles come out.
Now, finding that first, it's good, but you need to bear in mind that their strength is going to come from this finding this conversion. We see an absolute force from this Sinners or from this Izako boars side, and if they win this round, then it's going to completely reset Sinners and they're back to the drawing board.
We've seen a few players be caught out by this sandbags trigger discipline, and the thing is trigger discipline anywhere else on the map works out quite well, but on sandbags sometimes it won't be until the 2nd or 3rd man that they actually clear it, and it just catches you out. We saw it in the pistol round, we saw it earlier on as well in that K23 game. Nonetheless, Sinners, they have just gone to this A site. They're taking all the jewels and they're hitting all the headshots. Couple of really nice shots there from B-Stick. Of course, it's with the Galil and it's up against the pistols, but nonetheless, really snappy clicks. And well, it all comes down to Shane once again. MP9 realistically doesn't want to just throw this one away, maybe hoping that someone aggresses a little bit too much and he has the opportunity to upgrade. It would only be a Galil if he can do so, and it looks like Neofrag probably should come out on top here, and he absolutely does.
Perfect round by him, and for Izako boars, they answer their eco, giving Sinners their absolute opening to try and pull ahead and to try and tie things up before potentially taking the lead here. Also, you need to bear in mind, though, that Izako boars, because they aren't going to be an eco, every bit of damage is good damage. As Sinners, I don't think they got a bomb plant that round, so the reality is that money could be a little bit better, but it's little silver linings like that, which is going to be Izako boars' avenue back in.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Sinners off of the back of the pistol. That's the thing. A 9-6 half seems like quite the disparity. It seems like a really good half. But as soon as you lose a pistol, the scoreline levels up once again. And now, just with the eco, there's surely no chance here for the Izako boars. They do a tiny bit of damage. Teo finds himself 1 kill. But yeah, they're not going to find a whole lot more than that. Actually, Mono finds 1 more. So 2 kills on a full eco. That's kind of your break-even point. That's where you say, yeah, this was a fairly successful round. Just keeping that Sinners economy at bay, forcing a couple of reinvestments. Teo has an opportunity to find 1 more here.
And honestly, 1 more is all they're really after, to be honest. That would be enough to pull them ahead, and that would be enough to just try and make it even. As on ecos, right, 1 kill is good, 2's great, 3's perfect. 2, they've done all right. Tally might look for a 3rd here. What would be more important, though, is if he could save one of the guns of the failed players. That would be more pivotal than finding a 3rd kill here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're going to be on a buy in the next anyway, so it's only going to be a Galil if he finds one, but it does give them something to work with as he creeps around. Oh, he has been spotted by NeoFrag. He spotted him too, though, and, well, the duel, he shouldn't be able to win it, and he absolutely can't. Doesn't even connect to shot. NeoFrag comes out on top. And Sinners, there we go, 9-9. They tie up this scoreline. This is going to be where they are really tested. And the issue is okay, reinvestments come through, but there's still 3 Galils in play. So as they face up against these M4s and a AWP from Stomp, they might be really challenged here.
Absolutely right. And I think for Izako boars, now they realize that they are suddenly going to have to really give a proper run at this game. They're being a lot more passive. Shui, he's hardly peeking right now. He's going for spam damage instead. NeoFrag boosts up, will look for an initial kill. None comes. Shui just backs right away. He understands why. And so he's just going to wait for aggression to respond to, rather than being the ones who take the initiative.
Yeah, nobody really wants to be the man to make the mistake here. 3-man configuration from the Izako boars towards ramp. So if Sinners do commit to it, then yeah, the Poles are at a real advantage, but instead they start to fall away, head back towards this B side. Nice flash from B Stick, not actually going to catch anybody out. As he starts to aggress, wants to try and sell a little bit of a fake here and get some information. And that will be enough. As soon as he takes an engagement, that will be his teammate's cue to push on to this B bomb site as the smoke starts to dissipate. He expects it to come through soon. The flashes rain over the top, and Mono has got a tall order on his hands to hold up this site.
Absolutely does. NeoFrag able to shut him down, and with that, it goes 4-on-4. Molly's forced Shane out of position, who is going to try to do the odd bit of damage wherever possible. For the most part, he won't be able to. Instead, back and forth on a retake right now have definitely got their work cut out for them, especially with all 4 heading from the same angle. Zedko trying to cower in the smoke for the time being, but as it fades, he'll just back away. Now with a man advantage, 2-man advantage, just Stomp finds NeoFrag. Suddenly things look doable, but the flank from Shock is absolutely perfect. Perfect towards a Veil, though. Spots out the first, lines up the second, on for the third before Shane trades. Leaving all on Zedko in a 1 versus 1. Good for the first. Shui going to try and pressure him down. Shui trying to do just that. Able to do so. Does he have time? Oh, he's going to cut it damn close. No kits, no chance, no hope. He backs away. Sinners make it 10. It's close, but they come out on top because Shui just did not have that money.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate he doesn't have a kit there. That's a full investment from Izako boars. They should have a kit in play. I mean, there would have been one somewhere, but dropped on the floor. Sinners, they get out by just the tiniest margin. And off the back of it, they are going to call a tactical timeout because, do you know what? They've won the round. It was super important they were able to do so. Now they need to take a few seconds to take a breather, reevaluate, work out what sort of money Izako boars have to work with and what they're actually going to pull out here in this round, and actually say, what can we do differently to make sure that that doesn't happen again? Because realistically, they're not going to be able to convert rounds like that every single time. I think Shui will probably buy a kit this round. Make sure that they don't make the same mistake.
I tell you what, I am a little bit worried for Izako boars at this point because even though the reset looks strong, the reality is that economic damage isn't something you escape with force buys. And, you know, even though they're buying out to 2k right now, granted they can do the odd bit of damage, but the reality is that, for instance, that nade and flash is what stops you from getting a kit in that buy round, which lost you that round. And the nade and flash, is it round winning? Unlikely.
Yeah, you're definitely onto something there, and especially Shane, he's definitely overinvested here. He's at $1,100. He's not going to have tons of cash to work with in the next. Mono with this Deagle over towards the B site. Shui, the only man with an actual buy here. The M4, the utility, the kit to work with. Sinners start to press on. They need to take these gunfights, and they're winning them. 1-for-1 trade. Shane's still alive. Stopped with a Deagle shot, but Oscar trades, and, well, they come out on top with the engagements and can now get this C4 planted.
It's absolutely perfect, and Izako boars, they've done damage, which is great, but stop right now. He's got to try and find one of these three members with just a Deagle. Impossible ask, as BCK finishes the job. Tao's M4, what good can it do at ranges like this? He tries to tag out the initial member, he tries to do just a bit more damage, he's unable to do so, and I think he is just going to go back and save right now. Flash will go out, the support into a corner again. BCK eventually will be felled, he'll push on forward. Oscar finishes the job. And with that, Sinners, they make it 11, pulling themselves ahead and potentially looking to close out the map in these latter stages of the second half.
With this flawless T-side performance we've seen so far from Sinners, I'm pretty confident that they can close out Vertigo. But the Izako boars have shown that there's not really too much of a firepower disparity. That even though Sinners are quite a few places higher in terms of statistics and world rankings and whatnot, Izako boars can still win these Angels and still hold their own.
Yep.
And when they go onto their own map pick and train, I think that they will almost certainly be able to take it. And they've just impressed me. I was kind of expecting this to be a super one-sided affair going to Sinners, and that's just not been the case at all.
Yeah, there's about 20 rankings places, give or take, between these two teams. And, well, this is really where we get to test Izako boars' mettle in a BO3 against a team that has broken into the top 25 and has shown that they are on fire right now. In fact, Izako boars can do 9. Potentially can do more. It's going to be so advantageous for them. As for Shui, he'll swing wide. Neofrag shuts him down. They had the timing to get towards sight. This means Tao is going to be in such a tough position as BCK spots him out. BCK will finish the job, and the Izako boars may just have to save her.
Well, that seems to be the game plan. Oh my, Neofrag, what a headshot. That's just the force that Sinners are bringing into these terrorist rounds. Izako boars can't get anything done whatsoever. Stomp and Mono, they have to fall back and save. M4 and Orc will come into the next, but what will they be able to force around it? I suppose they've got the max loss bonus, so Stomp and Mono will have enough money to drop, and then we'll probably just see one player down to a SMG, maybe a FAMAS.
It's going to be a bit of a tough ask for the time being, as Mono, he'll just sit towards the top of this ladder and just wait to see who comes his way. It's only too substantial for now, but it's something to fear. Bomb goes off, Sinners. They hit 12s, they lead 12-9 now. I'm taking a look at these parry match odds, and look at that.
Wow.
They are definitely in favour of Sinners, leading, well, what's essentially 1.1 to 5.8. If you believe Izako boars can come back, if you want to put your money where your mouth is, go click on that banner down below, sign up with Parry Match, and of course to get that absolutely incredible early, well, bonus on your first deposit, and it will also allow you to bet on all the other matches of the EDC. So go check them out. They've been absolutely incredible partners, and they've made this whole thing possible.
I'm not superstitious, Grammar, but throughout the last couple of days, we've certainly seen some real comebacks, and even just thinking back to how many times those Paramatch odds have shifted, all comes down to those score lines going back and forth, a team taking a dominant lead, the odds massively shift in their favor, then there's a big comeback and it goes right back the other way. This time, Sinners go for the B hit. Mono up close to the smokes, actually going to push through it, sitting inside. They're not expecting him here. They do take out Stomp in the meantime, but this is where Mono's so dangerous. Swings out through it, good for one, stays alive for a few seconds longer. This smoke providing him with plenty of cover, converts onto a second. He's buying so much time here for the rotate, and there we go. They're doing the damage. Shane with another, denies the bomb plant. Neofrag's position's absolutely perfect. Whiffs a little bit, swings out with his knife. Shui, what are you doing? Oh no, Shui!
Oh my.
What's just happened there?
Oh.
Did he, like, cut out, or did he not get the info? I don't get it.
I go for a tactical timeout rather than a technical one as well, so He's still here. He's
Yeah,
just
telling him off. That's
well,
it.
I mean, he's here in the server. He might not be here as a focus, and I can only fear for the bollocking he's receiving from his IGL at the moment.
Yeah, he was there. I just kind of assumed he DC because he didn't react at all. But of course, it was just a late reaction. He took the shots, and yeah, it's just a tactical timeout. I think he should be told off. I don't know. That was very bizarre.
Off.
Sometimes maybe you just go into the zone and like you get the call and you just don't react to it. Maybe he just didn't even get a call. Maybe he's the one that's doing the telling off, saying, "Why didn't you call that you came up behind?" But either way, he should hear that sound cue. He made loads and loads of noise. It's just a bizarre one. The Izako boars maybe just running out of steam here on Vertigo, and that is a clear indicator of it.
That's definitely scary, but also would see a few shots ring out here or there. It's nothing too substantial. As they make their way on forward again. Beastie just trying to hold this ladder position. It's really holding a default. They know that Izako boars are going to be on a bad buy. They know they're against Eagles, and they don't want to give them any more than they can. Well, any more than they have to.
Yeah, absolutely not. We see these Deagles in hand. They have got enough money to go for a buy in the next, so we will see an investment here from the Izako boars in round number 24. But remember, Sinners will be on to 14, so if they can win that final buy round, then they're pretty much able to close at that point. It becomes very, very important for the Izako boars, and we've been seeing them make a fair few mistakes. Sinners, they have grabbed this one by the reins. Remember, they were 9-6 down at half-time, and they've pulled it all the way back. 7 rounds in a row. They've not allowed Izako boars anything, and what a one-tap from B-Stick to open things up towards mid.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff, but it won't matter as Shock finds Mono elsewhere. There's going to be Shane to try and ring true. It's messy, but he does find Zedko, as Beastie is able to just respond instantly. As a shot from Sob, it's an opening, but I just fear it's not enough, really, as soon as they're going to hit 14 with complete ease, as the Izako boars, they're just forced back, and I tell you what, or not, Sal, that is a shot and a half. Oscar's able to respond. What I was going to say, M&J, was I think this is the end of the map.
You think? I think maybe so too as well. I don't see any way back in here for the Izako boars unless they make something happen in this next buy round. If they can pull back this next buy round, remember it is going to be 14-10. It's unlikely, but we did literally see K23 come back from that exact scoreline just a couple of hours ago. So it's unlikely, it's not impossible, but they absolutely have to win this buy. And if they just don't hit the shots like they haven't been, if the communication's not quite there, then that is where they will completely crumble and Sinners will be able to take the map.
Absolutely right. And I'm trying to think of a situation in which we see Sinners or Izako boars able to come back, but the reality is it's just everything they've tried just hasn't worked out for them. And, well, for Sinners, it's just a matter of holding a default, getting kills, and then working from there, which has just shattered this main defense of Izako boars.
Yeah, it absolutely has. They are being bullied right now. Sinners are using all of their utility to push back the boars, take all of this control. And once again, they've taken full ramp control. Nobody's there to actually contest and try and take any aggressive advanced fights. You know, Izako boars kind of pushed into the corner, just holding deep from the sights. They have got a couple of players over towards the sandbag in the corner towards ramp. So if Sinners do actually swing, we will see a couple of gunfights take place. But with a minute expended on the clock, Sinners still feeling around towards B, still haven't made their minds up. They've not overcommitted to anything either. That's something they've been doing quite nicely. They keep their options open every round and make sure that they've got a lurker feeling for information. Oh, nice headshot.
That's a really nice headshot. Stop. He's able to get the next set of the matter though, and as he forces him away. ENCE, this was quiet before the storm. 30 seconds left. Sinners, they've got to commit to this B site, and they look to do so as they all exchange, well, line up their utility. Set pieces go down. The push goes flying forward, and Zedko leaves this charge. Swing out either way. And it looks like Izako boars might actually just be playing retake here. Shot from mid, he'll respond onto Tau, and Sinners, they've just collapsed onto Izako boars right now. They're a man down, bomb's gone down, and Izako boars definitely don't look very strong here, especially with one player late to the party.
Yeah, they don't look like they're going to bring much into this one whatsoever. Oscar hitting another AWP shot onto Mono. He's kind of picked this one back up in the second half a little bit. And Stomp with this AWP has to fall away. Him and Shui will go for the save call. Means they'll have something to work with in what could potentially be the final round, but with not a whole lot of cash. I'm not sure what more they can pull out. I suppose they can drop. Shui can definitely afford to drop. And they'll actually have a decent buy if they can hold on to these 2 weapons. And Sinners, they're not over hunting here, which is interesting because they have so much money that I would kind of expect them to hunt. But no, super disciplined, just want to hold on to this cash. And maybe they just like having $10,000 in the bank. Maybe it's a reserve thing just in case.
Nice bit of money, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind $10,000 in my bank, so I understand the thought process behind it.
Yeah, me too, man. I'd take out a deposit on like a little apartment somewhere. Somewhere by the sea.
Malta, maybe. Just go to Malta, why not?
Yeah, it actually would be. Actually would be.
Going to be Sinners who make their way on forward in this default. Again, Sinners, they don't go anywhere quickly. They take their time, they look for picks, and every time they go somewhere, they go somewhere with an inherent man advantage. You see a 3-man commitment towards Spitz to try and enter this duel with Shane. Shane, right now, he's called for a rotation of his teammate. Is it quick enough, though? He needs to be careful, as Oscar will be taken down. Is there a trade? Well, Beastiki, in an awkward angle, will be able to swing wide. He will be able to trade at that. 4-on-4 now. More flashes deployed, and this time, Izako Boars are very hands-on with their defense.
Yeah, Teo with this. Oh, this is absolutely perfect. His positioning is fantastic. The flank in place, and this is the off angle. This is where you can use the trigger discipline. Sprays away. Both the frags come through. It was a little bit messy. Thought it maybe might whiff, but no. Shui holding in the corner. That would be a free headshot. No challenge for him whatsoever there. And it all comes down to Neo Frag. Caught off guard by Shui. And the Izako Boars, they stay alive. It seems like they have this kind of lifeline adrenaline. Whenever they're about to lose, then they pull it back. That's exactly what we saw against K23 earlier. As soon as it starts to get a little bit dangerous, they go, ooh, and then their adrenaline kicks in and they go, right, let's hit some shots. But other than that, they are just being pretty pounded.
Is it going to be 6 rounds in a row? Can you see it being 6 rounds in a row?
I don't know. To be honest, I doubt it, but it certainly could be.
Certainly could be, but for now, we're going to see Neofrag try to aggress on forward towards these players on ground, but he tries to spam down tower. He can do just that. And that right there is the opening that Sinners were after. Molly goes down, they're unable to trade lest it be with utility, and well, Shui, he tries his best, he can't catch out anyone. Shane, he finds Zko elsewhere, but he's so low on HP. It's Mono to be annihilated there. Shane now so low on HP as well. He'll just be caught out. It's trades either way, but Sinners, they'll take that trade. It means keeping their man advantage. Shock, they'll look to support his team towards B. Flashes ground either way. Stomp good for one. Trade there as Oscar comes out on top. It's all on Shui. 1 versus 2. What good is he going to do here as he's pushed on forward? And he's on the wrong side.
Shock right from behind. Shui seems to have an idea, but no, walks right into him with his back turn, and that is going to be Sinners taking it 16-10. After being 9-6 down at halftime, that is an absolutely sensational comeback. And if that kind of sets the pace for what's to come, then I'm very, very excited. As we said before, the Izako Boars, they absolutely love training. It's their home turf, and we do kind of anticipate them to take it. But after being beaten down like that in that second half and Sinners carrying across that momentum, I am really excited to see whether they can start to sort of bump up their train stats a little bit, because every other map they seem to be super fantastic on, and it's train where they're lacking. So if Sinners can pull it off, it would be a big win for them, and it'd be a big 2-0.
Absolutely right. The question is, will they be able to stay train? Will they be able to use this momentum to pull on forward? So Oscar was waking up towards the latter stages of Vertigo. If he can do so moving on to train, he's going to be in a grand position to move forward. Of course, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back momentarily. And once we do, the action will continue. Don't go anywhere.
Headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
chemical, emotional. Gotta be rational. Big monkey is optional. I'm in a phase, I need evolution. 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 מכין מגוון וטס לחלל. I need evolution. 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 I need evolution.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
not happy with Sinner's decision making there as Oscar. He peeks straight into those members. And we look at the parry match odds, they are heavily in favour of Izako boars, almost 3-1. Of course, if you believe that Sinners can come ahead and win this, if you believe they can kind of get their act together, come ahead to win, go ahead, click on that banner down below, check out parry match, place your deposit, and of course, once you place your first deposit, you get that extra special bonus to make it worth your while. Of course, there are other games on in the EDC as well if you'd like to go place your bets there. Pretty much the whole event, it'll all be on parry match, and it'll all be the place to go if you want to pull ahead.
Absolutely is. Want to make sure you head over to parry match. I mean, this is a really, really close match, and I think this will be a really close series as well. So certainly an exciting one to place a bet on as we go into round number 5. It's going to be a full buy here from the Izako boars, and they should actually be able to take the lead.
It very well could be, as Sinners with ample pistols in hand look to pull ahead and potentially shut down Izako boars here.
Just the pistols to work with. Of course, we have Zywoo with that deagle. Maybe he can fire through for a couple of frags. We'll have to wait and see. But everybody else just with those USPs. Can't imagine they'll be able to get a whole lot done here as they go for a 5-man stack towards this A site. Izako boars, they could take a couple of casualties here if they walk into this one unsuspecting. But with a minute 20 on the clock, it's quite clear that they're not making any brash decisions. They are feeling around and well, they'll probably default into something. Oh, this is interesting from Sinners. They've actually all stacked up towards B. By the fact there's been nothing on A early, they expect it to be a hard B hit, and instead they've just guessed wrong.
Sinners, they try to just push ahead and they're unable to do so. And as they back away, comes down to Izako boars to, well, they get free sight, they're able to get a free plant, and as they make it 3 right now for Sinners, their objective is just going to be a bit of damage here or there. I think shox as he's got out by Shui, that should pretty much cement it.
Oh, nice little double drop there. From B-Stick gives them something to work with as they try and retrieve this rifle. They actually have to deploy the smoke to do so. Zywoo only does some damage with that deagle, and he can't find any more than that. But Oscar manages to wriggle in, take that AK, get back up the ladder. And there we go. They'll bring that into the next round. I think they'll be fairly happy with that.
Especially as near frag finds mono as well. They are actually making this fairly costly for Izako boars as they can find yet one more. They're going to be in a perfect position, really. Stomp AWP in hand will be able to finish one more, but if Oscar can trade onto that AWP, then he's going to be in such a strong position because he might be able to save it. The AWP's fairly alone for the most part as near frag will make his way forward from Ivy, but it looks like no one's going to push further than A main.
Well, Oscar will be able to hold on to this AK. Izako boars don't want to risk losing anything more. They know that if they face into him, there is serious potential that he would just rip their head clean off. So, Sinners, they do trail by 1, but yeah, not the worst of starts here for the CT side of Train. They do need to try and bounce back in this buy-up. They pull out all the rifles. Unfortunately, no AWPs, and that's kind of something that here on a map like Train, those AWPs are very important, and so are those incendiary grenades, and we only see 1 in place right now. So not the best of buys for the CT side, but definitely potentially sufficient. Teo getting really aggressive up close to the smoke in sandwich, catches out Neofrag. No trade potential for now as shox spans through the smoke, can't connect. Oscar, a little bit of damage as well, but it feels like they're losing control here and they have no idea what's going on the other side of these smokes.
Towards the box will be caught out by Zywoo, but the molly will finish the job. That does bait Oscar into going a bit closer forward by Red, but without a flash, that teammate able to flash him in. He's got one of his own to try and pull ahead, but Izako boars, they've already got control of B. Right now, Sinners, they just seem a bit outclassed right now as, well, Shui, he'll just commit to this flank, pulling his way ahead. Oscar's good for Shane, but 3-on-3 with players all around them. Shui right now, his trigger discipline is just going to win this round.
Yeah, once again, Sinners have kind of completely lost control of this one. B-Stick, yeah, there we go. Rotating around to B with his knife out. Last thing he expects is someone to be in connector. And that's where Shui can, yeah, get himself a nice freebie kill. All day long, he'll be taking those. And shox left on his lonesome. 1-on-3, probably wants to try and hold on to this M4. This isn't going too great for Sinners, though. And it's not even a case of them losing their aim jaws. They are just being completely outmaneuvered and outclassed here by the Izako boars.
Absolutely right, and as shox backs away, I think this bomb's going to go off, and it'll give Sinners a chance to, at least they save the M4 on shox, but Izako boars, they look so strong on this map, Josh, and I fear that we may see a fairly quick map here.
Yeah, I think that might just be the case. All 3 players staying alive, and there we go. Shock does grab an AK right at the end, so Sinners do have a little bit extra to work with. We probably will see them pull out a couple of pistols in this one. Certainly won't be a buy from them, and the Izako boars should be able to make this 5 as well. The Sinners, yeah, this isn't a great start. Obviously, winning the pistol, winning the follow-up does give them something to work with, but the Izako boars do seem to be taking control of this train map quite comfortably. And I think, to be honest, Grammar, from what we're seeing so far, looks like we might be heading over to Nuke fairly soon.
Again, shoot, shox to kick things off. That's the M4 gone. Just like that. Mono, he'll push his way on forward to try and get another extra kill. He's unable to do so for the time being, as he'll just cement this victory here. He'll continue pulling ahead. He'll continue just lasering down anyone who dare comes his way. And with that, Sinners, they just refuse it.
Zko. Oh, wow. Takes a bullet straight to the head. Shui, beautiful stuff. Izako boars onto 5 then as we see our banner from our partners over at Hellcase pop up. Make sure you use that code on screen. Get 70 cents free for new users and a 15% refill if you use those codes that have just popped up. Make sure you head over to Hellcase. They've got plenty of cases, plenty of new content every month to check out. You don't want to miss it. It's the place to be. As we get back into round number 8 then, the Izako boars still asserting their dominance. Finally, Sinners have got an AWP to work with, though, and they're going for a bit of aggression here. This could work out nicely. Look at B-Stick's position. There we go. Gets the headshot.
Nice oh, he makes it 2 as well. That's the opening that Sinners need, and as Izako boar now, as they go 2 members down. Right there, what they need to do right now is to try and keep everyone alive and do damage to Sinners. Sinners, their best case scenario is to win around convincingly, and it'll give them that economic crux that they haven't had all game.
I absolutely will. 2-man advantage now for Sinners is probably their best chance of actually closing this one out. Of course, the Izako boars economy is looking pretty fantastic right now. They will be able to actually force up another if they win it, but if Sinners can make this one convincing, keep several players alive, that's going to work wonders for them. They will be able to come into the next with a similar investment to what they have right now. And Shock, the timing's perfect. The Orc not going to catch him out. Swings into Oscar instead, and Stomp gets his head ripped clean off. Oscar too quick to the trigger. And Mono still suspecting there's someone on this corner, but they've just not peeked whatsoever. Sinners, they've played this round beautifully, and they've taken it in a flawless fashion and found themselves a secondary sniper.
It's absolutely perfect. As they pull ahead. Well, they don't pull ahead of Izako boars, but they pull ahead of their own economy. And it means that now that they actually have a kind of economic cushion to sit on, now that they can go maybe a bit more aggressive, not needless aggression, not mindless aggression like we saw towards Ramp with that Orb on Oscar, I think round 2 or 3, but maybe aggression which can be kind of supported, for instance, pop control, or maybe even an Ivy push, but nothing substantial like that. Let's go and spot Shoe as he just makes a bit of noise above pop. Aggression comes out towards Ivy. They have shot double up setup rings true, and with that, Izako boars go a man down.
That's the power of sort of giving up Ivy and then going for a hard repick a little bit later in the round near a frag. Look at that. Pushes right up, finds both the shots, and Izako boars, they're just completely unsuspecting to it, completely confused as to what's just happened, a little bit disjointed. And Neofrag aggressing even further. 5 versus 2. They're looking for another flawless round right now. That's going to do so much for their economy, and it will actually just break the Izako boars. They've still got $3,000 in the bank. They can afford one more buy after this, and then that's it. Sinners, they'll be allowed a freebie. They'll be on to 6, maybe even 7. That's where this scoreline starts to get very, very dangerous indeed.
Tell you what, Josh. I'll throw it to you. You're Sinners right now. Your CT side on Izako boars' favorite map. How many rounds do you want on your CT side for you to be okay with it?
I'll be honest, I want 9, but that is very, very unlikely at this stage. Considering the current scoreline, I think an 8-7.5 is really what they're playing for at this point, and they're really on for it. They've just taken their 4th. As I say, one more buy round will reset the Izako boars, and 8-7 becomes very, very doable. But yeah, considering you're on the CT side, it's your favored side on your opponent's map pick, I think Sinners want 9 rounds right now, and I'm not sure how likely that is.
Five to 4, and tell you what, you said it's unlikely. I think if they can win this round, there's a glimmer of hope. As Oscar, he finds one to kick things off. That right there is the opening. Exactly what Sinners are after. Elsewhere, we see no frag able to shut down Stomp as well. The Orphan top balls, and he knows these players are going to try and make their way out. And main is to bring out a few shots either way. Zedco holding the other side of this position, but he doesn't quite know about, I believe that is Tau, who's already made his way forward towards the side of red. Well, it may not even matter.
It just doesn't seem to, does it? Look at that. Frag still firing through into Sandwich. No problems whatsoever. The Olaf player doesn't have a clue, and Shui lost alive. He has been spotted, does find himself that headshot, but they'll converge on his position quite swiftly and should be able to take care of him. All eyes are on Shui right now, and how he's still alive is actually pretty incredible. There we go. Oscar finally finishes it off. The wide swing, the headshot with the AWP. That's his second of the round. And, you know, we criticized Oscar's AWPing on the CT side of Vertigo, or at least I did. And to be honest, rightly so. But when he moved on to that T half, he started to hit some really nice shots towards the end of Vertigo, did swing it back in his team's favor. And you kind of said, if he continues that momentum here on Train, a really AWP heavy map, and he has that confidence, then he could be an absolute monster. And he really is. He's 12-4 right now as we go into round number 11, and he's just so versatile. He's dancing around the map. This round going for some early B aggression, not going to connect anything for now. And to be honest, that's a dangerous game up against an Eco, and I think he realizes that they have actually broken the Izako Boars economy, and that he should probably take a step back at this point. He's playing a little bit too aggressive against these pistols.
The second they spot him, they are literally just going to swarm him. Luckily, though, Izako Boars, they've turned their attention down towards A. With these nades in hand, I suspect we'll see an A stack potentially towards either site or towards green from these players of IB, just to try and get some early showing and just try and get themselves out and in a comfortable position. The flash of Shane, that's going to be pivotal to getting them out of this position. And in just a second, we'll see it flowing. We'll see it go high. And from here, we enter the meat grinder.
We absolutely do. I think Izako Boars will be walking straight into it. We see a little bit of util deployed. Nice nade onto B-Stick. Only does a little bit of damage. And how the pistols can follow up here, I just don't know. Frag, perfect position to deal with something like this. The pistols just can't take care of him at all. Stomp manages to spam one away with the Glock. And Teo with this deagle does a tickle of damage. Can't do a whole lot more than that as he gets eliminated by Zedco. And Sinners, they take the lead for the first time since round number 2. And it looks like they might even be able to extend it a little bit further. They're looking really, really strong on this CT side. And every single man around that $10,000 mark. So really dangerous stuff.
And that economic cushion, again, it's what's going to allow Oscar to get a bit aggressive, a bit cocky towards B upper. It's what's going to allow Sinners to feel like they are actually very damn strong right now. And we see it now. Basically, he's just pushing forward. He's ready to fight Shui, who on the off angle will try to swing wide. He's trying to catch out one of them through the smoke. He's able to do just that. Oscar falls away. The Zed goes towards the top of Bop. Will drop a nade to try and force them back. Again, he'll rotate back down, and we find Izako Boars in a perfect position to go for a straight execution, but Neofrag on the close angle is going to have a fairly easy time refuting it.
Neofrag has been sensational on top of this grey train. He's been doing some serious damage, and as he's got the C4 about to walk straight into him, if he finds his kill onto Teo, he could stop this one right in its tracks. Minute 10 on the clock. Oh, aggresses into A main. Timing, it's not very good at all. The flash comes after as well, and Shock, it's all on his shoulders to hold up this A site. Spots out the leg, takes out Stomp, can't hit the flick onto Shane, and I think this round might just be all said and done. 4 versus 2, and Zedco and Oscar, they're nowhere to be seen. Oscar, ooh, that's a nice pick out the sky. Maybe an opportunity, especially as the bomb's not gone down.
The aggression towards Connector, though, from Shui is going to be absolutely pivotal to their success, and I don't think Oscar expects it at all. He'll continue shifting forward. He's wary about players towards this center site position rather than towards Connector, and as of right now, it's going to be down to Zedco. He's actually waiting for Oscar to try and sell that position. He does for one. Mono now, open hand, caught out by Zedco. Now will make his way on forward. Zedco, of course, the man, literally a machine at some point as he'll try to clear it close E-box. He's wary of that position. He spots out Shane. He's able to finish the job. Suddenly, Shui on no HP as well has reason to worry. Let's out that bomb once. He'll look to stick it.
He's holding it.
He'll just hold it.
Oh, no. Oh, he could have had it. He's still got it, though. He's still got the defuse. Oh, that is unreal. I think he does.
Oh, that's close. He just clinches it. An amazing 1 versus 3 by Zedco there. And that's exactly what Sinners need to give them that momentum to pull themselves forward. They take a timeout just to take a breather and figure out what the hell just happened.
That was a 4 versus 2. Oscar just adds a bit of a spanner in the works, diverts the attention, and Zedko, I kind of knew there was a real good chance of him taking this. Shane, even with the free fire, hits the dinks. Zedko comes out on top in the gunfight. He has the information on Shui and Connector, goes for the hold. Realistically, I think had he have held that, he probably would have just about had it. It would have been really, really close. But no, he comes off, takes the headshot, gets back on it, and well, he is very lucky. I think that was genuinely the final tick. I think that was 0. Whatever. What is a tick? In a 128 tick server, you've got 128 ticks a second, which means that it's about a fraction of a second. I can't be bothered to work it out, but it's very, very close.
Micromillimetric is what you're getting at. It's pretty damn close. But now, Izako balls on another buy. They scrape AKs. There's the odd bit of utility as well to assist it as they pull on ahead to try and catch out any of these Sinners members.
But that's the plan. You know, Izako balls just with these AKs. No AWP, no utility on Teo, and Shui, oh, he drops instantly. Oscar once again getting aggressive in B upper. And it's interesting because Oscar was playing towards A before. We saw him in that connector on the fast rotation. And for the last few rounds, he's been trying to get an aggressive pick towards B heaven. And he hasn't found it at all. He's not been merited anything. Finally, he gets it. And I'm not sure if he'll go for it again. I think that's probably his... He gets the pick. Next time, they'll be wary of it. But this time it gives them a nice advantage, and Beastick looking to try and reaggress off the back of it. They've got an advantage here. A lot of damage done onto Shane. They need to be very careful of him. He's actually pushed right up towards the green train.
There's no way Izako balls expect this as well. Again, Beasticky, this position is going to be pivotal. Beasticky, he's not had an insane game for kills. He's had an insane game for impacts, and his presence right now has just been phenomenal. Now the big execution comes down. Beasticky, he's just going to be in a position to shut it down. He shuts out the first, and again, all he has to do is stay alive. Oscar, he's ringing out shots left, right, and center. He's forcing players back himself, and with his teammate coming to join him, that forces a very, very tough position for both Stomp and Mono, who have only got a limited amount of positions to be.
Absolutely, yeah. By him staying alive, it just applies pressure and also forces the Izako Boars to plant the bomb in an unfavorable position. There we go. That's Zedko's cue to peek out. As soon as they killed Beastick, they thought the flank was clear, but it's absolutely not. And they get sandwiched in. Oscar from behind and Sinners, they take it to 8. And you know what? I said that the 9-6 half was unlikely. Now it's looking very likely. And there's even a potential for a 10-5. This is fantastic from Sinners.
I'd love to see what these power match odds are, and well, as we say that, the gods respond, and they still favour Izako Boars, but it's only just. If you believe that Sinners to come ahead and take this, then now would really be a good time to put that there. Go ahead, click on that banner down below, and of course, when you deposit for the first time, you will get that extra special bonus to at least make that worth your while. So go check them out. They've made this whole thing possible. Absolutely awesome people. And of course, with Izako Boars, they once again go for an aggressive push out from A main. It's in the form of Shane. He's able to get this kill, but low on HP. He might be in danger of just being naded down.
Absolutely, yeah. He's got to try and fall away from this. The smoke does give him an opportunity to do so, but expect to spam. Neo frag does take out Shui. In the meantime, the trade comes through. Shane drops back into a 3-on-3. Stomp on the other side of this smoke, waiting for someone to peek on top of the green train. It's not going to happen. In the meantime, Beastick. Oh, this is absolutely perfect. Tao's fully aware of it, though. How on earth does he expect that one? Turns around at exactly the right moment. Maybe there was a sound cue. I didn't hear it. And now Izako Boars, they've got the man advantage and a good opportunity to take a 6th here.
Beastick potentially a bit too ambitious, but I'll tell you what, Oscar isn't. He's got that bomb, and he's got the perfect position to try and fight from now. He looks elsewhere. He's able to shut down Stomp. It's all on Mono. 1 versus 2 coming out from A main. He's got to get to both Pop Dog without being shot, as well as getting up that ladder without losing his head, and both of which seem very unlikely. Almost impossible, but Shock actually doesn't spot him. This is either an amazing silver lining for him and he's turned it to perfection, or it just doesn't matter. It doesn't. Oscar doesn't even need a scope. He plays the AWP like it's a shotgun, blasting Mono's head clean open and making Sinners a 9th round. They hit your benchmark. They might look to do one better. They lead 9-5, and for Izako Boars, thereby, it's not looking good at all.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be polarized. And, well, Oscar, this is so sensational. He's playing out of his mind right now. And do you know what he's doing, Kramer? He's doing a Torsey. We're still going to call it that.
He is doing a Torsey.
He's doing a Torsey. Sitting 19-5, and he's hitting just about everything. Yeah, just about everything. Even in that scenario, holding top pop with an AWP and hitting no scopes like that is just unbelievable. I mean, how do you contend with that whatsoever? You think all day long that you can win a close range gunfight with a rifle, and no, Oscar just tears your head off, uses it like a shotgun. Izako boars group up into Brown Halls, start to head towards B, and this time Sinners aren't actually aggressively posted on it. You see B-Stick real far back. Oscar, he's taking his AWP towards the A site as he wants to try and contend with Ivy. Shot gets dropped, and that's going to be the cue to push onto the B side. So it is going to be a retake here for Sinners to try and pull off. Let's see if they can do it.
Oh, nice shot to Stomp there. And with that, it goes 4-on-4. Mono, he'll respond onto B-Sticky. His presence in CT is known, though, and NeoFrag is just going to look to punish it. He'll shift forward. Complete knowledge that he's there, but it won't matter. Mono comes out on top, and then Shui finds Oscar. It all falls down to Zedka, the last man left standing. In a 1 versus 4, he's finished. And the Izako boars, they do make it 6, but they hit that par. Sinners, they now lead 9-6, switching to that harder T side in an attempt to pull ahead and take the series 2-0.
It's looking very doable right now. As I say, Sinners, they've met that benchmark. It all just comes down to how strong their T side is. They were 5-2 down. They took 7 in a row to make this one 9-6. And if they can take this pistol, they are in a very strong position. Izako boars, they do love this CT side of Train. It is where they're best. Formerly, they had Exus on that AWP. Now Stomp. Very, very dangerous man indeed as Sinners start to head towards B, and it looks like it's going to be a fast play. Shui, he's going to realize this, but maybe a little bit too late.
He turns around, Oscar spots a beautiful shot by Oscar, but shox taken down. That's phenomenal by Shui as Shane finds Zedko as well. It's all on NeoFrag. The man, he's had a great series so far, but he's peppered with body shots, and Izako boars come out on top. They make it 7. They pull ahead, and with the conversion here, it looks like we might see a very, very close match.
Oh, we absolutely will. Izako boars should be able to close out this scoreline now. With no bomb plant going down, Sinners, yeah, they are going to force into this anyway. You see those deagles. That means that if they don't win this round, the Izako boars will certainly be able to level this one out 9-9. And what a sensational round from Shui. Gets dinked down to 1 point of health by Oscar and still fires through to get the trade and actually find one more. Flash comes in towards Ivy as they get aggressive. They need to be very careful here. That MP9 could drop, and the Deagle from D-Stick finds one in the meantime. 4 versus 4, and an opportunity here for Sinners.
It's absolutely exactly what's needed. And, well, Sinners, if they can effectively trade, then they're going to be in a perfect position right now. Shane on the close angle. He'll make a bit of noise as he goes up onto White Train there. Catch out anyone who dare come his way. As he backs away instead, it'll be an early pick as Oscar. He hits a beautiful shot on Mono there. And if that isn't a reason for this Izako boars side to be scared, I don't know what is. Stomp, he's able to respond. A nice shot as he does so. Shane able to do the same in unison as he goes 2-on-3.
Well, this round's quite quickly flipped on its head. Seemed like there was a good opportunity for Sinners, and now that's been stripped. It's Shane doing big, big damage. Secondary headshot comes through, and it all falls onto shox's shoulders. 1 versus 3, Deagle in hand. Accompanied by Kevlar, he's got the C4, a little bit of util, definitely potential, but with 30 seconds on this clock, I really don't fancy his chances. Not a whole lot of point in saving as he continues to press forward, wants to try and do further damage, but he is going to be met by Shane with that M4, and he just can't connect the head. Shane finds his 3rd of the round. And the Izako boars, they take 8, and more than likely, soon to be 9.
It's absolutely exactly what was needed to pull ahead, and I tell you what, right, if you are on that Sinners side, you know you have to eco here. You've done that much damage. Do you just continue your momentum D-Force again? Obviously not, but it's exactly what's needed, really, for the most part, to allow this side to pull ahead. And for Izako boars, this is their chance to build some economy.
It absolutely is. Blocks come out of A main. They try and do some damage. They absolutely do damage, but they don't find any kills. For now, Shane's here to just stab pat, pick up all of these eco frags, and there we go. Stomp with the scout. Oscar trying to get this bomb plant on the B site, hoping he can jump across and maybe whiffs or something, but that's not going to happen today. 9-9, Izako boars, they level out this scoreline after being 9-6 down at half-time, but they need to continue this dominance. They've got a fair amount of money behind them. They've got a very, very strong buy. They don't want to take any chances. And Sinners, weapons of their own. AKs, AWP on Oscar. Not a lot of utility to back it up, but he doesn't need it. He's been hitting everything this game, and he needs to just make sure that he continues with that same flair as Stomp. Oh, finds the opener, but it is traded.
Kills either way. Stomp able to come out on top though. Was with that we move ahead, and with that Beastkeep makes his way on forward. He is going through this corner, that he does. He's able to catch out Sal though, and that is exactly what Sinners need to pull themselves ahead. Stompy might even consider peeking through this molly. He doesn't for the time being though. He'll drop a molly of his own actually to force these players back. Oscar, his orb towards heaven is going to be so important for Sinners right now. It'll be instrumental to their success if they're able to find any. Instead, Beastkeep doesn't get the timing on stop here.
Just from a confidence point of view, it's really important Sinners pick up this round, and there we go. Beastick finds one, dances around the train, Oscar with another, and Beastick in a prime position to find this third, but Shock finds it anyway. Beautiful round from Sinners. It works out admirably. They get onto that B site, they take the 3 versus 3, and they win it all day long. Nice opening pick there from Oscar as well to make things happen, get the gears turning. I think... I'm not sure if that AWP was retrieved or if he's just invested into another one. But either way, Sinners have got all the cash to work with. And Izako boars, they're kind of down to the reserve money. Couple of MP9s come out. We do see a full investment. But if they lose out here, Sinners could be on to 12 and beyond.
Absolutely right. As Shui, he'll be holding this close angle. It's the best he can do with only an MP9. And right now, the sort from Stomp has to pull the leg weight of a couple of other people who are unable to... Well... with only the MP9s that are unable to topple.
Stomp watching this smoke. Anticipating some kind of boost. Sinner's not going to do anything like that for now. Instead, just wait for it to dissipate, see if they can find any closer range fights. They know that the economy of the Izako boars probably isn't going to be too great right now. And as Beastick shifting up, spots the head of Shane, and that is such a fast response. Snaps right to it. That's the man advantage for Sinners. Not tradable for now as Shock coming in from Ivy, and they've got a really nice pincer to go for here. Mono tucking into the red train. His position might not be anticipated. It's a nice off angle. He does convert, but that information now relayed. They just have to be careful of Teo, who's actually pushed all the way up from B. He could get a good flank going right now.
He's the key trying to catch out Shuri, and he'll do just that. Evens out the man count. Mono now on the close angle. Course out as well. Beasticky on a rampage. And he triples up. It's all on Tao coming on from a flank. He knows where all these players are. He's able to cancel out the plant. He's able to double up as well, but Oscar, he'll nullify that position. As instead, we see Sinners make it 11 now as they lead, and they continue to establish a bit of dominance here.
Teo's done a really good job of making that one costly, but my goodness, in that scenario, it's a 4 versus 4. He's got a fantastic flank that can single-handedly win the round. And he's saying to his teammates, just stay alive. Just jiggle peek, bait, keep them busy. I'm coming in from behind. And you see Shui just jiggle peeking in Pop Dog. His whole job there is just to keep that E-Box player busy for Teo to wrap around. And somehow Beastick, he's given an inch, a millimeter, and he hits the headshot. It's just such fast reactions, and Sinners, they get themselves onto 11. As I say, should be 12 here as they're just up against the full eco. Mono, the only man with any investment, and it's only a P250. And Sinners know it. They're just going to burst into this B site and get this round over and done with. See if the MAC-10s could do some damage.
Push goes on out, and, well, with that, you mentioned how this MAC-10 is going to try to do some damage. It looks like they can do just that. Zedko is going to try and barrel his way towards the back line. He's got some 2 USPs to try and line up instantly. They're very good for one of Zedko. Trying to find his opponents, but once he does, he's deadly. As Shui and Stomp both fall, he's got 2 more to worry about. Shane being one of them, who will be able to finish the job, but I feel like only killing a MAC-10 is definitely not what you want in an eco. Granted, it's the odd bit of damage, but you can definitely do a bit more. Beastie taps down the first. She runs out of ammo, which does even out the opportunity, but Neo Frag assists. 12-9 now, and for Izako boars, they're going to have to move to a next buy, but it's starting to look scary for them.
And there we go, the power match odds finally tipping in Sinner's favour. We haven't seen that happen for the entirety of this game. It's always ever so slightly favoured the Izako boars, but as we draw closer and closer to the end, it's less and less likely that they're going to be able to pull it back. And if you want to place a bet on it, if you fancy their chances, make sure you click on that banner down below. Head over to our partners over at Parry Match, where you can sign up and get that special first-time deposit bonus. Beautiful opening pick there from Shui, getting nice and aggressive, but he needs to fall away as his teammates dropped and there's lost diving control.
Shock trades, but Shui trebles up. Again, beautiful little 3K there. Zedko, though, aggressing, will finish the job as it puts it down to a 2-on-3. And for now, Sinners, they're down, but they're not out. As they turn their attention down towards Ivy. First man to worry about will be Shane. And 4 in hand, he's got smoke to delay them. Let's see if it's enough, though.
Oh, nice shot from Oscar. Absolutely unbelievable. Brings things back into a 2-on-2, and with a minute left on this clock, they've got a serious chance here. Once again, they just need to play the mind games. That's exactly what they're doing. The Izako boars, they've got both players over towards A. Sinners, they're wrapping their way around. By the time they actually get to the B site, if they do opt for it, I'm sure Izako boars will have read it and rotated a man over. But they've got plenty of time to play with. Sinners, they don't have to make any hasty decisions, and that's exactly what they're doing. Just playing this one nice and slow. Play to their advantages. It's a dead even round. We see an AWP and an M4 and full HP on all 4 of these players.
And it's going to be a fairly tough round, to be honest. I mean, Sinners, they're going to be able to get into this site, no issue whatsoever. And in an afterplant, Sinners actually have a really strong advantage right now. They have a really strong position to do so, because the only people who are, like, in an afterplant, this is really their best position to be in.
I'll be honest, this is a massive mistake from the Izako boars to completely have given up this B site. Scenario like this, I understand playing for the retake, but as soon as this bomb goes down and Oscar's got this AWP, they need to hit shots like that, and there we go. Stomp, maybe confident in his abilities from the start, hits a beautiful flick, leaves it all down to Czgo on this bomb site. I don't think they're 100% sure that he's crouched on default. Could be anywhere at this point, and he's playing the mind games, wrapping around the train, trying to get the timing. Here's the tap on the bomb, confirms that they're not holding it, swings around, takes out Stomp with the AWP. Now a one-on-one. Teo desperately trying to get onto the site, trying to make this happen, but he has no idea where Czgo is. And Czgo, time and time again, the Clutch Meister is going to be able to pull it off. And here's that Hellcase replay of the round. Absolutely sensational. And it puts Sinners onto 13. That was a 4v2, Bremer. That was a 4 versus 2.
It's just been so incredible. He's been insane. And right now, it's like, okay, ball. Was there a call? What you hope to do if you're a Izako boars right now? Sinners are just going to...
Absolutely, yeah. The Izako boars economy is in the bin. Sinners have got an opportunity to get themselves onto 14 right now. Just the Deagles to work with. What does Teo do here? This is going to be an absolute bloodbath here in the brown halls. Spams away, hits the first. Stomp does manage to sneak away. How on earth does he manage to get down ramp untraded? He can relay this information, but only the Deagles to hold this one back. And Sinners, well, they should be on for an easy 14th here.
It looks like it'll be Deagle singular as he's able to force these players away. Czgo, the first one to swing wide as he shuts down Stomp, and with that, it goes 4-on-3. Mono shifting forward in to catch out these members. That's Shane. Oh, that's a nice shot. Czgo taken down. And as he goes 3-on-3, Shui on the flank. He's caught out. And with that, though, it's a perfect opportunity for those on the Izako boars to pull ahead.
Ooh. Nice headshot from Mono, but left on his lonesome. I mean, they've done a lot of damage here. The Izako boars should be fairly happy with this round, considering they just had the Deagles to work with. They found 3 kills, but frankly, at this stage, that economical damage just makes no difference whatsoever. Sinners have got so much cash in the bank. You see them with $10,000. They're going to fully reinvest. The Izako boars, this is the important round. This is the one they absolutely have to win. Otherwise, they will be down and out of this one, and they'll just be begging for mercy because Sinners, their T side, has been absolutely on fire.
Absolutely right. It looks unstoppable right now. And Izako boars a double up setup. Is it really what saves them here? Again, I'll tell you what, the issue with a double up setup as well, it's so expensive. If it's shut down, if it's nullified, then well, they're screwed. Oscar, he shuts down the first. There's Stomp falling. Out to a single AWP. Aggression comes out from upper, though, as Tower is able to respond. And suddenly, Izako boars might bear a bit of teeth in this round. Yet still, as Shane will try and shift forward onto Czgo. He doesn't spot him, and neither player brings out shots just yet. Shane will back away towards Sandwich, and he'll give Sinners just a space to breathe towards A-Main.
Well, the 4 versus 4, Teo actually very lucky that he came out on top in that engagement. Timing just about goes his way. And Mono, the only sniper. In fact, Shane's actually picked up the other sniper, so we do still see both AWPs in play. Not from the players that started off with them, though. And look at this timing. B-Stick wraps back around as Shui goes up the ladder, but he looks the wrong way. And Izako boars, they've kind of been handed this one a little bit, and it all just comes down to unfortunate timing from Sinners. 4 versus 2. I can't imagine that the Czechs can get it done again.
Mono shuts down shox. It's all on Oscar, and you're absolutely right. It looks like it will just be the lone round for him now as he shifts on forward. Oh, look, to maybe shut down the odd member aggressively towards B Halls, but as a double orb setup comes through from Izako boars, not only is it saved, but it's also built upon, which gives them a bit of an advantageous position to move forward into. For Oscar, with only 15 seconds left, I don't really know what he tries to go for here. Maybe he can try and get down pot, maybe he can try and get behind Shui, but it's a missed shot. Shui finishes the job. And with that, Izako boars, they make it 10.
Well, they give their opponents a second sniper. I think there was 2 available on the floor anyway, to be fair. And yeah, in that scenario, any other time you'd see Oscar go for a save with the amount of money he has. I don't think he wanted to opt for it, but realistically, saving probably would have done them a lot of favors. Could have dropped an AK here, had a better buy to work with. We see that AWP come out. Everybody else around that $2,000 mark. They will have a full investment in the next, but this round they want to head over towards B and they want Oscar to do all the heavy lifting. He's on 25 frags right now. Let's see if the Tech9s can get anything done. Damage dealt from Teo, but no kills. This is really messy. Finally finds 2, and that is a nice recovery indeed. The C4 will go down, but the retake already in place, and shot, that's a big whiff.
That's a whiff from every remaining Sinners member there. Every single one missed their bullets, and with that, the force buy, it's pretty much nullified as we're going to see a round come ahead again in favour of Izako as they make it 11. And from that, we'll see Sinners look to, well, go to their next buy. But as Izako hit 11, this thing makes it something like a bit scary.
Absolutely, yeah, there's definitely potential for this one to come back. Sinners, they have got a lot of money to work with now. They pull out a buy here. If it works out for them, then obviously they pretty much just close this one out, or at least they get themselves onto map point and they guarantee the overtime. But yeah, the Izako boars, if they win this buy round, they completely reset Sinners, and they've got a good opportunity to pull this one back to 14-13, and that's anyone's game at that point. Mono with this secondary sniper, spots out the legs, deploys the grenade, maybe does the damage. Instead, it's Shane to find the frag.
With that, shox will try to do a bit of damage himself. He doesn't catch out anything for the time being, though. Instead, this does just force Sinners back a little bit. There's nothing too substantial in terms of damage done to the remaining 4, but the point is there is only 4 of them. Again, with bot control, it does make things just a little bit easier for them, but we're going to need to see something huge from NeoFrag, and, well, he's been able to do so before. Let's hope we can see it again as flashes go out. This should try and base a push. NeoFrag good for 1. Shui there to trade, but Shui low on HP. Will try to back away.
Well, still the man advantage here for the Izako boars, but so much damage dealt onto them. Teo does really tip the scales in his team's favour, though. With that 3rd kill coming through, it gives them a major advantage. Oscar, a little bit audacious, and Shane finishes things off. 12 rounds on the board there for the Izako boars, and they actually keep 4 guys alive, which, considering the HP that they had, and considering the scenario they were in 15 seconds prior, I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. Sinners, right now, they're going to call a tactical timeout. They know that this is time where they have to drop down to an eco. We'll probably see a couple of pistols come out. That would be the absolute best. Izako boars will be able to get on to 13. And then Sinners will kind of be playing for the win or bust, to be honest. If they can win the round, they get on to overtime. Izako boars will still have money to invest, but at least there's a bit of weight off of Sinners' shoulders. If they lose it, the Izako boars will be able to do the same.
I fear greatly for Sinners right now, and for now, as Sinners move ahead to their eco, you know, when we saw that last Tech9 round, it looked shaky, Josh. It looked very shaky. All 3 members missing their shots, and from there, it looked like they've kind of just lost all the wind in their sails. As the Izako boars, they got as this default, the one that's worked for them up till now. When as Sinners look to just rotate around the map, it looks like they are going to try and congregate towards the top of B here, and maybe let's just explode down onto this Orpera stomp. NeoFrag and Beast Key, are they able to get this initial deagle shot? Won't matter. Stomp misses his shots. There they build a bit of momentum, they show a bit of presence, and well, it does pull a rotation of Tau though.
Sinners, I don't know what the game plan is here. Maybe try and do some damage. might affect the Izako boars when it comes to their reinvestment in like the 29th. If Sinners win the next buy round, I'm not too sure. To be honest, they've got tons of cash to work with. I don't think the damage really matters. Probably to try and get the bomb plant here. If they can get the C4 planted, gives them a little bit of extra money to work with in the next. As that secondary smoke goes up, Zko probably wants to try and push through it. The only defense here on this B site is Stomp right at the back with the sniper, but he's not to be underestimated. Oh, Neofrag had an opportunity to take him out with the deagle, but at long range, unable to connect. Teo swings through. Oh, look at the spray control. That's so much harder than it looks. Beautiful double kill. And okay, they clean up the round. They don't lose any casualties, but the C4 does go down for Sinners. So I think they'll be fairly happy with that outcome.
It's not the cleanest of rounds for Sinners, but again, they get a bomb plant. That's what matters. It's the 13th for Izako boars as they really look to pull themselves ahead now. Sinners, they go to their next buy. We look at these parry match odds, and it's pretty much neck and neck. Izako boars slightly in favor, but if you think Sinners can close it out, if you think they can pull ahead and take down the, well, Titans of Izako boars, go click on that banner below. Of course, go to their website, and when you go for your first deposit, you'll get an extra special bonus deposit with that. So absolutely go check it out, and well, thanks to them, this whole thing's possible.
This map's shaping up to be a hell of a lot closer than I was expecting. Remember, last time these two teams played against each other, it was 16-14. So don't expect anything else, because these two teams are completely deadlocked, especially on a map like Train. We could be seeing an overtime. To be honest, I anticipate an overtime. It really does depend on whether Sinners win this round or not. If they lose it, the Izako boars might actually just be able to win. If they win it, then yeah, overtime.
Oh, I kept trying to interrupt you. I was getting a bit excited. Yeah, it looks like it's all going to come down to this big execution, and as it does, it forces Tao away. Shui on such a quick flank, though, and it looks like Sinners have no real reason to suspect it. Oscar rings out a few shots. He turns around, and oh, that's a great turnaround. Learnabout is fair play. Still, he's taken down. Shane trades onto two, though, with Tao there to support it. Now the flank of Zko needs to be so important, as will the one of Shock. As Zko, he strikes for the first. Elsewhere, it's going to be Neofrag to make his position known. He'll just drop that nade onto anyone pushing towards him. But Zko, as he makes his way out from Connector, he's got Mono to worry about. There you go. Mono finds one. Neofrag trades. Neofrag tries to double up, and double up he does. It's all on Mono. 1 versus 2. Catches out the first. He's got Shock to worry about. Waiting for him to pull around the corner. That he does. Sinners at 15. But Izako boars can rebuy nonetheless.
I love that strategy. The whole strat there was playing for the flanks. They plant the bomb to the left-hand side of the site, make sure that they have a sight line on it from the back, and it means that they can get players wrapping around, even Shock, on a really, really late flank, yeah? You see Zko having some impact, cutting off the rotations, but Shock's kind of the insurance policy there. Unfortunately, he does fall to Mono. He kind of peeks out a little bit too early, doesn't have the read on the fact that there is a guy to his left, but either way, a beautiful round from Sinners. It gets them on to 15. It'll alleviate some of the pressure that's been applied. And now they have 2 chances to finish this one off. Izako boars, it's overtime or bust. Of course, their opponents are on series points. So very, very dangerous stuff. They need to hit all of their shots here.
And now that player in the form, I believe that's Mono, is spotted, Tao will try to push forward, but Neofrag knows he's there. He's good for 1. Beasticky trades, though. Picks up that AK, but he doesn't clear up. Zko does, though. Stomp's taken down. Sinners suddenly with a bomb site, with a man advantage, and with a potential avenue to try and shut down this game. Shane on the flank, though. He's not spotted yet. Oscar wary of his position, but he hasn't acted on it. Mono good for 1. Now Shock swings wide. Beasticky shuts him down. 2 on 3. Shui leading this charge. He's got Zko to worry about. And Zko, for good reason, but he's able to win the aim duel. 2 on 2. It's looking very winnable at this point. The flashes will go down. The volleys will land in kind. Shui good for 1 more. All on Oscar. 1 versus 2. Catches out the first. He's got Mono to worry about. Spots him out. Mono comes out on top. Does he have enough time? That he does. It's a 14th for Izako boars, and it's an awful economic situation, at least for Sinners.
Oh, man, a real valiant attempt there from Oscar. Puts him onto 28 frags. Very, very unfortunate. Goes for the no-scope on the ladder. I mean, that's just as inaccurate as it gets, isn't it, really? Not going to connect. Really unfortunate. But here in the 30th, Sinners do actually have money to work with. Had they have lost the round prior to this would be a very, very different story. But we do see a buy come out. We see the AKs. Unfortunately, Zydko and shox are demoted down to those Mac 10s, but we've seen how much damage they can do with them. They kind of play a very, very different style when they have those Mac 10s in hand, and it doesn't really add to too much of a contingency for them. We see Shui smoke off that Molotov. It is going to be a B hit by the looks of things, though, as Teo confirms it with the peak, and he can call for the reinforcements.
That's the ambitious peak, and he tries to get away. He's spotted out. Oscar goes for one as well. Beastly Key caught out of the smoke. Right now, Teo staying alive is absolutely everything. He tries to back away. Neofrag pressures him down. He finishes the job. Once again, it's a man advantage and enough to plant position for Sinners now. Flash forces Mono back. Shane spamming the position to try and just force these players away. Mono opting for high ground. He'll shift on forward. He's got Neofrag to worry about. If he overextends onto Zydko, he'll be punished, but it doesn't matter. Good for the first. Wary of the follow-up. And in a 3-on-3, they take a moment to stagnate.
They can't take too long. That C4's planted. There's a fuse on this round. The time pressure mounting as it ticks further and further. But Shane with the headshot. This is looking very doable for the Izako boars. Zydko, though, underneath, takes out the AWP. And the bomb, the Molotov lands on it. It's going to eliminate the defuse, but the smoke's in place. The defuse comes through. And the Izako boars, they are able to take it to overtime. Perfect, perfect stuff. And wow, Sinners, they got to be kicking themselves right now. I love the aggression from Zydko. It takes out Mono, but it means that there's no chance of him preventing that plant. It wasn't planted for him, so he had to run all the way back, and there was no opportunity.
That's twice now. Sinners have had a man advantage in an after plant position, and it's just not worked. For now, Izako boars, they take a technical pause. I think someone in panic has maybe broken their PC, but for now, we should be able to get underway, hopefully fairly shortly. I don't think anyone's dropped from the server just yet. But of course, we look at these parry match odds, and they're actually favouring Izako boars quite heavily at this point. So if you believe Sinners can come ahead and take it, or if you think Izako boars are going to be the ones to prevail, then go click on that banner down below. Of course, you'll get the extra special bonus on your first deposit. So click the banner, go to parry match, check them out. They're absolutely awesome people. And you never know, they give you probably the best odds there is. So awesome stuff by them.
I actually agree with those odds as well. In terms of Izako boars winning this overtime, it really has seemed like on their CT side, they've been their best when they've had the weapons out. Of course, we saw Sinners get off to a really, really good start on this T side, but that really did sort of come off of the back of, I suppose they lost the pistol round, but then once they got those guns in hand, they won the round, they reset the Izako boars, and it felt like the Izako boars were forcing, not really having like full utility and things like that. Cost them like 5 or 6 rounds in a row. And as soon as they got that double AWP setup out, they put that secondary sniper on Mono. They've just been absolutely unstoppable. We've seen Sinners really, really struggling to get onto these sites. And then even in the retake scenario, struggling to close as well. So I don't know. I really don't know what's to expect for them. If they can take 1 or 2 rounds, maybe even 1 round, if they can take 1 round on this T side, then they've got a good chance moving on to the CT side, pulling out that double sniper, 1 on Zydko, 1 on Oscar. They can do some serious damage. And I think, yeah, we will be seeing another timeout. We will see a reset come through.
Also, the technical pause goes out. Reset comes on. Still in this technical pause from Izako boars. And I tell you what, Josh. Izako boars, they've gone to OT. Do you think Fatigue is going to start it? Because bear in mind, Shui, Shane, they're fairly young players. Do you think that we're going to see Fatigue start to hit them as they move on to Nuke?
If we go on to, I was just about to say it, Fatigue probably won't hit them just yet. But yeah, if we go on to Nuke, then potentially so. These guys have been playing for a good few hours now. Obviously, this day started at 11 o'clock our time, which means, 12 o'clock CET. These guys would have woken up nice and early as well in practice. You don't just wake up and hop straight onto the server. You got to do a couple of hours of aim preparation, maybe even a bit of time to talk over some of the strats and work out what vetoes you're going to go for and all of that stuff. So these players are definitely going to be tired. They've been playing Counter-Strike for realistically 6 or 7 hours straight now, especially on the Sinner side that came straight out of their best of 1 straight into this one. But yeah, for the Izako boars, it feels like they've been on the back foot a lot of it, and that's so much more strenuous. Yeah, when you're winning, you kind of got that adrenaline going and things are good. When you're losing and it's still close and you're just trailing on the back foot, it really, really does kind of put a strain on just your whole mentality. And if it does end up going to Nuke, okay, they'll be happy that they've won train and that they've gone on to Nuke, but I think the fatigue might come into play.
Tell you what, Josh. Let's say Sinners take this. Do you think that? Well, let's say either Izako Boars or Sinners take the series. Do you think that either of these teams are going to be able to win in a rematch versus Movistar?
Yes. I actually do, to be honest. I think the Movistar looked really weak earlier. I know that they are a really, really talented side, and hopefully tomorrow they come in with a better attitude. But earlier on today, they really, really weren't playing very good Counter-Strike at all. We really sort of bigged up Smooya in the pregame and said that he does like incredible things and is just an absolute mastermind in the server. And earlier on, he finished the game with 10 frags. Yeah, there just wasn't the showings from those star players that were required. And especially on Vertigo, when you haven't got your AWPer turning up, I mean, what do? They have to come into tomorrow with a completely different mindset. Otherwise, they are in trouble. Right here, though, overtime underway. Timeout cancelled. And Sinners, once again, looking like they're heading over towards this B area. They do seem to have a good success rate when it comes to getting onto the site and finding these opening picks. It's the after plants. It's the post-plant situations that they struggle with.
Smokes go down, and with that, the set piece goes out. Once again, Sinners need to make their way forward. This time, Tau good for one. Neofrag once again there to trade, and once again, it's Sinners with a man advantage on this B site. Time and time again, they've gone B, and time again, it has worked. Izako Boars, they may have a chink in their armor, and Sinners, they're looking like they want to exploit it to the utmost effect. As we see Stomp starts to make his way forward, as will Mono. Mono finds the initial kill on to Neofrag. I tell you what, Mono has been the absolute catalyst for these retakes. Elsewhere, though, we see the aggression of Zedko. He's caught out by Mono again, and God, the timing's just heartbreaking. Now Shock has to go huge right now to defend his position above Oil. Shui falls, follow up there, Stomp shuts him down. Oscar in a 1 versus 2. AWP in hand, it's a trifecta of AWPs now, all battling it out.
And Oscar needs to swing, try and deny the plant. He's hit the wrong side, and Mono gets the defuse. Once again, Sinners take the man advantage. They take the bomb site, and then they lose it from there. With 4 players still alive, they can't justify all falling right back towards Brown Halls or anything like that. They have to push, and they have to try and take the site. But when they do so, they just seem to lose the gunfires. That timing, as you said, was absolutely heartbreaking from Zedko. And Mono finding both frags not only evens the numbers back up once again, but gives them a real avenue to just push onto that site and force Oscar into an impossible clutch situation.
Shane once again going aggressive towards A main, taking his time to push ahead. I tell you what, Mono, he doesn't have many kills comparative to the rest of the team, but the kills he's had have been so impactful. Every single one has been just absolutely just key to a retake or key to a defense. And as Shane finds Zedko, Shock there to trade towards A main. That's the bomb drops actually. More smokes go down. Nades follow suit. Shock will actually just get away. But elsewhere, Izako Boars, we see them aggress towards the top of B in the form of Tau, who, with the soft angle, will know it's definitely going to be an A hit.
Well, Mono, he's on 26 frags right now. He's doing incredibly well. It's really Stomp on that AWP that's lacking a little. And, oh, once again, can't get anything done with it. It's Mono to try and pick up the pieces. And Oscar takes him out from behind. 2 versus 1. Surely they can't lose this one. I know the C4's down. Teo really does have an opportunity with Oscar missing that shot. The reswing comes in. And Oscar, he doesn't miss twice, and if you give him the opportunity, he will rip your head clean off. That's exactly what he does. 31 kills on the man right now. He is playing out of his mind, and Sinners bounce right back. Take it 16-16, and more importantly, they take that aforementioned round on that T side, which I think they've been struggling on their T side. Despite the fact that they did get off to a good start and they managed to get themselves up to 15, I think generally speaking, their defense was much stronger than this.
Absolutely right. There's a few shots ring out either way. They tried to force these players back. We're able to do so for the time being. Instead, it's going to be Neofrag to pull ahead and try and do this extra spat of damage. Good for 1. Tau there to trade. And with that, Izako Boars, they went for a 3-man commitment to aggression on B, as well as a player in Pop Dog. This time, though, as they make their way on forward, Sinners will look to catch out these initial players. Shui on the other side of this ladder. The timing is going to be everything for him. And once again, we'll see a flank from Izako Boars. But this time, Shock. Actually, more than expecting it, almost.
That does seem to be the case. 4 versus 4, a very important round, and I seem to use this one a little bit too much, but no one wants to be the man to make the mistake in a scenario like this. You don't want to be the one to over-aggress, lose the gunfight, and cost it for your team. Teo starts sandwiched between 2 Molotovs, but still comes out on top, and he's still alive as well. He can stop the cross right now as the bomb goes down. The flank in play. Shui, it's absolutely perfect. Zedko good for 1, but Shui trades it, and Beestick needs to win this engagement, and he doesn't do so. Izako boars take the lead in the first half of OT, but as I mentioned before, 1 round for Sinners there is probably what they're looking for, and I think they'll be relatively happy.
Relatively is probably a bit of an understatement. I think they'd be extremely happy. But you need to bear in mind that it's the CT side that is really the strongest side for either of these teams, and it's because they have such an emphasis on these orbals, whether it be Oscar, whether it be Mono, whether it be Stomp, and well, in this case, whether it be Shock as well. So for the most part, they are going to have an advantage on the CT side. Izako boars, though, they're 1 away from double OT, they're 2 away from victory. And for Sinners, that is going to be a scary precedent as they go out. Shane will take a bit of early damage trying to push over towards Sandwich. He'll be tagged down, he'll actually fall to the molly there. Perfect stuff by Shock. And with that, we're going to see Izako boars go a man down in an attempt to try and pull it back.
Not a great start from them. They need to try and recover this one, but that frag completely untradeable. And Shock, this is kind of a sticky situation. He's called for some support from Oscar. Oscar on the corner, baited the information away. A Neo frag firing through. No one expecting Shock up close like that. Picks up the AK, spams through the smoke, finds the final kill. And that is absolutely sensational. Even wants to pick up that secondary sniper once again. Love that from the man. Gets this scoreline tied up once again. 17-17. And basically right now, if both teams take 1 more round, we go to double OT. It requires one of these 2 teams to win the next 2 rounds in a row to actually win this one. That magic number is 19. So as we see this double orb setup still in play for the Sinner side, let's see what they can do with it.
I fear that it may be a bit of a tough ask for either side really to pull this ahead. It looks like this has got the writings of double OT all over it. Beast to keep with the off angle actually towards B upper, trying to get an initial pick. He does have the support of Oscar hovering towards upper as well. The molly towards the top of pop will buy him a bit of space, but either way, Oscar, as he accompanies him with a bit of aggression, this is either going to be make or break for this round of Sinners. The flash is perfect. Oscar forced away. Now they're going to continue to push on forward. Oscar goes onto the off angle. He'll drop down and make noise. He runs away. That allows Beast to find 1 Shui there to trade. Oscar falls away all the way. And it's a messy spout of aggression. And it's kind of fitting that both teams come out equal.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's quite smart from Sinners to fake the drop there from Oscar. There's no way they're expecting both players to be in that position. Spams at the wall, very, very nearly connects. In the meantime, though, Neofrag's actually taken a main control, and that C4 is dropped. Now, Stomp is posted on the angle. They are expecting somebody to aggress, but as long as Neofrag doesn't over-aggress in this scenario, he can do some serious damage. And as the setup smokes come in, that's his cue to swing. Secondary nade is popped, and this is going to be an 18th here for Sinners as Neofrag turns the flash, finds the final headshot. That is sensational, and I absolutely love that. After a messy start, Sinners capitalize. They take the control towards A, and they completely shut it down. Izako boars, they don't have a clue what's going on.
It's looking scary for Izako boars right now. It's looking so scary. However, it looks doable. And as of right now, they pull ahead. They actually force Izako boars down to a fairly bad buy. Stomp on a Deagle, Mono on a Tech 9. Looks like we might see just a very fast play from Sinners or from Izako boars, my apologies, and Beastie. He's about to eat the brunt of it as he goes close to this smoke. He'll jump on up. He'll spot Shui, kick things off. The opening doesn't go in his favor, and there's no trade by Oscar. Right now, Izako boars, they're just going to propel themselves down towards this B site. However, they actually take a moment to stagnate. They reaffirm their control of the round, and they give us what looks like double OT here.
Interestingly, Izako boars, they've got 2 players without weapons. It's Stomp and Mono with only the pistols. This is dangerous, especially as just kind of as a bit of a meme. Neofrag actually dropped 2 M4s in spawn, so maybe they're for the retake. In fact, they're probably for the retake. The AWPs could go back, grab one of those if it requires it, over towards that B site. Zedko on the other side of this smoke, though, looking to try and do some damage as the flashes come over the top. This is where he's going to pounce. They're walking right into him. It's so awkward, and Shui's the first man to realize it. Oscar needs to hit a couple of shots here. There's the first. Wants to connect onto a second, but they've taken a man disadvantage, and they've lost the bomb site.
Oscar just trying to find an opening, and this AWP is like a surgeon's scalpel. If it cuts perfectly, then it's great. If it misses, then you might sever an artery. And well, as of right now, it's going to be Tao to take a bit of spam damage from Neo. Again, they continue pushing on forward. They know there's players on these close angles. Shane, he's not been scared of making noise at all. Eventually, Neo will finish. Tower will trade. Oscar gets the next set in the matter. 2-on-2 now as he'll look to push forward. Both members stacked up towards Heaven as the first tap goes through. Mono catches them out. Oscar all alone. What good can he do here? This is an impossible situation. Time's against him. They swing wide. He's good for one. Spots out the second. Able to kill him, but he can't quite convert. As we're going to double OT. And for Sinners, this is their chance to, well, take a moment to breathe, as now we've seen that actually both teams have a very strong CT side. And on topic of CT, we've seen that the coach from Sinners is actually muted by Valve because he's been toxic.
Ah, toxic.
Yeah.
Well, as the parry match odds pop up, Izako boars are still the firm favourites. I mean, I don't understand how. I actually don't agree with those odds whatsoever. And if you don't agree with them either, then make sure you check out that banner down below to place a bet at parry match. When you sign up, you get a nice special first time free deposit bonus. So definitely worth checking out as this game is going the distance. Flashes come over the top, the aggression towards Ivy. I like this from Sinners. I think they'll be pretty happy that they get to start off on their CT side. It will give them a nice footing and it will allow them to know how many rounds they need on their T side to get this one done. Nice headshot from Mono. Neofrag a little bit over aggressive there.
I think that may have been undisciplined actually.
Just an attempt to try and take control, and well, they don't find anything. Instead, they lose a man, and now they have to hold this. Oh wow, that's a whiffed molly as well. This isn't good. Things are going wrong here for Sinners.
Flashes go out, they make their way on forward, and Obesity on the off angle. He's going to look to try and hold right now, but he's, for the most part, fairly unknown, to be honest. He's timing as well as Mono catches him out, and with that, it goes 3-on-5. It looks like Izako boars have found their first round, unless we see something huge from Sinners here.
And considering how strong the CT sides have been from both teams, to have such a convincing start to your T side and the second OT is pretty sensational there from the Izako boars. Of course, we will see another fall buy in the next for Sinners, but remember, if Oscar goes for another AWP investment and they lose the next round, he actually won't have enough for one in the third. Shock. He's gone completely unchecked. He has potential to do some more damage here, but here in overtime, it actually just doesn't matter. He's trying to maybe...
Ninja.
Oh, maybe. That could be the plan here. I was thinking, why is he saving?
It's too late.
No, he's got no time. No time. I don't know why he didn't pull the trigger there. Maybe just trying to stay alive, I suppose. I don't know. Seems bizarre to me.
Well, I guess that's why they're players and casters, Josh, but move ahead. Izako boars, they make it 19, and I think the reality is you're going to want a 2-1 on your CT side to give yourself hope at double OT. I think going 1-2 means that Izako boars are going to be in such a strong position.
Absolutely, yeah, that looks like the case. You know, Izako boars, if they can take this to 20, if they can even take this to 21, then I think this might be job done. And parry match, well, they're correct. We'll have to wait and see, though, because everybody favouring the Izako boars just seems bizarre. Sinners have been fantastic, especially on this CT side. They do need to hold the line one more time, though, and B-Stick up close and personal needs to hold this B defense, as it looks like Izako boars are going for it once again. This B site has just been the major sore spot for both teams, and it's just been the B show. It's like we're playing Wingman right now.
As Izako boars, they line up for a full take towards B. It's just a standard execution, and this obviously Bisaki will just drop that molly. It's extinguished actually, and that will force him up onto the high ground. Instead, he'll lull. He'll muse over his position, and with a lack of response, he's going to be more than wary to the fact that Izako boars may have just backed away. Zedko, his position now becomes pivotal to the success of Sinners, as Izako boars get ready to drop down and right onto it.
Oh, it's perfect there from Zedko's stomp. I was wondering, why is his crosshair low? But that's why, because if you put it up high, you have to then readjust it. If you put it there, you connect straight with the head as soon as they land. Well. Oh, well, yeah, of course. Absolutely perfect. Beautiful opening from Zedko. Takes a lot of damage in the meantime. Extinguishes that molly, but man advantage. 20 seconds on this clock. How do Izako boars get into this site? They have no control whatsoever. This round's gone horribly for them.
Now from Ivy, this is an opening, especially as Shock falls. Shane and Shuey all ring true as well. Oscar elsewhere, he's shutting down Shane. That bomb will make it to the site. Those 7 seconds remaining. Bisaki in a 1v3, and I feel like Sinners may have run out of steam here, Josh.
They might have, and Beestick needs to retrieve that AWP and actually fall away. They won't be able to afford another one in the next if he doesn't do so. So carrying that across means that Oscar can drop an M4, and Sinners, it looks like they're going to need a hell of a T side to actually take this to triple OT, or maybe even win it, but increasingly unlikely right now. This was their round for the taking. Izako Boars made some serious mistakes. I liked the B fake, but had they have just gone straight back to A, maybe even if they'd drawn a rotation towards the B site, they would have had success. But instead, they use a load of utility on B, doesn't draw any rotations off the A site. They then slowly wrap back round to A, and with 20 seconds left, push into a site that they have no control of, and Sinners have got 3-man stack on. They're very, very lucky that they came out on top on all of those engagements, because if they'd have lost any of those kills, it would have been a very, very different round.
It could have been, but I think it is. And unfortunately, as for Izako Boars, they make their way on forward. Sinners thereby only just scrapes, but it's still not the best. And as smokes continue to go out, Izako Boars, they fake a bit of A presence. Beasticky, he'll spot it towards B. In fact, he'll hear it. He doesn't spot it at all. He's timing awfully as Izako Boars barrel their way out towards this B site. Fake's perfect. How does Beasticky well hold? He's good for one Zedco for a second, and now this is the hold he needs. Tao to get the next set in the matter. Still a man advantage for Sinners, though. As damage is done either way, as MB9 tries to get up close and personal.
Look at the HP here on Sinners, though. As soon as they go in for this retake, they are very, very vulnerable indeed, and they're the ones that need to press forward. Shock with this MP9 up close, aware that Shui's on the other side of this oil train, but it's Neofrag to find the headshot instead. Swaps out to an AK, maybe not the best timing for it. Does a lot of damage, can't find the kill, but Zedco follows through, and Neofrag finishes off the job. That was a must-win round from Sinners, and they keep it alive. They're still not in the clear just yet. They still need a sensational T-side, something that they've really been struggling to do, to be able to pull this one off. And again, it's just been the B site over and over and over. It's so bizarre. Oscar right now, he's sitting on 36 frags, leading the server by a mile. And Teo only just coming close, just reached his 30 bomb in that round.
This is scary, to be honest, for Sinners against go on to the what will be the T side of Train, and then have to win 2 rounds. This is, what can you expect them to do here?
Well, double up setup in play here for the Izako Boars. Something that Sinners weren't really allowed in a couple of those overtime rounds due to lack of cash. And, well, Sinners, they go very, very fast onto A. I like this. No more crazy B plays. Instead, no, it is going to be a B play. Oh my goodness, Stomp. Holding with the AWP, the distraction over towards the A site. That's a big miss, though. Misses by a millimeter, but still can't connect. Mono's able to find one back in the meantime, but it's a 4-on-4, and Izako Boars, they need to hold this one.
Works great either way. Tal attempt to hold. He finds one trade there. Should get the next center. Matter Oscar to trade yet again, putting it down to 2-on-2. Mono still alive towards upper. But Oscar comes out on top. He knows the last is coming out from Connector. He's ready for the aggression towards the top of red. He spots it out. He finishes the job. Sinners tied up 20-20, and now things get interesting.
That is unreal from Oscar. Another 3K in that round, and they're sensational shots, especially the man over towards the Heaven area. That is just absolutely nuts. Gets up onto the train, hits the quick flick. Izako Boars, they've got to be shaken up after that one. I thought it was going to be a fast A play off the back of the aggression, but instead it was just a little bit of a fake, trying to get a little bit of information, maybe find an opening pick, draw a rotate off of the B site. That's kind of what they're going for here again. Control towards Olaf. Headspin spotted. Shane rips it off. B-Stick doesn't have any impact in this round, but it looks like Sinners once again want to try and default towards B. Yeah, Izako Boars are fully aware of this, so you can't go for the same strat twice. It will be anticipated.
Looks like it will just be straight executions towards B. Flashes go out, smokes the company, full push goes out, and now the push comes down towards A, and it's going to be an absolute burst out from this point of Pop Dog. Mono good for one. The util goes out either way, though, as they're forced on forward. Shen good for a second, and with Zedco to trade, it goes 2-on-4. Shui center side is also going to do a fair bit of damage, especially with a one-way on the other side of this smoke. It's really going to be on Shox to be the man to open up this site. That he does. Shui falls. Push comes out from Pop Dog, though, by some miracle. Zedco dodges that flash and the bullets. He doesn't aggress just yet.
Oh, it's perfect. He has such a good read on this situation. Heard all the sound cues from Teo, but all of a sudden, this is very winnable here for Sinners. They've got 40 seconds on this clock. They've got the C4 in hand. They have information on 2 of the 3 remaining players. They just don't know where the third is. The only issue is that they can't backtrack to B. Teo's position means that Izako boars know that they have to be locked onto this A site. There's no opportunity that they've wrapped back. Zedko taps in these digits. It's too far away. Teo can't hear it. Doesn't go for the swing. And there we go. C4 planted. Time pressure mounting. Let's see if they can pull this off.
And this double AWP setup, AWPs can be a blessing and a curse in a retake. They can be awful to use in what is like a kind of clunky shotgun style, or they can be your godsend at ranged duels. Mono, he looks to send it as a godsend. 1 versus 1 with Zedko. Zedko aware of the pressure from Tunnel 2. He just needs to face the right way at the right time as Mono shifts forward. The timing isn't there. Zedko, he doesn't turn around, but neither does Mono. Time ticking so low. Mono making noise as he backs away. And with that, Sinners, they 2 versus 4. Izako boars, they make it 21, and they pull ahead.
What an unbelievable round. That should have been Izako boars onto triple OT, match point. Easily. So easy. I'm completely speechless. But Sinners, they pull it all the way back. They pull off what seemed just completely impossible. And now they're playing for map point here. They can get this done. If they win this round, that's it. 22 is the magic number. And they're up against a real lackluster buy from the Izako boars. It's overtime. It's triple overtime or bust here for the Poles. And Mono, the only man with a substantial weapon to work with. It's interesting. They don't even drop that AWP over to Stomp. That's how well Mono's playing. Leading the score on his team, except for Shui. V-Stick. Oh my.
He's ready for the aggression. He shuts down 2 members. He's got Shane to worry about. He forces Shane away, knowing he's coming. Shane tries to sell a fake with a smoke, but Beastie looks like he's going to continue fighting. It was almost as if he's expecting him to be there. Shane swings wide. He's able to get the kill. Neofrag, can he trade of swinging at the opponent? And, well, Shane comes out on top. It's Heroics matched with Heroics before Shock opens up onto Mono. Tao and Shane, the last members left standing. 2 versus 3. And with the aggression from Tao, it's absolutely phenomenal to be spotted, but he can't find the conversion. He finds this kill. It's a perfect position to be in for Izako boars. Suddenly, there's a flank of Shane as well onto Oscar as he turns his attention towards Ivy.
Bomb's been dropped. Plenty of time for them to go back and get it, but they need to get this kill onto Teo. He's in a really precarious angle right now. And as you say, this flank from Shane, it's absolutely perfect. He's picked up the AWP. He's got all the information. He can come in. That's going to be a free kill all day long. And it comes down to Shock. A 2 versus 1 for him to clutch up here to win this map and win this series. If he loses it, we go to triple OT. I think Sinners will be quite relieved that off of the back of such a poor CT side in this 3rd overtime that actually they were able to bring it back to this point. But how on earth does he get back into this? 15 seconds on the clock. He's retrieved the C4. He is going to go back over towards the site. But Shane posted in Ivy. Going to hit the cross. And there we go. All day long. Doesn't miss those. Izako boars. It's 21. And it is going to be the triple overtime. We're getting close to 40 bombs on some of these players, Kremer.
Absolutely. We've got Oscar on 39 right now. And he goes to triple OT. Sinners on that T side. And of course, look at the parry match odds. Still in favour of Izako boars, but they're a little less in favour. If you think Sinners are the ones to be the victors here, go ahead and click on that that banner down below. Of course, you get a massive bonus on your first deposit, so that will go help you out. And of course, you can go put it on here to see who comes out on top, as well as any other matches of the EDC.
The fact that it's Izako boars map pick certainly is worth a few brownie points, but I actually don't understand why these odds are so like one-sided in Izako boars' favor. Yeah. Sinners just then were on series point. They were on series point and they very, very nearly won it. That could have gone either way. So the fact that Izako boars... Exactly. That was a 5 versus 3 series point. So I don't know. People are still fancying the Izako boars' chances. It's definitely doable. It is absolutely doable, especially now that they've been given a bit of a lifeline. But Sinners are looking great right now. And go for the double drop. Shui. Oh, he is going to anticipate it. Takes some damage, deals some of his own, but loses the pop dog control and doesn't actually find any kills in that engagement.
Reed Molly goes out. Flashes will try and accompany a bit of a push, but instead, Sinners, their avenue of attack will be from Ivy, the one place that isn't really spotted or protected for the most part. As Flashes go down, they make their way down towards CT now, as Shock will lead this charge, and as they go quiet, they shift on forward. It means Shane has to try and aggress to the other side of the smoke. Neo frag and well-timed spam would actually finish the job on Neo, or Shane even, but it doesn't. It says Shui also takes a bit of damage. They back away. 30 seconds left now. The flank comes through. Mono, he's tagged on down as he tries to get towards connector. Spotting the player towards tunnel 2. Stomp finds Zedko. That's the bomb drop. Shui's got the next say in the matter. Shock to trade, but Shui continues fighting. It's all on Oscar. Good for one. A 1 versus 4 ahead. And I think we all know where this is going. Flash goes out. Swing goes through. Shui finishes the job. Izako balls make it 22.
Shui finishes the job with a beautiful mid-air headshot as well. What a way to do it. 22-21. Remember, though, this is the Izako Boars CT side, and we've kind of established that both teams are better on that defense, so Sinner's looking for 1. If they can find 2 here, that'd be sensational. Interestingly, Oscar actually goes for an AK this round, and it's Shock with the sniper. They're really running out of money here, and if they lose this round, they really won't have anything to work with in the next. So this is a very, very important one for them to pick up if they are going to win either of the next 2. And the Izako Boars, well, they do some nice damage early on. Shock down to 44 points of health already. I think he was just going for that early pick, and when he misses it, he just drops you up back to Oscar. Makes sense.
Yeah, Frag goes for the angle to try and catch out an initial member. He can't quite do so, as Izako Boars again being so passive. But Izako Boars, they've changed their tune. They're going for 3B setups right now, as they are more than aware that that's the chink in their armor. Rather than trying to fix it, they're just going to try and cover it. As Zedko in A main, we'll see that smoke land around him. He's wary of the players towards either side, but the smokes go out. There is a refuted hold. Zedko towards main, he'll find a kill as Shane. That should spout actually a bit of aggression towards B ramp right now, as Beasticky's ready for it. Shui falls, smokes go down towards the safe site, and with that, Izako Boars have got a site to defend.
Here we go, Mono with the AWP. Smoke between him and finding multiple kills. He has to try and find a new angle. Instead, though, Oscar, unbelievable, on top of the train. Stomp has an opportunity to deny this plant. Shock seems to be aware of it as he spots the feed, comes off of it, but Stomp still doing damage. The AUG finds 2. It needs to be traded. Oscar's there to do so, and they do have enough time to retrieve this C4 and get it planted, but Teo coming in from up top. Why has he made noise? In this scenario, he had the element of surprise. Oscar wasn't even watching the ladder, and instead, he's made his position known, and Oscar's going to punish him all day long. 43 kills on the man. He is on fire right now, and it puts Sinners level pegging 22 and prevents them from having to drop down to what would just be a really, really low force buy as well.
Josh, what's the longest overtime you've cast?
Oh, man. I don't know. Definitely longer than this. I think it was 6 overtimes, so it was mid-30s.
We might hit that.
You think?
I think we might hit that. These teams look unbreakable on either side.
Yeah, this is this actually could go the distance, to be fair. Both teams, neither team have had like a flawless overtime side. Each one, it's just been going 2-1 every single time. I think if Sinners win this next round, they're in a prime position to finish this off, because that's something they haven't done yet. They haven't been able to kick off the opening overtime with a couple of rounds. They've kind of been on the back foot every single time and just about managed to pull back the clutch. As we see them find this man advantage, we're actually in a prime position to make this one work. Mono on the other side of that smoke. And here we go. AK in hand for Shock. All comes down to timing. And what the hell is that from Oscar again? Unbelievable.
Trades either way, and Stomp finds Shock. Zedko get the next say in the matter. Tao and Stomp center sight and connect respectively. Oscar, a beautiful shot onto the first. Spots out the second. Stomp comes out on top. Beastie finalizes. Sinners now 2 rounds on the T side, and that is something to fear if you are Izako Boars. Oscar, he is currently 45-27. Right now, he is a deity that cannot be touched by Izako Boars. Yeah, Izako Boars, they wonder where their god is. Well, it's Oscar. He's right here, and he's fresh out of mercy. As for Izako Boars, what do they do here?
I don't know. I don't want to say they're out of options, because they're definitely not out of options. But as they move over to this T side, I'm not sure what the game plan is. We saw them bombard B every single round. Surely Sinners are ready for this. B-stick playing up close, smoke in hand. Here's the sound cues, deploys it. Not calling for any rotation zone. Neo frag instead at the bottom of the ladder, trying to do some damage with the util. Not going to be able to do so. In fact, does 2 points of it onto Shane. Completely negligible. But they are going to rotate Oscar over. This is where this B site starts to fortify.
As they bolster these defenses, we see these teams that get ready to exchange blows. Izako boars, they congregate towards the top of Brown Halls. They get ready for the smokes to go down. They get ready for the execution. Bisaki, his volley will buy space. His volley will buy time. And Izako boars, they go straight through it. They dive on forward. Oscar good for one. There's no trade yet. Shui drops down. He's able to shut down Bisaki. And there's that trade. Oscar ready for more. He spots a player across towards yellow train. They know Shui's going to be close con. As he tries to catch out Zedko, he's able to do just that while knowing his position, though. That's kind of surprising he was able to get away with that. And he gets away with 2. Now Oscar in a 1, well, essentially 2 versus 4. He's able to catch out Mono. That's a nice shot. They know Shui's probably on the flank as well as he retreats into connector.
Yeah, time pressure definitely a big factor here. Shock, nice read on Shui coming in from behind. And there's still plenty of time on this bomb. Kit in the hands of Shock, none on Oscar. He's trying to save that cash, make sure he can buy an AWP every single round. And as the flash comes over the top, timing not in his favor. And Teo able to swing and finish off the job. 23-23 as the Izako boars do bounce right back. Still unbelievable shots from Oscar. He's on for 50 kills right now. I mean, that no-scope was superb. He should have been dead to rights in that scenario, and it just shows that you can't mess with him. You need to be snappy if you're going to kill him, because if you waste a millisecond, he's going to tear your head off.
This is just so scary for either side right now. Sinners, they attempt to topple just anything that comes their way, but Izako boars, it appears that with every way Sinners shut them down, they just have another attachment to their multi-tool, which is just helping them pull ahead. Oscar, he shuts down Mono, and once again, Mono topples, but elsewhere they just bomb out towards B. Towie trades onto Bisaki, and there you go. There you have it. Sinners once again, they go up. They go another man up now as Stomp shuts down Zedko. It's all on Shox to try and hold. He's got players all around him. He's got the aggression as well in the form of Tao, but it's shut down. Shui on 3 HP will make his way to CT, but it looks like Oscar might actually be ready for this.
Yeah, they're fully expecting it, and there we go. Bit of overkill with the AWP on a 3 HP player, and this retake looking very doable right now for Sinners. They've got the man advantage. The issue is that they're really lacking on the utility. They could pop a nade over the top, and oh, look at that. Stomp goes for the peak with the AWP. Nobody wins that engagement. Somehow gets away with his life. Shock's going to spot the man on top of the grey train. In fact, does he spot it? There we go. Nade finishes it off, but 1v1. What's just happened? Stomp? How has he got away with that one?
Sinners have just handed Izako boars around. They've handed the match points. Now Sinners go to their next buy, and it looks like Izako boars might be able to pull it over the line. What was that?
I actually don't know. A couple of just super quick frags came in unison there from Stomp, and we didn't get to see it from his POV. But it seemed like Shock. He saw the player on top of the grey train, just didn't react to it whatsoever, and then walked onto the site like he was going to defuse. It was like he thought that everyone was dead, and obviously they weren't.
That was so strange by Shock there. He may have actually just lost the game. As Zedko, he finds one towards Pop Dog. There's a trade there by Mono, understandably so. It's a CZ against an AK. Mono being damaged is actually a helping hand, but I'm still so confused. Sinners? It's like they don't want to win.
Yeah, it's like they're going for the overtime world record here. That's what it feels like. Oscar, such an important engagement for him to win with only the FAMAS in hand. He doesn't actually want anything to do with it. Just hold this smoke, deploy it. Needs to swing though. Oh wow, Teo, he's pushed right through. He comes out on top with it. All falls onto B-Stick's shoulders to hold on to this B site if they do opt for it. And instead, they're actually wrapping back around. This is a lifeline for Sinners if they can find these engagements. And there we go. Neofrag comes out on top with the first. But he is tagged down low. This is a must-win round for Sinners. Otherwise, we will be heading to nuke.
So that's absolutely needed, that kill without a trade. And even though he's low on HP, Mollies go down. This will spur a bit of a hit towards this A site by Izako boars. And with 35 seconds left, they don't really have much time to do so. Mono low on HP, but as is Neofrag. And as the cross comes out, the players push forward. Stomp, he makes his position known. He misses the shot, but Mono doesn't miss. Neo taken down. Shock now. He's going to attempt to single-handedly either delay this plant and keep his team alive. He's got Tao to worry about. He's just going to jump up, look for the plant right now. Flash goes out. So those numbers get punched in. Shock unable to cancel it. Stomp ready for it. All on Beastikey, and we're going to nuke, Josh.
Yep, very much seems that way. B-Stick walks right out, gets eliminated by the AWP. What a ridiculous game. That went Well, a little bit too long. I am absolutely just drained. That one was going back and forth. I had absolutely no idea who was going to come out on top there. But, of course, in the end, it is the Izako boars. It seems like our partners over at Paramatch were correct the whole way along. They seem to know. When the overtimes were coming up, they were like, oh, yeah, no, Izako boars will win. It's fine. It's fine. And they did. So, whatever. That's a good game though, and I think that you talked about fatigue. I think probably at the halfway point, yeah, now it's definitely a thing. These players are going to be exhausted, and the fact that they're going on to a third map, whew, they're in for a ride. They're certainly in for a ride. I just hope that every single man on the server kind of maintains that confidence, maintains that morale, and for Oscar's sake as well, he has been playing his heart out throughout this entire series, especially there on train, hitting about 50 frags towards the end of that one, and if he moves on to Nuke, I don't know if he's still going to have that same kind of, like, you've got to be so disappointed. If you have a performance like that and you lose the game, moving on to that third map, it's got to be pretty crushing. So he needs to kind of mentally reset before he goes into that third game, and he's only got about 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah. If I was the Cynics coach, I would be furious right now. That was their game to win. That was their position to be in. Again, you're one away from victory, and you move into a retake and you just don't shoot someone after spotting them. That is just horrific. And as, you know, it's what it is, though. They have a chance on Nuke to redeem themselves, but that has to be weighing on their minds. And, of course, we'll have to see if it does just that. As we're going to go to a quick break, we'll be back momentarily with Game 3.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win. that shot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome back to the European Development Championship. We've got an incredible game ahead and we've recovered from what we thought would be a sprint, turned out to be an absolute marathon. It was, I believe, 25 to 24, or 23, sorry, in favour of Izako boars there as they pulled ahead and they took it in triple OT. We're now moving on to yet another map of Nuke. This time, Sinners will be the ones to try and come back with a vengeance, and they'll attempt to topple this Izako boars side. Of course, I can't take you through this alone, and because of that, I am joined by the wonderful M&J. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling fantastic, Kremer. I love the fact that we've gone to a third map after a big overtime. But no, I mean, we anticipated that the Izako boars would take it. Were we expecting it to go triple overtime? No, I don't think anybody was. But, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that it was a close game. We kind of got the outcome that we anticipated. We're now going to this third and final map. And to be honest, I'm excited to see who can come out on top with this one. Because so far, we've seen two pretty close matchups. Even that first map was close and contentious in the first half. It was only in the second half that Sinners really started to pull away. And now as we get into this third and final, I'm not too sure. I mean, it is really anyone's game for the taking.
Because the partners over at Paramatch, they believe that Sinners are the ones to potentially rise above and beyond here, as there's only 0.25 in it, but the reality is they do favour that Sinners side. Of course, if you do want to go ahead and sign up to Paramatch Bet on this game, click on that banner down below, and of course you will get an ultra special bonus on your first deposit. So go check them out. That'll be able to provide you with all the stuff you'll ever need for coverage on the EDC as well. Tell you what though, Josh, we move to Nuke. And, yeah, both AWPers, both Mono, and I don't even think Mono's the AWPer for Izako boars, but both Mono and Oscar were on a whole other level. You think they can keep that same form going into Nuke?
Mono, maybe, yeah, but I think if you're Oscar right now, I would be tilted, yeah, I would be seriously tilted. I've got 10 minutes to be pissed off and, like, punch some stuff and then go into the game and hope that, like, my mentality's improved. I don't know. Mono, though, was an interesting one. I pointed it out last game. I think Mono finished with about 43 frags, and he was primary AWPing, okay? So at the start, Stomp was the AWPer. Then when they had enough money to pull out that secondary sniper, Mono started using it. And Stomp had a real stinker of a game. I mean, because it was triple overtime, we didn't really see it too bad because he still finished with like 20 frags. But 20 frags across like 60 rounds or 50 rounds actually isn't very good at all. So it seemed like Mono kind of took the reins with that sniper, and maybe we'll see that again here on Nuke. We'll have to wait and see. As we jump into this pistol, it's really fast stuff from the Izako boars. They burst right into ramp. No engagements taken. And Sinners, they're kind of playing for the retake here. It's an interesting strategy. Oh.
They actually dig one another, but they back down towards control, open up that door, and Izako boars, they swing us into a 5-on-5 retake. Oscar CZ in hand, looking to catch out anyone who dares swing into him. This time we're going to see just now from Izako boars. They swing out, Stomp good for one. Trades there, but not quite actually. Stomp able to double up as well onto Neo Frag. With that, it's going to go 5-on-3 for the retake. And for the most part, it looks like Sinners are going to come out on top here. Shane go for one of his own. Zedko to trade, short to get the next set. The matter Shui and Zedko continue exchanging blows before it falls to Zedko against Mono and Tau. He'll make his way towards this site. He'll drop that smoke. It won't matter. Mono comes out on top, and Izako boars and make it a first.
With the kit in hand, I think if the bomb's planted anywhere else, you can maybe go for a cheeky ninja, but it was right out in the open, so it would have been ridiculous, almost comical for him to just try and run into the middle of the site and stick a defuse like that. We do see Sinners force off on the back of it. We see those pistols come out. We see that scout in the hand of Oscar. We don't see any... Okay, no, we do see Kevlar come out on every single man, and we've got that util on the Izako board side to work with too. 3 Galils, 2 Mac 10s. This should be an easy one for them, but Oscar with the scout, and we see some very, very capable aimers with those Desert Eagles, the hand cannons with 1-hit headshot potential. They're not in the clear just yet. Izako balls need to win 1 more before they're allowed a freebie.
As they make their way forward, they're going to try and get that, but that's a beautiful nade by Sinners there. That is a substantial amount of damage to the remaining members pushing their way on forward. Zedko as well, trying to catch out a player through the smoke. He damages Shui, he makes his presence known, but the spam goes out either way. He's even able to damage up Shane substantially. And now as these players run into Deagles, they're running as these Deagles on very low HP. As well, we see even more damage done. NeoFrag just showing presence, and right now surviving as best he can do. Elsewhere, Tao shuts out the first member. A few flashes go out, a few smokes accompany it, but there's no real presence, as instead Izako boars goes towards the safe site.
You know what's ridiculous about this damage that's been dealt? Every single weapon on Sinners right now is essentially an AWP. Yeah, every single player on Izako boars are 1 hit to a scout or to a deagle. It's just absolutely insane. Oscar, fully aware there could be someone close left, but doesn't pre-fire it. Instead, just pre-aims, and Teo is quicker to the trigger. 2-man advantage here for the Izako boars, and with this bomb planted, it's looking like they will actually be able to take this. Sinners are playing for exit frags by the looks of things. It's unfortunate. They've done so much damage, and they might not even get away with any kills in this round. What a shame.
You're absolutely right, and the reality is, for Sinners, as they just try to make their way forward, as they try to just find an avenue of opening, I doubt they're going to find a round like this where their Deagles are going to be this effective against their opponents. Like, all of them were low HP, and the Deagles just didn't ring true. They weren't even given the opportunity to do so. And with that, we're going to see Izako boars progress to a 2-0 lead, forcing Sinners down to an eco, and give the boars a chance to play a bit of a bonus here.
Well, here we go. Here's that aforementioned freebie here from the Izako boars. And again, despite the fact that they took absolutely bags of damage last round, they actually keep everybody alive. So they have a flawless round. They don't need to reinvest anything here. This is going to work wonders for their cash, as these Mac 10s can kind of take the reins of this round a little bit, try and tear through these pistols. Remember, there are still 3 armored Deagles to contend with, and as they swarm this A site, Zedko finds one, Oscar with another, and the man advantage and the C4 down. There's an opportunity here for Sinners to pull this one off.
It's actually a very strong opportunity at that. These Deagles still alive. Galil's have been picked up. Shane finds one. NeoFrag to trade. This Galil's still ready. NeoFrag good for 2. Shui fairly low on HP in a 1 versus 2. He's got players on 2 altitudes to fight, and NeoFrag will look to fight with his teammate. Damage done either way. NeoFrag comes out on top, and Sinners, they find their first round, and even though it's a rocky start, they pull out on top.
Unbelievable there from Sinners. It really does come off the back of NeoFrag 2. 3 kills found from him, and that's his first 3 kills of the game. Fantastic stuff. That should have been a freebie round for the Izako boars, and off the back of it, they're actually going to call a tactical timeout. What the hell went wrong there? Let's make sure we don't do that again, because in an eco round like that, you know that you're just up against pistols, and they've burst into the A site. I mean, that just tailors towards losing, doesn't it? In a scenario where you know that best case scenario, you're only up against a couple of Deagles, you just don't want to walk into a stack, you don't want to give them those close range spam potential fights, and they literally do exactly that. They funnel through hut, they get completely demolished, and Sinners now have a major firepower. Well, actually, they don't have a major firepower advantage. They do have weapons, but it's actually a pretty even buy. They've got far more util to work with. That's definitely something that they've got a one-up on. But everything else, pretty even.
You're absolutely right. It's fairly even, but the question is, what can you do with it? And Nuke is a map that is really oriented around util. And we're going to see this favour Sinners every step of the way. Elsewhere, Izako boars, they tried to go for the odd bit of damage. They push their way towards outside, trying to make their way on forward, but with no kill either way, this means we're going to see a bit of an explosion. That being said, though, Oscar through the smoke will shut down Stomp. But I tell you what, Josh, Stomp is having a bit of a shaky game so far. And if that isn't a tilter, I don't know what is.
It's absolutely a tilter, and whenever we watch it from our POV, you see the X-ray, and you just say to the orb, "Come on, pull the trigger, pull the trigger." And Oscar, his game sense is through the roof. With that kill coming through, major mistake from Shui to over-aggress through that smoke. He shows his legs, and not only does he drop the bomb, but the bomb kind of flies over the ramp. So not only have Sinners got control of it, but it's really deep in their control. And Teo coming up from behind. Oh no! What on earth? Oh no, Teo! Oh, that is disastrous.
It's just heartbreaking.
That is absolutely disastrous.
My head slowly descended into my hands there, but Mono and Shane are able to strike back, but still in 2v3. Feels like it's all silver linings right now. As Zedko and Neo Frag both ready to catch out anyone who approaches their position. Shane the first, Mono the second. He's able to at least show his teeth, but it's just showing rather than telling, as soon as they tie things up 2-2, and for Izako boars, they move ahead to what will be a bit of a shaky bye here.
What a ridiculous round. I mean, Oscar opening up with just a blind shot through the smoke. That's awesome. But then to wrap around, to have Teo on the flank, it's completely unanticipated. If he doesn't make that mistake there, he can get himself at least 1, probably 2 kills in that scenario. That's what he was going for. He saw Oscar, but went for the trigger discipline. And he just gets completely wrecked. I mean, what a shame. I don't know how Oscar even predicts that. He just is so aware. He's such a smart player. He knows what's going on all around him. It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head. Look at him. Look at him spinning around.
It's just the fact he has incredible aim just complements that as well.
Yeah, it's like he's got... What is it the Dolphins have? Oh, it's like sonar. Yeah, it's like he has that. Just insane. Absolutely insane.
At the start of the round, he just tilts his head back and lets out a little screech, and then he knows where everyone is.
Exactly. Yeah, he bounces all the sounds off all the geometry, and yeah, he knows where everyone is. It's insane. I don't know how he does it.
So a flashbang suddenly becomes ultra effective against him. Yes.
Yeah, then he's screwed.
Just a single flashbang, he's just to curl into the fetal position.
But on a real note,
it's just a formality, really.
How does he know, though? On a real note, in that scenario, why does he turn around? Yeah, well, why does he turn around? There was no sound cue made.
I think they didn't have garage control, did they? Because he got killed through a smoke, so he doesn't know how much ground they've taken. And the guy,
yeah, but it's just the timing and everything. It's unbelievable.
So we see the parry match odds. I'd have been surprised if they didn't favour Sinners. I think Oscar right now, he's descended into some weird hybrid sonar beast form as he tries to bring Sinners to victory. But of course, do you believe that Izako good balls can pull ahead? If you think Sinners can pull ahead, go ahead, place your bet down on the banner below. And of course, on your first deposit, you get an awesome bonus deposit to assist you. So again, you can place your bets there. You can do it for pretty much the entire EDC. But you know what else is going to rock the EDC? That's going to be NeoFrag and Shox there, strike in unison as they go for lobby control, finding 2 quick kills, forcing Izako balls back as they try to make their way forward now towards outside control.
That's awesome. When they went for that aggression, I was thinking, oh, this is going to get caught out. Izako boars, they're playing a little bit deeper, but no. They come out with 2 frags. It goes completely untraded, and they complement each other perfectly. There's the peak from Zedko. Absolutely perfect. There's no way he can fall away there, but 1-for-1 trade in a scenario like this, more than happy with it. They're not anticipating Oscar coming from Secret. Once again, he's only good for the single frag, but again, they started this off with a 2-man advantage, so trading 1-for-1, they're more than happy with. And the final blow coming in from B-Stick over towards Silo finishes off the job and doesn't allow Izako boars to do any more damage to this Sinners side. So it's 4-2, a great start from the defense as they look to make it 5, just facing up against these pistols here in round number 7.
As you mentioned, beautiful opening, and it's all that is really required for those over on that, well, Sinners side. You know, they shut down Izako boars pretty convincingly. It gives them a bit of an economy. And for those over at Izako boars, they move to their next, well, semi-decent buy anyway. We'll see if they can topple any of these members, though. Oscar shifting forward. Shui caught out. Shui finished, and as he tries to spam down, Shane gets the next say in the matter, forcing them away.
Oh, 1-for-1 trade. Shock. Oh, right through the smoke as he drops down. That's a sensational headshot. And something like that, when you hit a headshot falling, it's untradeable. There's no way that the Izako boars can respond to that because he's already in the wind when he lands the bullet. Actually re-aggressing, wants to try and re-establish this ramp control as Izako boars have fallen away. And by pushing back up, realizing there's no one there, it confirms that they've gone back towards this A side. So B-Stick ready and waiting, and he's got support from Shock. Seems like they're wrapping all the way outside. They've got time to do so. Minute 5 on this clock to tick. Only with the pistols in hand and an MP9 on Teo. They haven't really got the right weapons for the job here, and they're taking some long-range angles.
the orange angles for just that. And Zydko on the wide angle is going to try and tuck down one of these Tech 9s, but instead they're going to hug towards Mini for the time being, so they won't catch anyone just yet. That being said, though, pushes forward, what's about. Oh, he's dinked instantly when he tries to peek, and that may force him back, but only momentarily. There's a few shots ring out either way. Zydko will try to spam down the MP dart, able to do so though. Stump comes out on top. Now with that, goes 3-on-3.
You know, Izako boars are playing this really well. I don't know how on earth they got that kill onto Zydko, but as soon as they dinked him down, they managed to isolate him beautifully. Now they're pushing in towards Heaven. Neofrag fully aware of it, and he's got Beast Stick with the support too. So as soon as they swing out, they should be able to dispose of this one, and there we go. Neofrag cleans things up with a 3k, not challenged whatsoever. And it does put Sinners onto 5, but a little bit of a messy one. And as we see that Hellcase banner pop up on our screen, make sure you check out that code right there for a 70-cent deposit bonus for new users. And you also get a 15% refill when you top up. So make sure you do head over to Hellcase. Got loads of cases, new content every single month, an awesome website, and definitely the place to be. So don't miss out, and make sure you save those codes that you just saw pop up. Sinners now then look to try and extend this lead further as the Izako boards bounce back with a buy of their own. But remember, they've got no cash in the bank behind them. So if it doesn't work out, they're back down to basics.
Back ball slowly shifting forward. Sinner's going to be the ones to try and respond there. The swing goes wide. It's a messy shot by Shock. Eventually he's able to shut down the first. Chewy to trade, and I don't think he'll be happy with that. Granted, he trades effectively, but I reckon he could have done more there, and I think he knows it. That Molly going to keep Zydko at bay. The flash to make him scared. And instead of Izako boars, they turn their tune towards ramp, where they may look to just descend on this B site.
Four versus 4 then. Minute on this clock. Now Izako boars. They creep down towards B. Sinner's still pretty much in control of this situation, but with Stomp finding that kill onto Zydko, it does open things up. They do have an avenue down to this B site. And they could get this C4 planted. Try and make something happen here. It's only really Neofrag to contend. Oscar now joining the party. This is where things start to get complicated. With 35 seconds left on the clock, Izako boars need to speed this up.
You're absolutely right. And as Oscar shuts down the first member, he'll turn back around. He's got one more to worry about. Able to make it 2 before Tao's able to get the final say in the matter. That does bring it back to a 2-on-2. As Neofrag will continue his presence, shifting forward towards control to try and catch out this initial member. The plant goes down. This will spur a push as Shuey towards Locker is going to be spotted out as Beastiki comes out on top. Trow trades, and suddenly it looks a bit messy, but Beastiki comes out on top. Sinners looks to make it 6. And once again, Josh, I'll say it once to say it now, I think Sinners may make this a one-sided affair.
Absolutely. I mean, B-Stick, beautiful clutch up there. Finishes off the round, gets them on to 6. It's not too far gone at this point. It's still very, very recoverable for the Izako boars, but the Sinners, they have just been in the driver's seat throughout the entirety of these opening rounds. And we do see, once again, just even 2 kills there from Oscar. He shouldn't be allowed to get away with that, and he does. It's just his mistakes being made from the boars that's costing them.
Izako boars, they'll move to the next buy. They'll attempt to topple anyone who dare come their way, but Oscar goes swift into vents. He's waiting to see if someone will come down underneath him. No, they won't. Instead, Izako boars, the presence towards Secret. Oscar there to shut down the first, and once again he goes a man up. Sinners going to be wary of Mono, who's going to shift forward from outside. Will try and make his way towards Mini. However, he does have Zydko to worry about, and Zydko, he'll swiftly execute. And with that summarily execution, force Beastiki to look to finish the job. Shane to trade. Neofrag to respond. Stomp to try and finalize. That he does. In a 1v3, what good can he do here?
Probably not a whole lot. The Molotov deployed, but his position completely exposed. And Shock coming in from behind should be able to cut this off if Stomp actually tries to rotate around. Seems to be the game plan. He wants to get back down towards ramp, but there's no way he's going to check this hard right angle. In fact, maybe he does. He absolutely does. Gets the damage, but Shock comes out on top of the engagement. Never going to lose that fight. And Sinners on to 7 early on. Remember, this is the CT side of Nuke, so you do kind of anticipate them to take the majority of the early rounds, but probably not as dominant as this. And as we see those odds come up from our partners over at Parry Match, they think so too. Sinners 1.15 to 5. That is insanely one-sided. And if you fancy Izako Boars' chances of pulling this one back, or maybe you just want to make a few pennies off Sinners, make sure you click on that banner down below to head over to Parry Match and get that first time deposit special bonus when you sign up. Don't want to miss out on it. Round number 10 then. Just the pistols to work with for the Boars, and I'm really not sure what they can do with them. Sinners looking to try and make this 8.
Izako Boars, they look to make their way towards this site. Near Frag will drop that smoke. He's got a few more to worry about there as these Tech9s look to push through out a hut towards this site. And well, he's to keep caught out of the smoke of his own, to be honest. He makes a bit of noise. Eventually, he's able to shut down Stop. He's got one more to find. Looking for Shui. God, it's messy, but he comes out on top. It's a beautiful recovery. And as Oscar shuts down Tao, he'll retrieve that Tech 9 and he'll pull Sinners ahead to an 8th. And tell you what, Josh, Beastakey, he did not deserve to survive there, but nonetheless, he does. He prevails and he brings Sinners that 8th.
Absolutely. 8 to 2. Anything above this is, well, quite scary, isn't it? If Sinners pull 9, 10 rounds, what do you do if you're the Boars? If the Boars can turn this one around, take it 8 to 7, they'll be more than happy. That would be a great half, even if they can bring it back to 6. But at this point, it's so one-sided, and there's so many rounds left to play with. This is where the Izako Boars need to put their foot in the door, and they need to stop this one from getting out of control.
For Izako Boars, I want to see how they fare pushing ahead, and something that is to highlight as well is that Sinners, despite their overall strength, is that 9 rounds, 10 rounds, that's great. I think they're probably aiming for about 13 at this point, and at 13, what could Izako Boars hope to do? Realistically speaking, what can they hope to do? As they go for early push, early aggression towards outside. This time they haven't lost a man, which is, I guess, an advantage compared to last time. But Zedko, he's so passive, he's wary of a push, he knows a push is coming. And because he's so far back, Izako Boars can't take an aim duel with him.
Yeah, that's always the danger, playing that really, really passive angle. Right now, Beastic here to support. This could be such a good configuration, but as Zedko drops, this makes things complicated. They don't want to re-peek into it. They'll take the man disadvantage. With 40 seconds left on this clock, they just want to fortify these bomb sites. That's exactly what they're doing. The Izako Boars, they've found that opening man advantage, but they've only got mid control. And you can't plant the bomb on mid. They actually have to get onto one of the sites, and they've only got 30 seconds to do so, and they have absolutely no control. Shox going to confirm that there is still presence towards mid. Doesn't want to re-peek, but he's going to throw a smoke, add complications to things. As Shui finds an opener towards A, that might be where they get this C4 down.
Shane onto Beastakey, leaves it onto Oscar and Shot. Both players stacked towards B, and I think they're just going to go save here. Finally, at long last, the Izako Boars, they find themselves a 3rd, but, it's a 3rd. What? They need more than this. And right now, their focus shouldn't be on this round. It should be on the ones after, and the ones after that.
Can't help but say that you're on Izako Boars negative Nancy, Mr. Cromat.
I, to be honest, when you're 8-2 down, it's definitely not the greatest position to be in. Right?
It's definitely not. And I think that they're just tired right now. I think that it's definitely showing. I am
tired, to be honest. So, yeah, so you make a fair point. But I feel as well, to be honest, with Sinners as well, because the reality is, if it wasn't for Oscar, they would have been fairly heavily shut down on train. And yeah, so credit where credit's due for Izako Boars, in the sense they're able to win despite Oscar just exploding. And with that, if they can try and pull ahead here and make it 8-7, they can have momentum. And it's exactly what we saw on Vertigo, to be honest.
It actually is, yeah. I think the Vertigo plays out very differently to any other map in the pool, so I'm not sure if that kind of performance will repeat itself, but we did see Sinners struggling a little bit in half number 1, and then they just pulled away in number 2. So they could definitely pull that off here. We will just have to wait and see. The CT side of Nuke is where you expect them to do their best. And to be honest, I'd like to see them win this round and continue to apply the pressure. Otherwise, Izako Boars have kind of got a ticket right back into this. And there we go. Spams away through the smoke. The secret cross. It's so dangerous. Those smokes aren't walls. And they respond right back with force. They take a lot of damage, but they take the 2-man advantage.
Yeah, the smokes aren't walls. Neither are those mollies. It's Shane to just go on a rampage. It all falls down to Shock, the last one left standing in a 1 versus 4. I think he's got no choice but to save now, and with that, is going to be absolutely exactly what Sinners are after. Oh, sorry, what Izako boars are after.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not in the clear yet. They do still have to face up against another buy. We see Sinners, they've got plenty of money, so they will be able to invest into this next one again, especially if shox saves that AK, he can drop something over to Neofrag, and they will be more than comfortable. Even Oscar can pull out an AWP. He's got $7,000 in the bank. He's also got 11 kills, so definitely kind of carrying across his performance from Train here to Nuke. So is Neofrag too. But Izako boars, it's all about winning rounds right now, and that's what they're doing. They're doing it quite nicely.
They absolutely are. And to be honest, Josh, if you are Izako boars, you said earlier that you were aiming for like 5-6 rounds. Is that really what you aim for, or is that what you settle for? If you're Izako boars, do you go for the A7, fully expecting to get it, or are you aiming for 5 or 6?
Oh no, you settle for 5 or 6. Yeah, you're aiming for 7. You're aiming for as many as you can get, aren't you? You don't sit there and say, okay, we're aiming for 5, so we're going to get to 5, and then that's it. Like, we'll stop there. You're aiming for as many as you can get, and at the moment that's 7. At the start of this half, I think, to be honest, that they're aiming for 6 or 7, but if they can take 5, if they can take 6, then I think that they'll still be in a position where, especially off of the back of the CT pistol, they will be able to pull this one back. Remember, this is a fairly heavily CT-sided map, and the Izako boars favor that defensive side. So do Sinners. So if they take maybe 9-6, for example, they win the CT pistol, I think they'll be pretty confident in their abilities to swing it back in their favor. And despite how one-sided this was at the very start, this is really shaping up to be a close affair. And if Sinners lose this buy round, it actually will. It actually will just even out.
Question is, will it even out? And with Sinners on this next full buy, this is actually their only real full buy to try and shut down the side that comes into them. So if there ever were a time to pull ahead, this would be it for those over on Sinners. But as we embrace the lull, as we embrace the small amount of time we have, Izako boars, they settle for lobby control. They don't push anywhere for the time being. And instead, they actually wait to see if Sinners are the ones who do the pushing.
A lot of util deployed early from Sinners. They didn't have a whole lot to work with, and what they did, they've thrown instantly. HG. Ooh. Incendiary on Neofrag, but an opening shot from Stomp, and that opens up the ramp area. Completely free for Izako boars taking, and they're going to drop down to this B site where Sinners are desperately rotating, and Oscar on the angle can't connect the shot.
This is absolutely perfect for this side of Sinners, or for Izako boars once again, who, again, move forward, and it's down to find Neofrag. Izako boars, they had a shaky start to this map, but they are waking up. Beastie Giga for one stomp to trade. It's all on Zedco. It's got to save at this point. But how can he? How could he even escape here with all the Izako boars players set up in a default, ready for anyone to come there, anyone to come his way, as we see just what they have in store for him.
Yeah, Zeko all by himself, 1v4. Can't imagine there's anything he can do here other than maybe further damage. And Oscar's performance right now feels kind of reminiscent of how like Emor was playing for Sangor the other day, where he'll have a fantastic game, he'll be super confident, and he'll be taking like these ridiculous confidence shots. And then when he goes into like the next map, for example, or a few rounds down the line, he'll continue to go for these like ridiculous confidence shots because he's been hitting them previously and he can't convert. You see him there trying to take these close range AWP duels. Realistically, you wouldn't be going for those. But obviously on train, he was hitting close no scopes. He was hitting ridiculous flicks. He was just absolutely on fire. He was unstoppable. So now he's come on to Nuke. He needs to kind of realize that either he's hitting those shots and he's having a great game and he can justify going for them, or in a scenario like that, take a step back. Don't try and peek into 2 men and try and hit some ridiculous close range flick, because 9 times out of 10, you're just going to miss the shot. You're going to lose the AWP. And now you're put in a position in round number 14 where you've got Deagle. And it could have been an AWP.
You're absolutely right. And Deagle's on round 14. It's a scary prospect, isn't it? Because right now, for Sinners, this Deagle buy, it's acknowledging that Izako boars have come back and they have an avenue of attack. Stompy juts down Neofrag. This allows him to make his way forward towards door. As flashes go out either way, Util goes flying. And for Sinners, they look to hold, with Shui looking to kind of snarl down towards Secret to pull himself ahead.
Oh, well, he's looking the wrong way. Oscar's able to punish him for it. Beastic in the meantime on top of Heart has some tricky task on his hand. He has to try and hold up this site. Oscar's found an AK in the meantime, but B-stick. Oh, he gets flashed. Oh, that's absolute worst case scenario for him. Nothing he can do there. Shox finds a scout shot in the meantime, but it all comes down to Oscar. And despite the headshot, I don't think he can do a whole lot more here. Gets tagged down to 2 points of health, and he hasn't anticipated the man on site, which is Mono, who can swing out and finish him off. And in the meantime, I didn't actually realize it, but Teo burnt in his own Molotov. So that 2v1 actually turned into a 1v1.
That must be kind of annoying if you're on the side of Sinners, though. Do you think, we almost have it, you know, it's gone to a 1v1, how do we lose from here? Then you lose it, and that team kill means nothing. You're unable to punish it. That's got to be, surely it's got to be a tilter. But nonetheless, the Izako boars, as they lead, they look to start leading now. So they're going to make it 7 here, unless we see something heroic from the double up setup of Sinners. Oscar Hill aggress towards outside, scopes in, ready for players to come towards him. Elsewhere, it's shock for the aggression towards Rab. Not quite good for one as they push straight into him, and actually, they just look to swing. Stomp still scoped in, still ready for the aggression. Shock, he's just retreating. He's just getting the hell out of dodge. As Sinners in a perfect position now.
That's kind of the danger when you're playing towards ramp. If you play them on passive angle, you actually wait for them to swing, then maybe you can connect to shot and then get overwhelmed. In a scenario like that, you try and go for something a little bit more aggressive. You hold a really tight angle. If you hit the shot, fantastic. Then you can double dip. If you miss it, you can't actually re-aggress and you just get completely overwhelmed. And that's what happens there. Shock has to fall all the way back towards the B site, and now they've given up so much control. Heaven's gone, Tail's able to swing out, deal further damage, does only trade 1 for 1, as Oscar's there to pick up the pieces with this AWP. Neo frag fires through for 1 more, and despite the fact that Mono's got this plant, I don't think he'll be able to take a whole lot more than this. So it should go 9-6 here for Sinners, but it's not a bad attempt here from Izako boars, unless Mono can go huge in a 1-on-3. Oh,
Mono, that's an opening. In a 1 versus 2, what good will it do? Oh, Neo frag shuts him down. And with that, Sinners, they look to make it 9.
I feel like Mono had a really good opportunity there. When he threw that Molotov and the flash came over, it stopped the swing from Hut. Mono, when the flash faded, he could have swung into... Yeah, that was his chance. That was like his 2-3 seconds where he could have swung into the AWP and got the kill without the trade potential. But no, unfortunately for him, didn't have the information, didn't have the initiative, and yeah, didn't go for that peak. And therefore, Sinners, they take it 9-6. And we see these parry match odds come up. Sinners still the firm favorites here, 1.4 to 2.8. So, I mean, it's definitely doable for the Izako boars. As I said before, 6 rounds is pretty good on their CT side. And if they win this pistol, they can pull it right back. But we're just going to have to wait and see. And if you're an Izako boars fan and you fancy their chances of pulling it back, make sure you click that banner down below. Sign up to Paramatch, get that first time special deposit bonus. Quick stuff here from Sinners, though, as they try to head towards B. And they're going in with force.
Now, Stompy's going to be swarmed as Zetko shuts him down. Follow-up pushes, they make their way up towards Heaven, and with Oscar, it's a perfect flank. Shane taken down, he's able to take Zetko before he falls, though, but that might not be good for much. Shuey able to even out the man count, but as the push comes up, it's going to be beautiful able to get 1 more down to 2 versus 3. Shuey towards Mini, trying to catch up 1 more of his own, but Neofra comes out on top, all on Mono. 1 versus 3, good for 1, looks for the second. The bomb's in no man's hand, so there's a window of opportunity for him. So he swings wide, good for Shox. Suddenly it's doable, but Neofra comes out on top. And with that, Sinners, they make it 10, and they look to really pull ahead against the Izako boars here.
Well, an incredibly close pistol round, but as I said before, it's kind of important that Izako boars won it to try and close this gap. By losing it, they have to force up here. If they lose that, Sinners could be on to 12 before the next Izako boars buy up. A 12-6 scoreline. Not impossible to come back from, but certainly not probable. We see Sinners, they opt for the Mac 10s, 1 AK on Neofrag, a scout on Oscar, and they're going to burst right down vent. They're going to go for this fast B play. Nice headshot from Stomp, wins the duel of the scouts. But it's the SMGs they need to be worried about.
Shots spraying out either way by some miracle. Mono still alive as Tao's able to shut down. Well, shocking as Shippy finds yet 1 more. Neofrag eventually will finish the job on Tao. But in a 1 versus 5, this has been an absolute collapse for Sinners. Neo is good for a second. It all feels like silver lining, though, as he's trying to catch out this scout. Shuey comes out on top. How in God's name Mono's still alive is just beyond me. And with Izako ball 7, that's a way and a half to reset Sinners.
It actually is. That's sensational that the Izako Bulls have managed to win that. I think it's more off the back of major mistakes from Sinners rather than good plays from Izako Bulls. It's a very nice shot from Stomp outside to win that duel against Oscar. But my god, Sinners just whiffed every single gunfight they took. Close range with Mac 10s. And I mean, the fact that Mono was able to connect 2 scout shots there before he died was just ridiculous. Teo, nice opening pick with the MP9, but just against these pistols, this should just be a fairly clean round. Sinners, of course, they have reinvested back into this, but it's not a case of investing pistols and being against SMGs. They're actually against a 3-rifle configuration right now.
And it's absolutely their way back into this. Few shots done either way, the odd bit of damage done onto Sinners, and you mentioned about as Izako Ball's window back into this. It's their window to try and fight for the map. As Shui will shut down Beasticky, they'll look for a bit more damage elsewhere as they'll look to move on ahead. And for Zedco, this is definitely a reason to be worried. Mono doing a bit of damage, but it won't matter. Shock eventually damages him and kills him this time. But there's still a man down, and with a saved AK, what good can Oscar do here?
Well, Izako Bulls have got a man advantage, and around like this, they really don't want to be giving up a bomb plant. They certainly don't want to be losing it. Teo has a decision to make. Does he open the door and swing off of the plant? Does he anticipate that maybe they're holding it? There we go, tucked in the corner, couldn't deny it, shut the doors again, and just completely ignores Shock, who's all alone on the site, 3 points of health, and Stomp is able to finish him off with the scout. So a really nice round there from the Izako Bulls. They upgrade a few of those weapons, come out on top with the rifles, get rid of that MP9 that they had in play, and put themselves onto 8 rounds, and actually force Sinners onto an eco. So this is going to tie up 10-9. And this starts to get quite dangerous for Sinners. This is where it gets a little bit touch and go. Izako Bulls could definitely pull this off.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, well, let's see if Izako Bulls can pull ahead. And, well, they run out the flagpole. Let's see how it flies. As soon as they go for full eco, they just try and swarm these members. But they can't quite do so just yet. Instead, there's a few shots done either way. It's nothing substantial, at least for the time being, as instead they force this side away.
Of course, just the full eco here from Sinners, so realistically looking for a little bit of damage. If they can get a bomb plant, they'll be over the moon. Chewy takes the tickle of it, 7 points of damage, but that's all as he's got this M4 at range up against the Glocks. He's not going to be challenged whatsoever. He can just continue to fire through. At this kind of distance, the Glocks just don't really do anything. He's more than happy to just spam away. There we go. Nothing comes of it.
I'm kind of curious as to why the Glocks are taking duels at that range, to be honest.
Yeah, so am I.
Because even at point blank, it's like, what, 3 Glock shots to kill straight to the head to kill someone? Now that range is what, 10? Like it's a lot. And yeah, Oscar low HP, he's just finished off by Shui, understandably so. Izako Bulls now only 1 round away from Sinners, and dare I say it, Josh, can you see an overtime here as well?
Oh, possibly. I don't know if my little feeble heart can take it. I don't know if Sinners would be able to take it either. Imagine if this one went to OT and they actually ended up losing it. I think that would be completely crushing. We will have to wait and see, though, as we come into the buy round. AK's all round for Sinners, AWP on Stomp, M4's on the rest. But they've certainly made a couple of mistakes here on this T side. They need to make sure that they patch that now that they've got the big guns out, because it's drawing closer and closer to the end. We're on round number 20. We're 2/3 of the way into this game, and there's no time for mistakes at this point. And Beastick, he doesn't want to make them. 2 quick kills, but it is eventually traded. And Izako Bulls, they're looking to try and retake this site before the bomb goes down.
While still being a man down as well, being able to get this bomb is absolutely pivotal to their success. And while Stomp and Shui, they respond in unison. It goes to a 3 versus 2, and for Shock and Oscar, that plant is the only silver lining they can muster right now. Mono comes out from heaven, he spots out Osprey, dinks him down. Shock to trade, Shock in a 1v3. He's going to make his way down in towards this hut position, but he's still got 2 more players to worry about. And, well, he doesn't have the momentum or what's recently been the form to do so.
2v1, smoke in place. What does he do here? Just trying to bide some time, but as soon as they clear out the rest of the site, they'll know exactly where he is. They tap on this bomb. They've got plenty of time left. Stomp going to hold on to it. Shock swings out, finds the first kill, has an opportunity to get onto the second, but Stomp comes off, deals with the headshot, jumps back on, and he's just about got it. Just about.
It's so damn close, but comes out on top. That does force Izako Bulls onto a 10th in a round. They really shouldn't have won there. I thought that was over after BCK's entries, but they proved that Izako Bulls, they show a bit more tenacity than I clearly gave them credit for. As for now, Sinners, they muster another buy, but it could be a bit of a detriment, especially if they falter here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is definitely the last buy that Sinners can go for. They don't have tons of utility to work with. Off the back of the bomb plant, of course, and a little bit of a loss bonus that started to build up. They've definitely got some cash to work with. But it's all off of the back of, yeah, those bomb plants. And if they fall in one round where they don't get that C4 down, they'll have to drop down to a half buy. And that's Izako's boars' opportunity to just completely steal the show here. It's 10-10. The scoreline's leveled up. And Stomp finds the opening pick once again. That's Czgo out of the equation. He's probably been, other than Oscar, throughout today, maybe my MVP here for Sinners. And he's a big impact to lose. Neofrag drops as well.
Things go from bad to worse. So Shui finds Beasticky. It's a 2 versus 4. And if you want your MVP, you say it would it was Zertko or Neofrag.
Czgo or Oscar, one of the two.
Yeah, I think for me it's Mono. I think he's won so many clutches over the last couple of rounds and on the last map as well. Eventually we see Stomp finish it off on Oscar. And now what's interesting is now Stomp has kind of shown up. He's risen to the occasion. That's got to be scary for Sinners, who were already having trouble without him. Now there's the additional variable of shock. What do you do?
Yeah, it is definitely scary. Of course, Stomp, loads and loads of experience. We saw him come into this Izako Boars roster after kind of, I mean, he bounced around for a bit, to be fair, but I think he was with VP for a little while. He's been doing some awesome stuff, then kind of dropped, played with Honoris for a little bit, came to here, but he's such a talented AWPer. And he was on Illuminar. Of course he was on Illuminar, yeah. Such a talented AWPer that's kind of played just about everywhere in the Polish scene. And as soon as he's flaring up and he's playing his best Counter-Strike, he is very, very scary indeed. Sinners, they do have to drop down to this pistol buy. Beastic is taking a lot of control towards Secret. Could have an element of surprise, but only with the Tech 9. Realistically, what can he do here? Finds one, and he does fall away. 3 versus 3 situation, but they've still only got the pistols to work with.
It's an opening. It's definitely an opening. And with that, they force Izako Boars into a bit of a retake here. 3-on-3. There's some fairly low HP players, so it's definitely doable. But doable to what avail? Flash goes out. This will bait a bit of a push. And, well, with control towards Washroom, more smokes go out to assist the push. And as they make their way forward, Neofrag, the only one with a gun right now, is the one who's just able to dodge the spam down for the time being. Oscar fighting Stomp, though, allows him to retrieve an M4, opening that door. Shane to finish the job. All on Beasticky with just a negligible amount of HP, but he's able to tap down the first. Shane in the smoke, defusing though, will come out on top nonetheless. Beasticky is got out of the smoke as well. With that, Izako Boars, they make it 12, and for Sinners, they move to their next buy, but for a Tech 9 and armor round, that was perfect by Sinners.
It absolutely was. They had a good opportunity to win it, and I think they'll be a little bit frustrated that they didn't. This could be 11-11 right now, had they have come out on top in that scenario. They'd done everything right. They got that bomb down, and considering they've just got the pistols to get onto that B site and to say, right, Mr. Rifles, come to us, because we've only got pistols, try and force them into those close range fights. It did quite work out for them, but in that final scenario, the defuse does come through. As we see these power match odds pop up, Izako Boars, they're switching. Literally, as we look at them, they're shifting ever so slightly into Sinner's favor as they start to buy out these weapons, but the Izako Boars, they are definitely the favorites. And if you fancy their chances, maybe you fancy Sinner's chances of actually pulling this one back and snatching away this third and final map of Nuke, then make sure you click on that banner down below. Head over to Paramatch, place your bets. When you sign up, you get a special first-time deposit bonus. It's something that you don't want to miss out on. Round number 23. Two-round advantage here for the Izako Boars and plenty of cash to work with. Same really can't be said here for the Sinners. But they're desperate to try and close this gap.
Beasticky making his way towards Secret, looks to catch out the odd member. He's unable to do so for the time being, but he does have the AWP of Stomp ready to try and trade, ready to catch out anyone who dare approach him. As here comes that initial peek. Can Stomp hold it? No, he can't. Instead, Beasticky will deploy that molly to force him back, realizing that a fight with Stomp would be almost suicidal, but Stomp even rings out a shot, not quite ringing true though. Beasticky makes his way towards Vents. Elsewhere, Zenko makes his way on forward. Shock Neofrag, fine kill. Shane that's straight onto 2. A beautiful spray down though as he goes 3-on-3. Push comes towards this side. Shane able to triple up as well before Oscar responds. And with that, we go 2-on-2 on this after plant scenario.
Three bodies all stacked up in a line, and that's what happens when you peek into Shane. You give him an opportunity, and he'll absolutely seize it. Does come down to Stomp in this scenario. It's been a better round from Sinners. Was Oscar with that AWP, Zedko, minimal health, but with an AK in hand, and Stomp, I think he's starting to realize that he probably wants to save here. Hasn't really got enough money to justify darting in for this. And there we go. Takes a step back. Will bring that up into the next. They allow Sinners on to 11. But he has Izako boars. They've still got enough money to go for a full buy in the next.
Yeah, I know you mentioned your fickle heart earlier, but has it mustered the courage to face down what I think is going to be overtime?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my response.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man. All right, if we're going the distance. It's honestly heartbreaking for either side when it goes to overtime, especially on a third map. You really do just feel like either team deserve it. And in the lower bracket, it's so much harder. In the upper bracket, at least whoever loses this match does have a second opportunity to come into tomorrow, blitz their way through, and considering how both teams took their matches earlier on, I think they've got a good opportunity to do so. But this is really rough. Yeah, this is not a fun scenario to be in if you're either of these two teams. You've been playing Counter-Strike for multiple hours now, and you just want to tip it over the edge. You just want to take that first seed qualifying spot. And Oscar, he's desperate for it. Beautiful flick to open things up onto Shui, and it gives him that much-needed man advantage.
Oscar, he's dinked down in response, but it won't matter. He still has a man advantage, and with that, Sinners going to claw their way back into this. Stomp, he makes his way back up towards Heaven. Or just catch out anyone who dare approach him. For the time being, it's not much. Smokes go down. Util follows, and for Sinners, they congregate towards the lobby. They make their way towards ramp, and Beastie able to execute mono. That's their avenue into this.
Two-man advantage. Oscar, he is dinked down, but opportunity for Sinners to get back into this level pegging scoreline. 12-12 on the cards if they can get this bomb down and close out this round. But Izako boars, they want to try and get this retake done before the bomb even goes down. Teo and Shane find two of their own, and Teo's still alive and kicking. Oscar to his right, low on health. Zedko able to eliminate the threat. Now the man advantage for them to work with, but this C4 still not planted, and with 30 seconds on this clock, Izako boars ready to pounce. This is very, very scary.
Shane ready to just burst out from single door as well. 25 seconds left, and right now, this timing is just an absolute curse. That door opens, he shows presence. Zedko, he's able to get that plant, awesome, but as Shane finds Zedko, it goes to a 2-on-2. Stomp going to enter an AWP duel with Oscar, both players low on HP. And for now, we don't have an initial victor emerging just yet. Instead, Oscar will make his way up towards control.
Ooh. Nice shot. Can't connect the no-scope. Falls away. Stomp connects one of his own, but now only with minimal HP and AWP in hand and so many angles to clear. Shock up top on the rafters will be able to win the duel. Retrieve an AWP to drop over to Oscar, and Sinners they're on to 12. Kremer, this could not be closer.
It smells of OT. It looks like OT. It sounds like OT. Gosh, I think it's OT. As Izako boars, they have no money whatsoever. This is Sinners' chance to pull ahead and to get the Csgo, build an economy of their own, and to line it up to be 13.
Well, Sinners will be able to snatch away the lead for the first time since they lost it. Remember, they had a 9-6 half. They won the pistol round, and then Izako boars had 6 consecutive rounds in a row where they took it 12-10. Now they've started to slow down a little bit. They've taken their foot off the gas, and Sinners, they're right back in the driver's seat. Zedko holding this angle, waiting for Shane to get aggressive, and there we go. That's exactly what happens when you peek into Zedko. He's ready and waiting for you all day long. And Sinners, they take this man advantage, and they should just be able to blitz through this round against the pistols. It's about damage control. It's about not trying to take too many casualties, and if they keep everybody alive, they don't have to reinvest, and they give themselves a nice little economical cushion to move forward with.
Jock is able to shut down Shui, and with that, the follow-up push comes through. For now, though, as that bomb is planted, we wait to see how Izako boars fare with you two going out either way. And the reality is, all they're going to hope to do here is potentially save, maybe save the odd gun from a Sinners member. It won't be anything too substantial.
It definitely won't be. Couple of pistols in hand here. Stomp, Mono, and Teo trying to do some damage. Try and catch away a couple of these members. There we go. Shock falls. It's only the Mac 10 dropping, so Sinners shouldn't be too phased by it, but they don't want to lose the AKs just trying to trade when there's actually nothing to work with here for the Izako boars. They keep peeking into these angles. Mono does get a dink. Sinners don't need to fight here. There is literally nothing for the Izako boars to save. They've only got USPs in hand. So Sinners, they fall away. They keep all 4 players alive. That's okay. It is a little bit messy, but they keep their 4 players alive, and that's really what they're looking for. Shox going to reinvest into an AK. He doesn't want to Galil this round anyway. Izako boars, they go for the buy, but there's no AWP, and there's limited util as well.
Absolutely right. And with that, we're going to see a round advantage for Sinners, but for Izako boars, their economy has definitely seen better days. We do see Sop with an AUG though, and that's the gun that can be wielded to the same effectiveness of an AWP if used effectively. And, well, as it looks like, Izako boars might even consider a push towards the lobby. Tau on the corner of this smoke. He's able to catch out one. Spam into the smoke. Won't let him get away as Shock trades. And with that, it goes 4-on-4. Sinners make their way down towards Secret. They take a bit of damage with the spam there. Shuey the man on the head angle to try and trade, though, towards this kind of washroom area.
Well, that engagement definitely favors the Sinners, thins out the CT defense, and if they can win this engagement onto Shuey, then it's their round for the taking. Oh, what a headshot from Shock.
That's definitely a way to open up. Mono, though, he's laying in place. He's good for one Neo to trade, and with that, it falls down to Shane. He, M4 on his back, will head towards T-Spawn to save, as Sinners once again reset Izako boars, providing them with the 14th, and more importantly, giving them an avenue to potentially close out the map here, as well as the series.
Absolutely. Sinners, they kind of slowed down a little bit on this T side, but they've stepped it back up. They get it to 14. And remember, Izako boars, they are going to have no money to work with in the next. They've been winning rounds. Okay, they do have a little bit of a loss bonus racked up from these last couple of round losses, but everybody's on $0. Shane's the only man that's saving. It'd be different if there were 2 or 3 rifles being carried across, but it's only the 1. So I think next round will probably just be a few pistols accompanied by this rifle, and that'll allow Sinners onto 15 potentially. That's series point. We've seen them choke series point a fair few times, but well, will they do it again? We'll have to wait and see. Look at that Izako boars money. It's very, very scarce.
It's scarce, and well, that means that we might have to see Izako boars give Sinners a 15th in the hope that they can just go for a full buy in the round after, then play for OT. That's how screwed their economy is. But as Tau forces up, they go for this force buy. They're going to fight tooth and nail to the very bitter end, as we see a tactical timeout come through. For Izako boars, if you're the idea of Izako boars, Josh, what do you do?
I don't know.
You know, I respect the decision, Josh.
I would be saying,
that's probably why they're taking the time out, because they don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I'd call this time out and I'd go, guys, has anybody got any suggestions? Because this isn't going our way. We've lost these last few rounds, and this is definitely our last chance to try and make something happen. This investment from Teo is very bizarre. The fact that no one else has bought around him, if he doesn't buy here and he just goes for a pistol buy like everybody else, they all have $2,000 and they can invest in the next. But by him going for an MP5, he actually won't have any cash to work with in round number 28 unless they win this. So very, very bizarre. I don't understand it at all. But with these deagles, you certainly can't underestimate Izako boars. They've certainly been formidable in the past with these pistols. Maybe they can make something magical happen.
Well, Sinners able to barrel out from Squeaky. Shane the first man to fight. Shane good for 1. Shane not quite good for 2. There was trades either way. And I say either way, it's actually just a wave of orange in that kill feed as Izako boars, they're shut down round the board. Mono trying to do the odd bit of damage wherever he can, but as he's forced away, it's going to be on Tau with a flank to really do all the damage here, and he doesn't even go for it. He looks to save. Sinners, they hit 15, and they look to force Izako boars back.
Well, the MP5 investment doesn't actually do anything at all. He will be able to carry it across into the next, though, so it gives him something to work with, I suppose, especially if he can find an exit frag, maybe upgrade to an AK, he'll be more than happy. But Sinners, it will be series point and 3 chances to close. As we said before, they've certainly choked series point, especially a fair few times on train. But now, they've got a bit of momentum behind it. Mono, nice 1D, takes out Zydko. That weapon unretrievable, and I think it was only a Mac 10 anyway. With Teo finding that headshot with the MP5, he actually has an opportunity to snatch away an AK, but as he goes for it, Oscar eliminates him, and there's nothing saved here for the Izako boars. So Teo drops, just about able to afford to buy. Of course, he has that loss bonus, so the M4 does come out And we do see a full investment here from Izako boars. But if they lose this, it's all over.
You're absolutely right. Izako boars, their buy, it's actually fairly good for the most part, but is it enough to topple Sinners? Well, we see flashes go down. We see an early peek towards Squeaky in the form of Neo frags. He looks to barrel his way forward. Stomp shuts him down. He legs down Beasticky as well. And hello now, that's an opening. But shock, what a trade onto Shane there. Attempting to spam down the Orb on the angle. And with that, it's tied up 4-on-4. That being said, the Beasticky and Shock so low on HP.
Yeah, not the best of starts here from Sinners, but I think they'll be happy they traded it back into a 4-on-4. The bizarre kill for Shock to find while spamming through the hut for someone to actually peek and for him to be able to adjust his crosshair to head level before Shane's able to find the frag. Pretty impressive. Right now, Oscar, he's the man that wants to try and make this happen. He's got this AWP in hand. He's the only person with full health and he's got 25 frags to his name, leading the server in terms of the fragging power. He did so on train as well. Shui getting aggressive towards this smoke. Might fall to Oscar if he oversteps.
He does just that. Oscar tagged down, but he does find the kill. And look how low these players from Sinners are. They're going to have to play for timing right now. And as Beasticky, he waits in vents. We might either see a mass push towards A from all angles or a mass push towards B from all angles. Mono, he's ready for Shock. He's actually legged down Oscar. That was incredible. In panic, he shoots down Shock. He's naded down even further. And with that, 25 seconds left now. They push towards this A site. Tao spotted, but Mono is able to flank and ring true. Again, that's all on Beasticky. 1 versus 2. Caught out by Tao. And what a shot that was from Oscar through the wood there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work, but my god, that was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. Imagine if that connected with his head, or if Mono was like half HP and that actually killed him. That is so insane. We switched to Mono's POV because we see him holding an off angle. It's often overlooked. You see 2 players coming his way with less than 10 health, and you think, yeah, this is just going to be a good old spray down. Oh, how our observer was wrong, because Oscar... he just reads the situation, just random bang through the wall. So ridiculous. This guy, it's the sonar crummer. I'm telling you, he knows.
Is that really the way to just go ahead and win it? Because, my God, if so, then fair play to him.
I'll let him have it. That's insane. Yeah, absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. So Zako balls out. They do manage to hang on by a thin thread, and they need to do it 2 more times. Of course, Sinners, they have got enough money to invest here. They've actually probably got enough money to pull out a decent buy moving forward as well, even if they do lose this one. Oscar, yeah, 3k in the bank. He can go for another AWP, even if they do lose. As we see these rifles come out, an MP9 on Teo. Best chance for Sinners to take this one is right here, right now.
They push on forward. Nothing's detected just yet. Tao just backs away. He doesn't even fight for secret. He knows that giving up a pick right now could be so detrimental. As Sinners, they went into a round, a man down, and with another guy tagged, they still almost won it. They put it down to a 2v1. But now, as they do, just take a moment to what looks like late outside smokes to be thrown, sail over towards these positions, and does give an avenue of attack for Beasticky, who's going to make his way down towards Mini. Shane ready for him, instead won't spot him out. The nade stack and the follow-up kill from Shui, though, will. Beasticky falls, and with that, Sinners find themselves a man down with no way really to trade.
Not the start that you're looking for here in the 29th. And remember, if they lose this round, it's going to be even Steven stuff in the 30th, and we might be looking at an overtime. Shane really does fall on his shoulders, try and hold this A site. They're not looking for him. Shui's there to support. The barrel spotted. Shane drops down like Batman, hits the headshot, and there's Zako balls. They take the round, and, well, Sinners, as I said before, just about enough to pull out a buy here. Oscar could go for the glass cannon. I think he'll probably opt against it. Maybe we'll just see this AK come out, and everybody will have a decent investment except for Neofrag. He'll have to drop down to that Galil. They are going to call a tactical timeout, though, to discuss their options. My goodness, they definitely don't want to go to another OT, do they?
I consulted HLTV, Josh. 53% chance we're going to HLTV. So
53% chance we're going to HLTV? What?
Overtime. Goes
overtime.
This is why this proves that we've been casting too long, Josh. Too long we've been doing this. As well, it's a full buy from Sinners, and actually Oscar does go for that AK instead of the AWP. However, he's able to boast a fair bit of utility alongside it.
Oh, wow. So instead of going for the AKs, we actually see Sinners opting for a couple of Galils in this one, just so that they have all the util. Neo-frag. Eagle, yeah. Not the best of buys here at all. They have to pull off a masterclass to get this one done. And, well, as they head outside, they look to try and find these aim jewels. Instead, the wall of smokes goes up. They get down secret. They try their luck on B. They've had a fair amount of success with it in the past. Let's see if they can get it done here. All of this utility kind of tailors towards them getting onto the site and using all of those nades to keep the Izako boars at an arm's length and push that retake away.
Making a fair bit of noise, and well, as those doors open, the first man to worry about will be Mono. As Mono's go down towards ramp, but that'll force some players out of position. Mono now on the scaffolding. What good will he do? Tao, he's good for one. Trades there as Zko comes out on top. Mono squad out though. Mono is messy, but Zko comes through. Oscar onto Shimmy, puts it down to Stomp. And to his teammate Shane. 2-on-3. Nades either way. Plant not down just yet.
Such an intense round. Minute left on this clock, and Shane still in the squeaky door. An opportunity to just swing out and deny the plant when they do try and tap in those digits. Sinners are fully aware of it. They know that they don't have full control of these areas and that they're kind of trapped on the site. They've got enough time to feel around for the control, but they don't want to lose this man advantage. 3 AKs in hand, Shock dancing around. If he can take down Shane, that is pretty much round over. But Shane, he's posted on the angle. Shock needs to hard clear this. And as he swings around the corner, does win the Angel. And Sinners, this is theirs for the taking. Stomp needs to pull off a 1-on-3 clutch to make this happen. And with the AWP, I don't see it happening.
13 seconds left when they go for that plant. However, Stomp in a 1 versus 3 will aggress up from ramp. He's got Oscar to worry about. He spots his leg, and he'll try to finish the job. That he does. He'll try to back away in time as well, but Zko will make a bit of noise. He'll show presence, but the reality is Stomp is still in such a difficult position. If he fights one of these members, the others will swing and kill him. If he does just that, swings wide. What a shot! Zko there before Shot comes out on top. He topples him. And as soon as fellow Izako boars, they advance out of your Group C. Izako boars, they go down to play against the winner of the games tomorrow. And, well, that is definitely a long series to bear witness to. But eventually, it comes to a close.
Yeah. I was expecting us to go to another overtime there, to be honest. But no, Sinners, they pull it right back at the end. They take it 16-14. It couldn't have been closer. Real commiserations to Izako boars. They put up an incredible performance today. I really am impressed by them. Every single time I see them, they really do play their absolute hearts out. And unfortunately today, they just didn't come out on top. They're going to be moving down to that lower bracket matchup tomorrow. They will be playing the winner of the Movistar Riders or K23. That's going to be a difficult game, especially in a best-of-3 format. But yeah, I mean, after today, I'm fairly confident in their abilities. I think they're a really good side with a lot to offer. But of course, Sinners, they are our first team moving on to the playoffs. They'll get that first seed in Group C. And I'm excited to see what they can do in the playoffs.
Likewise, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to... That's it from us today. That's it from me. That's it from Josh. However, tomorrow, we will be able to bring you the playoffs of Group C. So with that, thank you everyone so much for watching. And of course, congratulations to Sinners for advancing through the group stage.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.